Target announced that it will close 9 of its stores, including the one on 117th Street in Harlem. The stores will shutter for good on October 21st.
And as Fox 5's Arthur Chan reports, Target's blaming the closures on ongoing problems with theft and violence.
I just come out of there. I got me some eggs, some bananas, some avocados.
Anthony uses it for his groceries, and David is here for a birthday present.
I just bought a little something for my son, whose his birthday today.
Countless residents in East Harlem rely on this Target on East 117th Street, but now Target says it's closing this store in a matter of weeks, citing rampant shoplifting that threatens the safety of employees and customers.
They come here, they steal. And I told them, they're hurting the neighborhood.
This woman has worked at this Target location since it opened in 2010. She asked not to be identified, but shared with us her frustration with shoplifters who often come in mobs emptying shelves.
They thought they was being smart and everything, running in, running out. Just disrespectful to this store. You understand what I'm saying? They just disrespected the store to the tires. Now there's not going to be no more Target. Now what they're going to do? Now what's going to happen to this neighborhood?
Surveillance videos like these routinely show brazen levels of criminal activity. Shoplifting on a large scale has become a national crisis, costing retailers over $112 billion in losses last year, according to a National Retail Federation survey. Target's East Harlem store is one of 9 locations. It's closing nationwide, all for the same reason. Other locations include San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle.
We may see other stores closing locations too, specifically in those big metro areas where, the cost of rent is high. So it's really making a bigger impact on those stores.
CVS, the Rite Aids, they're all closing. These guys are shoplifting left and right, and it's horrible.
Not only is there a cost to this neighborhood, but this impacts all of the employees who work at this location. Target says they're going to try to absorb everybody into other Target stores. The residents here have some choice advice for shoplifters.
Get a job.
The lights will go out here permanently on October 21st at the Target in East River Plaza. Arthur Chien, Fox 5 News.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the tech spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man, shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing key zaps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing key zaps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find the righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing key zaps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing key zaps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
Good morning, family. Good morning. How y'all doing this Sunday morning? Oh man. So thankful to be here with y'all, man, especially after we did that show we did yesterday with Vagoda, man. We don't realize how blessed we are, man. You ain't listening to no bombs pop dropping. You ain't listening to little kids screaming because they got their legs blown off. You just, excuse me, you're not watching somebody die in your arms. You're not watching people die of thirst, die of hunger. It's just, we don't know how blessed we are, man. We get to just talk over stuff that's of our interest and not, man, like, priority situations, man. So those of y'all, man, just think about how blessed you are, man, living in America, man, and that you don't have to. Yeah, America has its problems, but for all intents and purposes, man, you really don't have to be worried about, an invading country. That's not a high probability, whereas in other places, it's high. One day, one group of people could be in government, and then the next day, another group of people could be in government. So you don't know what's going on. But here, things are for the most part, pretty stable, right? Even within all the problems that you got here, it's pretty stable. Your day-to-day life is pretty stable. Okay. All right, y'all. So we're going to talk about, man, what kind of impact will it be to have Target? This is a big retailer, man. A lot of jobs. They leaving the Black community, man. They leaving the Black community, man. How's that going to impact jobs? How's that going to impact the economy in the Black community, right? Because most Black people, I would say most people, the only people that really have thriving businesses in the Black community are the Asians, right? They're the ones that's really having thriving businesses. Black people don't have thriving businesses. Black people will jump over another black person just because their prices are a little higher. And we're gonna talk about that too. But the price, because the black person, they say, but that person's price is higher. The Koreans, they got their prices are low, right? Their prices are low because they can buy in volume from each other. They control the beauty supply. They control the beauty supply distribution business. They control it, so they can hook up their people to make them, put them in a position they can win, and they can put you as a one store owner to not win. But we don't even talk about that, man. We don't even think about that when we go into black stores, right? And then on top of that, usually black business owner is very incompetent, right? He's just trying to make money. He doesn't really understand how business works. Why? Because we haven't been taught how business works. We really haven't been taught how business works. Nobody really wants to teach us anything. And if they do teach us something, we got to pay a lot of money to learn it, right? But anyway, we're going to talk about all that, man. Target's leaving. What the old folks going to do? Because the old folks don't get on, what's that Instacart and all that. They don't get on that. Most old folks don't shop on that. They go up in the store, right? Older people, like older than me, I'm 55, but older than me, like maybe 65, 70. Usually those kind of people, man, you got to take them, man. My neighbor across the street was telling me he had to take his father to the store, right? I remember when his father was driving all over the place, they had to take his truck from him because he was getting in too many accidents because he just couldn't see no more, right? 80 years old, I think. He turned 81 this year. And he was like still trying to drive. And it was like, nah, man, it's like your fifth accident. You're hitting parked cars and stuff, right? Right. He hit a parked car just backing out of his driveway. They said, nah, man, that's it. Nah, we'll take you where you got to go. But older people like that, man, what are they going to do? When you shut down all the Targets, man, then you're going to say, oh, the white people won't invest in our community. The white people won't invest in our community, right? Why would they? If you're going to break in their stores and take all their merchandise, why are they going to invest in you? And it's not all of us. It's a minority of us. It's a small minority of us that's doing this stuff. But it's always pumped up in the news media like it's all of us. We all in agreement with that, right? We all of us in this community, we in agreement with that situation. Even though they show that one lady or the man that say, man, that's terrible. They should stop it. It's just, we don't want them doing this. They'll still put it out there like all of us want it to happen. Like the whole community is behind the breaking into these stores, right? So we're going to talk about all that. We're going to talk about all that. But let's do some business first, y'all. Let's do some business first, man. But bro, see, why we can't see you? Because I'm trying to put down a little bit of this breakfast, man, little chicken sandwich. I'm trying to thaw it down a little bit. So when I get done with that, y'all will see me, man. But anyway, so we got Brother Eric up here, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Better known as 16 Life, better known as Chill, man. Go over to his page, check him out. Funny stories, man. Did 24 years up here in California, man, in the penal system, man. So check out, survived all that. Wasn't supposed to even come home, man. But damn, man, he got some sense in his head. And, he started reading those pamphlets on how to talk to the parole board. And he didn't make the first swing, but he made the second swing. So shout out to Brother Eric, man. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to you, man, representing the IE out there, in the IE, right? Shout out to the homies out in the IE. All right, let's Brother Eric, man. Go check him out at the 16 Life, the YouTube page, man. If you want to give him a shot, man. Page is blowing up. All right, y'all. Let's get to our precursors, and then we're gonna get right to work, man. I had a story about a man who he was married for 20 years. This man was married for 20 years, and then one day, and did a Kris Jenner, man. Bruce Jenner walked in and said, "Hey, man, I'm a male in a female. I'm a female in a male's body, right? I'm living a lie." I'm getting ready to go through the process to change my body into a female body, right? Or to a female appearing body, right? And I was like, should I do the story? Should I do the story? Nah, we don't really got time to waste on that, man. I mean, because the way they wrote it, it was about love, right? The wife still was like, I love you, but I'm not attracted to you no more, right? But what do you expect the wife to do, man? I mean, if you decide to change from whatever gender you are, part of the thing that attracted the wife to you or the other person to you is the gender you are. That was part of what attracted them to you, right? And then you decide, I'm gonna change that. That's a big deal, man. That ain't like getting a new haircut, right? That ain't like shaving off a mustache. That is a real big deal. That's gonna affect the other person sexually. It's gonna affect their what do you call that? Sexual arousal to you. That's gonna affect a lot of things and how they're gonna deal with you and handle you. It's gonna affect a lot of things, right? So, you know, but anyway, man, you guys just think about how lucky you are. You don't have to make serious decisions like that, man. Am I going to stay with somebody that is deciding whether they're going to be a woman or a man? They're trying to make that decision, right? Well, they ain't trying to make the decision. This man has been a man for 20 years, bodybuilder, buff dude, and he decided, hey, I want to be a female. I'm sure it didn't come in one decision. I'm sure he's been wanting to do this for a long time and been, contemplating and what's the word I want to use? He been warring with the decision in his head for so long, man. But you know what? Here he is, man. Here it is, man. You now you in this situation where what else can be done, man? You know what I mean? He's to the point where he's decided that, hey, man, life ain't worth living if I got to live it as a dude, right? Well, it is what it is, man. Shout out to everybody. All right, man. Let me before we get started, man, let me check everybody in real quick, man. Let me check everybody in who wants to be checked in. Let's check in starting from the top down. Let's go to our resident sniper, Risa Neal, right? I got an earful yesterday from Bogota, man. Hey, why did I get shot down? Who is this person that shot me down, man? I didn't know this person was running your chat. I didn't even know they was in charge. I thought you was in charge. What's going on, Clarence? I didn't know that. I said, if you listen to the show, we always tell you that she's in the building. If she's in the building, she's in the building. We warn you already. She's in the building, and she could take you out for any number of reasons. And I am not going to say a word. I know you think you're going to complain to me. I always explain this to you. I was telling him yesterday offline when we had a conversation before the videos the live stream got started. He was complaining about how he got taken out, right? Then he wanted to go to India and plead his case, right? Because he didn't get nowhere with me. So now he wants to go to Sister India and plead his case, right? But I'm like, hey, man, I told you, if you listen to the show up front, he said, I didn't know that she was in charge and she had the right to be able to take people out. I said, man, listen, I tell you up front, Risa Neal has the power to do, man, I'm telling you, man. And you think I'm going to come in there and say, oh, no, Risa, no. Risa got a free hand to do whatever she think. Even if she make a mistake, we going with her, right? we going to back that mistake. So it's best that if she give you a warning, to take that warning. Oh, I just thought, I could. I said, I know you just kept on going. I said, but see, the problem was if she told you already, she warned you and said, hey, look, man, you got to slow down on what you're doing. I said, because I don't have time. She's warning you for me because I don't have time in the live broadcast to tell you, hey, Vagoda, this is, you kind of stepping over the line. I know you don't understand culturally what's going on, but we trying to tell you, but we don't have time to break that down to you right now. Or you or anyone else. So if one of our moderators, not only Risa, but if one of our moderators give you a warning, take that warning because they do it on behalf of the channel. And they've been told already, hey man, you can do whatever you want, not just Risa, but all of them. You can do it. If you feel like something's a threat, hey, and it's a mistake, and that's okay. I'm gonna just ask the person when they come crying to me. I'm gonna just ask them, do you want to be put back, right? I'm not gonna argue with them, and I'm definitely not gonna break it all down to him. But he took about a good 15 minutes of going, oh, shut up, man. She took me out and she didn't listen to me. I didn't know she was a chat. And then when I called her bro, I didn't know she was a man. I didn't know she was a female. I wasn't trying to be insulting. I said, I'm sure you wasn't. But we don't have time to break a lot of that stuff down on a live broadcast, man. So if somebody gives you a warning, just take that warning, right? So we got Reese Neal in the building, man. Reese Neal, man, I'm telling you, man, gonna put you down, man. If you coming in here to play games, this probably ain't the place to play games, man. You see Reese Neal there. We got a resident sniper in here, and she ain't gonna ask you a lot of questions, right? You're lucky. See, Vagoda was lucky. He got a warning, right? A lot of times I see Reese just to take them out. They don't even get no warning. Poof, they gone, right? But at least he got a warning, right? I think he got a couple of warnings, and he still pressed on, right? You got to go, brother. Reese ain't gonna play with you, man. But shout out to Reese. We got our resident sniper in the building, man. Shout out to Reese Neal. She's in the building. Who else we got in the building? Our sister Don Frank. Don Frank. Hey, man, all of y'all that want to support the channel and you'll say, hey, bro, see, you know what? You got off a good one, man. Let me give you a cash app. Guess who told me to put the cash app up there? Don Frank, man. Don Frank said, hey, bro, nah, look, Clarence, don't think about it like this. I know you ain't trying to eat off of these people. She said, but some of us want to just, we want to hook you up when when the spirit hit us, we want to hook you up, and you denying us that. I didn't think about it like that. I said, oh, okay, all right, got you. I got you, Don. And so Don did that. Thank you, Don. Appreciate you for that, man. And hope everything is going well with you and your family, as always, as all of you guys out there. But shout out, we got our sister Don Frank in the building. Shout out to Don Frank. Who else in the building? We got our sister Annie in the building. Excuse me. Excuse me. We got Sister Eddie, the administrator in the building, man. Shout out to her brother Watkins, gave her that name, the administrator. I like that. I said, okay, let me call her the administrator. We also got Patrice in the building. Y'all see Patrice up there, man. Lord have mercy. I didn't even get a chance to introduce her, but I will in a minute. So sit tight, Patrice. All right, who else in the building, man? Who else in the building? Shout out to Sister Annie, by the way. That's my Taurus sister. Y'all know I do not mess with these Tauruses. I'm a Taurus, and I know how they can get. That's why I leave them alone. Shout out to Sister Annie. Shout out to Brother Anderson. Shout out to them, man. Who else in the building? We got Von Bryant in the building, man. Von Bryant is in the building. Shout out to you. Peace, joy, grace, and abundance. Always comes in the room, smooth as silk. Shout out to Von Bryant. Appreciate you, brother. Glad to have you in the building, family. Who else is in the building? Who else is in the building? OG Patrice is in the building. Y'all can see her up on the screen, right? Let me fix this real quick. So there you go. But y'all see her, man. But she'll be tapping in just a second. Who else in the building? We got Diamond Axe in the building. Diamond says, if we keep stealing out here, we ain't gonna have no stores in the black neighborhood. We're gonna talk about it, Diamond. We're gonna talk about it. Excuse me, the impact. What's gonna happen? What is going to happen if we keep on continuing this horrific stealing and breaking into these stores that are in the black community? What's going to happen? How's that going to affect how's that going to affect the income? Well, that's, I mean, like Stargate, man, that's probably like what, 100 jobs, couple hundred jobs at one target. I mean, how's that going to affect those jobs? Those people are all out of work. How's it going to affect the local economy, right? Now, the people that worked at the Target usually would spend money in the community, other places in the community, right? Now that money's out of the community. What's going to happen to those other stores? Man, we're going to see. We can see like a domino effect, right? But shout out to Diamond. Glad to have you in the building, brother. You might see Diamond up here today if you get a chance. Who else is in the building? 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 Quantum Love is in the building. Shout out to Quantum, man. Appreciate you, Quantum. Quantum keeps us on our toes, man. I don't see it like that, man. Quantum would tell us, or she'll be like, yeah, see, you got it on that one, right? Shout out to brother, Sister Quantum. Shout out to Quantum. Glad to have you in the building, sis. I see you out there, man, on the YouTube streets. Be careful, Quantum. Who else in the building? Demetrius in the building, man. Demetrius in the building. Shout out to Demetrius. He might be up here too if he get a chance. Who else is in the building? Who else is in the building? But you got a little bit of a wait today, Demetrius, which is a regular show. Who else? Who else is in the building? Who else is in I think that's everybody who wants to be checked in. Oh, Mr. He said. Shout out to Mr. He said. I was checking him out on that him and the doc on that Cerebro Saturday yesterday. So I slipped him a like. I always slip everybody, all my people alike, man, and then I just slip out the back door. But I checked out Mr. He said after my show. I went over there and checked him and the doc out over there. Shout out to Mr. He said. Shout out to the Hash Tribe over there in particular, man. Keep doing the great work y'all doing over there, man. Guys haven't already subscribed to the Hash Tribe, or Mr. He said, or Miss She said, or the SEDS, on over there and check them out, man. Give them a shot, man. Good content creators, man. They don't always agree with me, but they're good content creators, very good content creators. Who else in the building? Sister Sophia, man. Now this sister right here, let me tell you about Sister Sophia. Sister Sophia will send you stuff, man, that's very educational. She's like Vaughn, though. She will send you some silly stuff every now and then, like Patrice, too. They will send you some silly stuff every now and then, right? But she will send you some very educational stuff. Shout out to Sister Sophia, man. That is a beautiful sister, man. If you ever get a chance to meet with her or Patrice, if you ever get a chance to meet with either one of them, meet them face to face, take it, man. Absolutely beautiful sisters, man. Okay, who else in the building? That's it. Okay, that's everybody that wants to get checked in. Now I'm gonna introduce the executive producer, Patrice. OG Patrice is in the building. OG Patrice, are you there with us?
I am here, my brother. Can you hear me?
Of course, sound beautiful as always. What's going on, sis?
Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, bro. Salute to the chat, everybody in the chat. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody had a good weekend, a good, fun, safe weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I thought about it as I was coming back over here today, and I just thought about, man, all the stuff that we were talking about with Vagoda yesterday, and just the things we take for granted over here in America, man. I mean, it's not, what do you call that, danger free, but as far as being, a situation where you got to worry about somebody invading your country, man, we're pretty much protected from that. So, we gotta at least be
I don't know, bro. I don't think we are. I mean, look what happened in 9/11. How protected were we? I mean,
but I'm saying on a regular basis, I mean, like that situation that they got going on over there, it's been going on for 70 years.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Yeah. But we know it's
actually,
a
it's
lot.
been going on for way longer than that. I mean, just with the UN and all that being involved, it's been 70 years. But that area has always been a scuffle from the Muslims to the Christians to the Jews for hundreds and hundreds of years. So that ain't nothing new. I know they try to present it like it just got started, but no. They've been scurrying around in that situation in that area.
Oh,
But anyway,
absolutely. And we know it's deeper than the surface. And, I just send my prayers over there,
yes,
with what's going on. But we know that it's so much going on over here in the United States that I'm just a firm believer in we need to take care of our own and take care of us first. I understand what's going on over there, and I'm not trying to sound selfish at all, but we got so many problems and issues over here in the United States. And the thing that gets me is that the United States always dipping their nose in somebody else's business when
definitely.
it benefits them, which is very narcissistic, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then, we don't talk about all the money they've been pouring over there into that. But I wish I could have gotten on the platform yesterday, but I was at having a business meeting, and then I had rehearsal, and I had a lot of stuff going on. But I wish I could have gotten on the platform and had the conversation too. And maybe at another time we can talk about that, because
Yeah.
we all know that it's deeply rooted in politics. It's deeply rooted in so much other stuff.
Correct.
And we have a major hand in it. And shame on us, because we need to keep our hand out of all these doggone cookie jars that we, continuously do here in
Correct.
America. But we know we do it because if it's something we can benefit and get out of it. But that's a
In
conversation for
particular, the business community.
yeah, but it's heavily political too, bro. Believe me, it is.
Yeah, I know, but all of it, even the political, it always stems back to the business community, right? It always the politicians are tools of the business community in most cases.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think I think it. Like I said, we can when we have when we talk about it from that perspective, then I can give you a little bit more in depth on my thoughts and opinions and views on being involved in politics when I worked the Obama campaign, and even prior to that, up until now, the things that I've learned about what's going on over there, why is it going on, and how it hits home over here for us.
Yes.
So, but yeah.
All right, sis.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did you have anything to say before we get started? You want to address anybody, address anything, or address anybody else before we get started?
No, not really. I had a really good weekend last night. I went and celebrated my a good friend of mine who just got inducted into the R&B Hall of Fame. And I,
Congratulations.
yeah, I know. Congratulations to him, right? Like, he used to be musical director for the Commodores. I sent you the picture, bro.
Okay.
His name is Don Williams, and they did a tribute to the Commodores. He was with them for several years and was their
Okay.
musical director. But he also worked with some other artists, and yeah, he's here in Arizona. I just found out through another mutual friend of ours, and just went to celebrate that brother and went to appreciate what he's done for the entertainment industry, and now just even moving forward, he got his own 10-piece band
Oh,
here.
good for
And
him.
yeah, I went to check him out, and yeah, had a good time, had a beautiful time, and we hadn't seen each other in years, so it was good to see that brother again. But yeah, I just things like that where we're celebrating each other and our accomplishments and our accolades and things of that nature, no matter what it is or what type of platform that is on, or what it is that you do. If you got somebody, old, young, new, or old friendships, and you can rekindle that friendship or that relationship you had with them and celebrate that person. Believe me, guys, please do it, because life is short, and
Yeah,
these people is leaving here something awful and something fast. So you never know. That's all I want to say about that. So
definitely,
yeah.
definitely. All right. Well, let's get started. Today's a Sunday show, so we do a couple little things before we get started. Okay.
Okay, and
Well,
I do want to say I'm gonna bounce off the panel back and forward a little bit. I got an interview that I actually have to do with another content creator.
okay.
Yeah, and then I'll be listening back and forward and off and on and stuff like that. So, but
All right.
just a heads up.
All right, girl. Hey, do what you gotta do. We ain't haters over here, girl. We ain't haters. We ain't haters.
Ain't no hateration, holleration
Ain't no haters
in this
or
jamboree.
holleration, man. We are good, man. We want you to have the best.
Listen, in
All
my
right.
Mary J. Blige voice, no hateration, holleration over here, right?
Shout out to Mary J, man. I hope her life is getting better, man. Oh man, she has some kids. But I hope her life is working out. Let's see what we got. Oh, just a hit parade. Okay. All right, y'all. This is the ugly one here. Here we go. Well, why you do the hit parade, Clarence? Because I want y'all to know, man, that these goofy dudes, man, they everywhere, and you got to watch them. Harbor UCLA, that's out here, right? Harbor UCLA orthopedic supervisor engaged in SCX misconduct with unconscious patients. I'm gonna say that again. Orthopedic supervisor engaged in SCX misconduct with unconscious patients. Holy smokes. LA County has covered up and thus perpetuated dangerous and cruel practices by Dr. Louis Kwong, alleges a lawyer for 3 women who filed lawsuits. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Imagine that you a woman going in for what's orthopedics, Patrice? What's orthopedics?
Orthopedics is like a bone doctor, right? Is it is a
Okay.
bone doctor?
It might
I
be. It
believe it
probably might
is.
be.
Ax Vaughn. He may know. I think it is a
Okay, yeah,
ortho.
Vaughn would know.
I think it's
Vaughn,
a.
what
Is
is
it
it?
a foot doctor or like a like? Oh God, don't
Oh
get me
yeah,
started.
yeah. I think a foot
I
doc
think it's
is
a bone doctor.
orthopedics. I'm not sure. Orthopedics. I don't know if that's. It might be. You might be right. You might be
Wait,
right. I don't know.
is that the eyewear doctor? I think it's for eyes, right?
Girl,
Oh, Vaughn said bone surgeon. I was right. I thought I was right.
Yeah, bones. Okay, cool. All right.
Thank you, Vaughn.
Okay. 3 female. Thank you, Vaughn. 3 female physicians have filed lawsuits. Physicians have filed lawsuits alleging that the former chair of Harbor UCLA Medical Center's orthopedic department engaged in SCX misconduct involving unconscious patients, delayed acute surgeries in favor of elective procedures and repeatedly made misogynistic comments to staff. Dr. Louis Kwong named in one lawsuit by DRS Helaya Bodkube and Jennifer Sue, both orthopedic surgeons, and another by Dr. Madonna Fernandez Franklinton, the hospital's former director of emergency medicine. Both suits filed last week in Los Angeles Superior Court, also named Los Angeles County, which operates a medical center, and allegedly ignored the women's complaints about Kwong. The women seeking more than $50,000 in damages alleged myriad employment violations, including retaliation, hostile work environments, harassment, and gender and pregnancy discrimination. Kwong, who was placed on leave from his position more than a year ago, could not immediately be reached for comment. Officials of the LA County Department of Health said Saturday, August 12th, that steps were taken to investigate allegations against Kwong soon after the complaint surfaced in 2021. That investigation is nearing completion. Should the allegations be substantiated, appropriate corrective action will be taken, the DHS said in an email. It is important to note that the civil service rules do not permit any level of discipline against employees until an investigation has been concluded. In adhering to these rules, the most an employer can do is place employment on paid administrative leave until the investigation concludes. The decision to place a civil service employee on administrative leave is not taken lightly. Oh boy. Oh boy. The other doctors alleged Kwong committed SCX misconduct on unconscious patients in the operating room. Vaughn, are they doing it? What are they doing in the operating room, Vaughn? How can this happen in the operating room, Vaughn? How can this happen? I thought it was a lot of people in the operating room.
Okay, Brother Vaughn gonna have to come up here on this platform.
Yeah. Vaughn, come up here real quick and tell us how something like this can happen in the operating room.
And I mean the nefariousness of the act, yeah, like we can have that conversation, but the level that this dude is on is way above our pay grade, right? And
right.
Yeah, I can't, like, wow.
Okay, so let's see. Where was I? I don't see how you could do it in the. Okay, let's see. Kaki English committed sexual in the operating room in the presence of multiple witnesses. How is this possible?
Oh my God!
Just crazy. He engaged
and are these patients? They gotta be under anesthesia. They, they gotta be asleep.
They don't know nothing what's going on. I'm sure the other people saw him. Right? He engaged in finger touching of the surgical hip wounds in front of one of the doctors while making sexual sounds and saying he was finding the G spot in the lawsuit.
Oh my God. This is disgusting.
Man, yikes. This is a doctor. This is a doctor that we trust. We go into these doctors, y'all. Holy smokes. Additionally, Bukabe alleges that Kwong undraped and anesthetized patient to look at his peen after being told it was law. Oh my God. Holy smokes. This
Bro,
is
where did this happen? Where did this happen?
UCLA Medical Center.
Oh my God.
UCLA Medical Center. It's out here in at UCLA up here in Westwood.
Yeah. Wow.
Holy smokes. Yeah, he alleged that Kong undraped and anesthetized patient to look at his peen after being told it was large, and that he measured the peen size of some patients. Holy smokes.
Bro.
Yikes. Yeah, and you know what? The UCLA Harvard Medical, that ain't no Rudy Poot hospital, right? That ain't no hospital. That's not
Yeah.
like a hospital that the people that the sheriffs and them say, hey, don't take me here, right? They did that to Killer King down there in Watts, right? They have a thing, don't take me to Killer King, right? Well, they call it Killer King. It's Martin Martin Luther King Hospital down there in the Watts, but they say, hey, don't take me over there, right? But over here, UCLA Medical Center, that's a top grade place, right? You got nothing but the top of the top, everybody's like was
The
top of
creme
their
de la
class.
creme. The creme de la cremes.
Yes, there you go.
A lot
Everybody
of
was top of their
celebrities.
class. You can't even
Yeah, a lot of
apply there
celebrities.
if you're not top of your class. You can't even apply there if you're not the top of the class, right?
Yeah, a lot of celebrities are hospitalized there as well. So yeah, I agree. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Sometimes the more money and the more prestige a person have, the weirder they are. And I'm telling you, that's facts.
Oh, it gets better. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. He was also reported to lift the surgical gowns to check under the hood to view the size of an unconscious black male's peen he had been told was large, the suit says, adding that management at Harbor UCLA did not investigate the complaint first reported by a UCLA medical student in 2019. In another matter, dubbed the baseball incident.
The male doctor that's doing this to other male.
It's a male doctor. It's a male doctor.
And he's doing it to male and female patients.
Correct.
Jesus Christ.
In another matter dubbed the baseball incident, Quan ordered that a video monitor in the operating room be used to measure patients' vitals be switched off and be used to display a baseball game so that residents could watch during surgery. Holy smokes. Vaughn, get in here. Vaughn, what the hell is going on in the operating room, Vaughn? What's going on?
Man, listen, there's so many crazy things that go on that you would just be in disbelief that that these surgeons are doing during an open cavity surgery. It's ridiculous, man.
God, man. I've heard of them losing their watches and cigarettes and stuff like that, but man, it's really getting ridiculous now, man. Holy smokes.
And now I've heard of them also like leaving instruments in a patient. But I will say I had started early on hearing about how some gynecologists was, SAN and things like that of some of their patients and stuff. And a long time ago, we used to hear a lot about the morticians doing things to the dead bodies. So, yeah.
Well, it's very neglectful when an instrument or a sponge or something like that is left behind in the cavity, you see. And that's the purpose of us doing a count prior to the surgery and after the surgery, you see, before they close the patient so that everything could be accounted for.
Right.
You see, but sometimes you have discrepancies where, you've miscounted something. You see what I'm saying? So when you come up with a number, you didn't understand that, actually you left something behind. So then there's all types of precautions that are taken to make sure that instruments are not left. There is a wand. We call it a wand, and you put it over the patient's cavity. And what it does is it will detect any type of metal instrument that could still possibly be in the cavity. You see, so there's a lot of things that are put in place, but for a surgeon to sexually mistreat a patient, I don't understand how that could take place, because you would have me, the surgical tech in the room, you would have the circulating nurse in the room, you would have the anesthesiologist in the room, you would have other surgeons, other student surgeons. So I don't understand how that could have taken place. But I have heard inappropriate speech during surgeries. You see what I'm saying? Oh, definitely.
Yeah, bro.
Move on, y'all. before we move on, let me shout some people out. But definitely let's shout out Vagoda, man. Thank you, Vagoda, for that interview we did yesterday, man. Very, very enlightening, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, man. Hope everything is well with you over there in Tel Aviv. Who else is in the building? Marcus is in the building. Shout out to Marcus. Glad to have you in the building. Marcus says, is this a similar case with there was another case with a man who was convicted years ago? Well, yeah, I think one of them doctors passed away. Well, no, they were gonna. There was another article where one of those doctors from the Olympics, he was awaiting trial. He passed away, so he's gone. They're not gonna try him. But anyway, getting back to in the operating room. I mean, it's so many. I just wanted to establish that there's a lot of other people. It's not like just the doctors in there by itself, right? It's not like a what do you call that, examination room. This is where you got like a lot of people walking around, right?
Yeah. What about suture, Vaughn? Because I've heard sutures being left in patients, and they catching infections and things of that nature, finding out later.
Well, exactly, and that's why we take precious precautions, of doing a count. We count the sutures, we count the sponges, we count the instruments. And this is done by 2 or 3 witnesses. You see what I'm saying? Just to verify that we have accounted for everything before the surgery and we have accounted for it after the surgery. But then you have those that are neglectful. Sometimes a needle can definitely get lost, you see. And so that creates a problem, because now we have to find that particular needle, The suture is the thread part.
Right. It just makes me wonder, though, Vaughn, and like you said, though, with all of these people being in that operating room with this doctor, and I know they ended up, saying something, witnessing it, and end up, probably saying something later. But this is probably 9 times out of 10 when things like this happen, it wasn't a first time. Why do you think that maybe perhaps they if they have witnessed something inappropriate, that they don't say anything?
Wait, say that again, Patrice.
I'm just wondering why, because I know, there's witnesses there, like you said, and in this case, he did have witnesses there, and I'm pretty sure they ended up, saying something, but I'm pretty sure that that's not the first time that happened. So why do you think that a lot of times they don't say anything with the inappropriate behavior of the doctor, the surgeon that's doing something?
Well, I'll say this. A lot of times it's because of intimidation. These surgeons have this God complex. And, you have to be very careful how you address and speak to them. Now, thank God I was able to work at a accounting facility. So, I had a lot of job security. So I was able to check the surgeons if they were wrong. You see what I'm saying? You didn't scrub right. You didn't put your gloves on. You can't put your gloves on with your ring on. That means you didn't scrub properly. Go back and scrub again. See, a lot of people were intimidated to tell them certain things because of their status. They do a lot of yelling and screaming. See, I had to cut that out too. No. We're not going to yell and scream at each other. You're going to talk to me during this procedure. And, a lot of them are young, and I was an older individual. And, it was a respect thing, not only just for myself, but for the patient as well. You see, they're playing the loud music. They're talking about what they did on vacation, while they're going all up inside your gut.
Oh my God.
What are you going to have for dinner? I don't know. I was over there at Chili's. You see what I'm saying? Concentrate on what you're doing. And then there's a sterile technique that is being neglected as well.
The what?
There is a sterile technique that is being neglected as well during a lot of these procedures. And I've had to check them on that. When you're gowned and gloved, you are in a sterile position to where now you can touch sterile instruments, you can touch the drapes, you can, perform the surgery.
Mm-hmm.
There's certain things that you can't do. It's like you can't have sterile gloves and then scratch your nose and then go back into the patient. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? You got to scrub back out. You got to start all over again, come back in the room. And so when you check them on that, you see what I'm saying? They get upset with you because, you know, they're used to using non-sterile techniques quite often, you know, and it would really piss me off to the point to where, you know, I became a very much a stickler on that sterile techniques. This could have been my mother laying here on the table. This could have been any relative of mine laying here on this table. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. So Brother Vaughn, because I think that's the reason why a lot of doctors have gotten away with so much, again, because you talked about the God complex that a lot of these doctors have. And like I said, this incident is just coming out, but I bet your bottom dollar that this is not the first time this doctor has behaved in this way. I think that finally somebody has gotten the gall to finally speak up and say something and report him, and then all the other ones jump on the bandwagon later. That's usually how it's done.
Hey, listen, I would check a surgeon and then have the supervisor come in the operating room during a surgery. Because listen, you're going to either have to switch me out with another surgical tech, or either you're going to check this surgeon because his behavior is not cool. He's creating a hostile environment.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for me to be able to concentrate on what I'm doing. So I'll scrub out and have somebody else scrub in for me. You know,
Right.
but you have to speak up. You have to speak up. You know.
Yeah, I've heard some of my nurse girlfriends talk about being in this, and you know, they were nurses assisting the surgeon, you know, whether it's delivering a baby to everything, and the stuff they used to even talk about and say to me about how some of the doctors would talk about the women, you know, their bodies and they private parts while they having a baby was just absolutely disgusting.
Listen, the verbiage that's being used in some of these settings, man, is so very unprofessional. You know what I'm saying? And they knew not to do that when I was in the room because I didn't go for that. You see what I'm saying? Now, I know you like to play the rap music during the surgery, and I'm listening to you quote these lyrics. But see, I happen to know down the verse, the word nigga's gonna pop up. Now, I know you're not getting ready to, you see what I'm saying? I'm just gonna sit here and wait, you know. And then they throw, you know, they get upset and they throw instruments back up at you on the table, bloody instruments. Yeah, man, listen.
Oh my God.
You know, I had to really get belligerent with one of them on occasion. Wow. You know, just to make sure that you understood. If you don't want me to throw it at you, don't throw it back up here. When you asked for the instrument, I handed it to you. See what I'm saying? I didn't throw it at you. I handed it to you.
Vaughn, is there anything that anyone can do, you know, to kind of mitigate the danger? Because once you go under anesthesia, you're done. You're gone, right? Anything could happen. You would never know, right? So is there any way outside of probably getting to know the doctor that's actually doing the surgery? But in most cases, you don't, right? The doctor comes in a half hour before or maybe 15 minutes before the surgery. Hi, I'm Dr. So-and-so. I'm going to be taking all your guts out, replacing them, and then putting them back in. Any questions? You're like, what? Hey, they go, any questions? No. Okay, good. Because I'll see you in the operating room, right? So most of the time, you don't even get to know these guys, right?
Yeah.
Family, I'm a duck out for a minute, and I'll come back up when I can.
Okay.
Right, I'll let y'all rock out. I'll be listening though. Okay.
All right, sis.
All right.
Well, I think the answer to that, Brother Clarence, is that the medical staff, all of those who are involved, have to be an advocate for the patient. You see what I'm saying? If you see something wrong, say something. You know, don't be intimidated because it's the surgeon doing the screw up. Hey, listen, Dr. So-and-so, this patient is bleeding over in this area while you're working over in that area. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
See, if you see something, say something. But unfortunately, people are intimidated.
Well,
People are fearful.
Well, tell
You
me
see
what you
what I'm
would have. Well, Vaughn, tell me what you would have did if you would have saw this, right? So the guy comes in, right? He comes in allegedly armed in the hospital. Members of the orthopedic faculty and others also complained that Kwong, who is a reserve Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy, wore a gun at various times in Harbor UCLA, including in the operating room. Yikes! Yikes! Clinic.
Well, the operating room is basically should be a clean, sterile place. They don't allow you to bring your purses and your book bags and different things from outside inside. You actually have to change your clothes and switch into scrubs. You see what I'm saying?
What would you have done in the way, because I feel like you would be more patient oriented. What would you have done if you see a guy walks in, and even though he's a reserve deputy, he walks into the operating room with something like that on? What would you do?
Well, normally we would stop that person at the door.
Okay.
And they're already instructed when they come into that setting what to do and what not to do.
Okay.
Now listen, we've done surgery on jail patients. You see what I'm saying? So they've had to have a police escort at times.
Right.
On their way up,
right.
even though they're sedated before anesthesia.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But the officer is not allowed to come inside the actual operating room. He can stand outside the operating room.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And wait.
Right.
But he's not allowed to come in.
Right.
And when I see something done that's wrong, whether it's the surgeon, the nurse, or the student, or whatever it is, I address it.
Right.
And if it's not changed, then I go to my supervisor and I'll write that surgeon up.
Oh, okay.
I didn't have a problem doing that.
Okay, so you can do something. You can say something.
Oh, definitely. You can write them up.
Okay. All right, man. We're gonna leave this alone, but I just want to show y'all that these goofy dudes is everywhere. They're everywhere, man. And if you get that, see me, man, if I get that feeling in my stomach that something's wrong, I'll go with that feeling. I go with that feeling in my stomach that, hey, man, something's wrong. Now, I might be making a mistake, right? Like that little old lady see a pack of black dudes, that little old white lady see a pack of black dudes on one side of the street, and instead of going past them with her groceries, she crossed the street, right? Well, they might say, well, you racist, and then she don't care. She gonna go where she think it's safer. She gonna go and avoid what, even though she might be making a mistake, she ain't got time to be wrong, right? If she might be making a mistake, but she gonna err on their end, not on her end, right? So that's what we have to do, y'all. We have to start looking at it like, okay, I'm gonna have to err on my end, right? If I make a mistake and I say, you know what, something about this guy ain't right, I want a new nurse. I've done that before. I've been in the hospital and I said, hey, I do not want this person here anymore. And they got rid of them. They gave me somebody else, and it was a world of difference, man. The person that came in took way better care of me, and it was just a world of difference. So, speak up and say something. But anyway, man, you guys watch out.
Also, Brother Clarence,
yes, sir.
If the surgeon is totally acting out and acting up, you can have him removed from that surgery and have another surgeon come in and replace him.
You who? Because I'm sedated, right? So I don't even know what's going on.
No.
The nurses?
I'm talking about the people that are in the room.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yes, we have the right to have him removed.
Okay.
I've worked around some surgeons that were literally intoxicated.
Wow, dude.
You see what I'm saying?
They're about to do surgery on somebody?
How do you come in like that?
Oh,
and then you have somebody's life in your hands. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, these things need to be reported.
Vaughn, I didn't understand you right. I didn't hear you right. It sounded like you said people came in inebriated and then were expecting to actually go and do surgery on a patient. I did you say that?
Yes, sir.
What the heck?
Yes, sir. I sure did say it.
What are these doctors doing, man?
You know, and some of the medical staff know the individual has a propensity to come in, you know, dirty like that.
Oh, man.
But because they're doctor, surgeon, so-and-so, I don't care about doctor, surgeon, so-and-so.
Oh,
you see what I'm saying? I don't want to be a part of your negligence.
Wow.
I didn't sign up for that.
Wow, man. That is crazy.
So what you do is basically you go to someone and say, hey, you know, I noticed Dr. So-and-so, you know, often slurs his speech when he's in the room. And, you know, a lot of times he acts unseemingly. I don't know what the case may be, but I think it needs to be looked into.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Crazy.
You got to say something, man.
That is crazy, man. Well, thank God for texts like you, man. Thank God for texts like you that actually going to say something and actually going to do something.
Sir. I'm retired now, but
yeah,
I used to give him hell, Brother Clarence.
I believe you did, man. I believe you did. All right, y'all. That's the hip parade, man. Watch out for these Looney Tunes out here, man. These dudes are everywhere, man. They doing surgery. They doing everything out here, man. So be careful, man. You don't want them, you know, you might get an Uber driver that's, you know, you never know where these sickos are, man. So be careful out there. All right, y'all. We're gonna move on, man, because we gotta get moving, man. We got so much stuff to do. We're gonna listen to Brother Malcolm for a minute, and I think it's the Battle of the Bullet or something like that. I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's see. Here we go.
Who taught you, please? Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair? Who taught you to hate the color of your skin to such extent that you bleach to get like the white man? Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose and the shape of your lips? Who taught you to hate yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet? Who taught you to hate your own kind? Who taught you to hate the race that you belong to? So much so that you don't want to be around each other. No, before you come asking Mr. Muhammad, does he teach hate? You should ask yourself who taught you to hate being what God gave you. We teach you to love the hair that God gave you. Here you way out in the middle of the ocean, can't swim, and you worried about someone that's in the bathtub and can't swim. We don't steal, we don't gamble, we don't lie, and we don't cheat. And that also deprives the government of revenue, because you can't get into a whiskey bottle without getting past the government seal. You can't open a deck of cards without getting past the government seal. Here's a white man makes the whiskey and then puts you in jail for getting drunk. He sells you the cards and the dice and puts you in jail when he catches you using them. So he's against us because we fix it where he can't catch you anymore. We take the dice out of your hands and the cards out of your hands and the whiskey out of your head. The most disrespected person in America is the black woman. The most unprotected person in America is the black woman. The most neglected person in America is the black woman. And as Muslims, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us to respect our women and to protect our women. And then the only time a Muslim really gets real violent is when someone goes to molest his woman. We will kill you for our woman. I'm making it plain, yes. We will kill you for our woman. We believe that if the white man will do whatever is necessary to see that his woman gets respect and protection, then you and I will never be recognized as men. until we stand up like men and place the same penalty over the head of anyone who puts his filthy hands out to put in the direction of our women.
Oh boy. All right. Vaughn, that was Brother Malcolm.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Brother
sir.
Malcolm said, man, we never gonna be recognized if we keep saying our women are hoes and bees and all this other stuff. What do you think about that, man?
I mean, listen, what he said was true, man. I mean, you know, now according to this modern day YouTube situation, we totally cast aside our black woman,
man,
which I think is a terrible thing.
Oh,
you see what I'm saying? Because she is still deserving of protection and respect. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if anything, we should encourage and uplift her.
Yeah.
You know, even when she's caught in a bad way.
Yeah.
We need to pick her up and pull her up.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because the more we tear each other down, is the more we tear each other down.
Well, I think a lot of times what it is with us as black men, we want the same things and ability that white men have in this society, where white men can go in places and they can move a certain way, and black men want the same ability to be able to move a certain way, but they don't understand. White men have done a lot of things to put themselves in that situation. Right? They have been very what's the word I want to use, man? They've been very aggressive with the way they try to move, so that they can, any one of their children can move right behind them and do whatever things. And so we as black men, man, we got a lot of work to do. But one of the things that white men have done is they let you know, if you mess with a woman, they're coming to get you. You mess with their children, they're coming to get you. But in the black society, in the black community, we have fallen away from that thinking process, in my opinion, where a lot of times black men want to disconnect themselves from the black community, not realizing there's nothing you can do or say that's going to disconnect you from the black community. That you can go out and say, hey, I date white women, I live in a white community, I only eat at the white restaurants, I only do. You can do that all you want to, but you're never going to disconnect yourself. So everything you saying, the community and all that, everything you saying, you'll just make yourself look stupid by trying to make that separation, right? We either together or we die. That's it. It's it. We either gonna be together and work together, or we gonna die. That's it. And no people have a chance where their women are considered nothing but hoes and bees. No people have a chance. Well, I'm a black man. I ain't a woman, so you ain't above your woman. You right with your woman. You neck and neck with her. No matter whatever they think about her is what they think about you. But I'm one of the good ones. See, I'm the first Negro on my block. It don't matter. It don't matter when it really comes down to it.
But you got a lot of knuckleheads out here now, bro. Some of these sisters just refuse to act accordingly.
I agree.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I agree. And unless you tie them down and hem them up somehow, they're going to continue to do the foolery that they're doing.
I agree.
But then there's a certain teaching that has to take place. There's a certain, ministry that has to go forth. There's a certain word that has to be given.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And that's what we left. We stopped doing that. We've just about given up on her. Now, me personally, I haven't, given up on our black women because they're making great strides. Many of them. You see what I'm saying? Now, you do have a sect of them that hey, dropping it like it's hot and twerking on top of the restaurant table and See what I'm saying? They don't know how to keep any kind of clothes on at all.
Definitely.
See what I'm saying? You know, exploiting themselves.
Definitely.
You know, that's what we need to see a change. You see what I'm saying? A woman should carry herself like such a lady.
But where did they learn that, Vaughn? See, in today's world, see, back in the day, everybody went to church, or most people went to church. So you learned in church, right? If you was out of pocket as a woman, then I'm telling you that motherboard came in and got you straight, right? Don't come up in here like this no more. Here, we got some clothes for you. Hey, let's take you in the back. Let's take you down in the basement. Let's get you some clothes on, right? You ain't gonna be sitting in front of our pastor with your goodness hanging out, right? So they get that motherboard, get you straight. But now, hell, the motherboard is at the club. The motherboard is swiping left.
These new mothers, right? These new mothers, these new and improved mothers.
Remember, Vaughn, remember the motherboard? The motherboard was the ladies that you were scared of your father.
And you couldn't get past them either. You couldn't get past them at all.
You was really scared to disrespect them ladies on that first row.
That's right.
You knew better.
That's right.
You knew better. And so they had a lot of respect at that point.
Because they were instilling values and principles, you know, and, you know, I know we call it traditional now, you know, but some of these traditional quote unquote values and standards, you know, we should still enforce them today.
We should, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But, you know, we like to get real new, you know, like the young people say, you know, we get new about it, you know, and so we want to change it. We want to change up a little bit. And add a little bit of this and take away a little bit of that.
Yeah.
You see? And the more you add and take, now you've tainted the situation.
Yeah.
It's not pure anymore.
Yeah.
It's diluted with something that shouldn't even be involved.
Yeah.
And so our young ladies now, we see them. You see what I'm saying? Talking about eat the groceries and do all this stuff, man.
Oh, listen, Vaughn, why did you do that? Vaughn, why did you have to do that?
You know, listen, you know, it's like, wow, man, this generation of young people, my heart goes out to them because they are so misguided and misled, man.
God, who told them that that's something that somebody wants to have happen to them? Who did that?
I don't know, but it's
understand.
Man, sounds like the best thing since sliced bread. If you let them,
man, that is a horrible thought just to think about it, man. Holy smoke.
And they're proud of it. They're proud, and there's no shame at all. Shame is gone out the door.
Yeah, man.
See what I'm
shout out to
used to be a time when a young lady would
said, man.
Exactly.
Oh man, I can't. Ooh, I even think about that, man. I just ooh. Miss She said you need to Miss She said you need to do a show just on the groceries. You need to do a show just on grocery. Please do a show on grocery.
Yeah,
just the fact that somebody would even consider doing something like that. Please do something on that. Please.
Well, listen, she's definitely getting them together over there.
Yeah. She definitely do everything.
And I appreciate what she does. Because somebody has to say it.
Yes, I have to say it, but it's hard because shame is for people that's in their right mind, right? They were in their right mind. You can shame somebody in their right mind because they know better, right? It's hard to shame these people today because they don't know no better. So they like, what do you mean? They're not in their right minds, right? So shame is like, they don't even feel it. They don't even feel the guilt or anything that would lead them to the shame. So it's hard. It's hard. You can bring it up. God bless Miss She said, man. But I mean, that's a hard job, man. I mean, to just expose them to right and wrong when you got people that say there is no wrong. Everything is right. If I get away with it, I'm right. Right.
Yeah.
So we're in a whole different situation.
That's the mentality. You're right. That's the mentality.
But we still gotta. The black women is definitely somebody who we gotta step in. We gotta support. Now, of course, are we gonna support the foolishness? No, we're not gonna support the foolishness, but we're gonna support her. We're gonna support her. Okay, because we know that she's doing this because she's been misled. She ain't doing this in her right mind. If she was in the right mind, that'd be a whole nother conversation. But she ain't in the right mind, most of them. So we got to go to them and say they've been misled by the media. They've been misled by the, radio. They've been
By
misled
celebrity. That's right.
Yeah, they've been misled by everybody, or just about everybody, and the society at large, right?
Yeah.
And ultimately, they want to, just like the black men want to move like white men. The black woman wants to move like the white woman. A lot of times, not everyone black woman, but a lot of them want to move like that, to be able to move through the society like that. But they don't understand that this society has placed all the top of its value on white women. And so it's hard for them to see that, because they say, well, if I just get hair like her, I'll be able to move like her. If I just talk like her, if I wear clothes like her, I'll just be able to move like her.
Yeah, but you know what, Brother Clarence? Listen, everybody's starting to look alike now. What's going on? You're 80 years old, but you got baby hair. The baby hair is going down to the eyebrows. You can't
80 years old with the edges.
You can't tell the difference between the eyebrow and the baby hair. Everybody's got these wigs on, and listen, it's all the same look. I'm trying to figure out, wow, during times as I grew up, fashion and different things would change. You see what I'm saying? This was in this year, but it was out the year after that, and then there was a whole new fashion. You see what I'm saying? But now it just looks like they got stuck on one thing. And I'm trying to figure out for the life of me.
Oh boy!
The caterpillar eyelashes.
What's going on with that, man?
Extremely long fingernails.
What's going on?
And then your body is tatted up. It's all tatted up. You see what I'm saying?
My thing is the eyelashes, man. That's my real. The eyelashes and the makeup is my real pet peeves, because I'm like, why? Okay, I don't understand that. I mean, I can understand a little bit of makeup, right? A little bit, spruce up this and there, right? A little lipstick, whatever, right? You with your man, you get yourself, so that you were trying to attract his attention at all time. I get that. But where did we get to the point where we start overdoing it? Well, we just went, just farther and farther and farther.
Well, Brother Clarence, listen. They're doing it now to the extreme, to where now we can't even tell if it's a young lady or a young man.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
You
man.
see
I'm
what
glad
I'm
you
saying?
brought that up. I'm glad
because you all got the baby hair going down to the eyebrows. See what I'm saying? You all got the lace front wigs and the long fingernails and the heavy makeup on your face. Now I have to listen. Now I got to question whether or not it's a sister or not.
Yes.
Just based upon the makeup alone.
Yes. And it's very difficult to tell.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, man.
That's crazy,
man.
I
remember because
there was a time when we knew the difference between the two.
Yeah, when we were coming up, man, it was obvious, right?
Very
obvious, right?
But
now, man, not so much. Not so much.
I just wish our young women would value themselves a little bit more than what they're doing and understand their value.
Yeah.
But they don't see any worth in themselves. And that's why they carry themselves the way that they do.
Yeah.
And that's why we need more women, more mature women that could discuss that with them.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Because they may take the advice better from a female than they will a male.
Every day, yeah. Absolutely.
And so if we can get the women to teach the women and the brothers to work on each other, you see, of what we need to get together, we may see some type of change. But we keep crisscrossing.
Yeah.
That's what we do. We crisscross.
Yeah, man. It's just it's a lack of people that are interested in getting involved with the situation, man. It's just everybody wants to complain about it and say, this is what I think. This is what I think. This is what I think. Okay. Well, okay. We know what you think, what you doing, what you gonna do, right? You keep telling us what you think this is what I think. This is what I feel. This is what I do. This is how I think about. Okay. We know what you think. What are you gonna do? This situation calls for doing, not just thinking, doing, right? So, whatever little bit you can do, we need to do that. All right, man. This is that was Brother Malcolm, man, and I just wanted to play the part where definitely where he was talking about what we should be like for Black women. Well, Clem, all these Black women, they do what they want to do. Well, I'm not saying that we gonna jump into the middle of some drama with them, but definitely we should be able to try to talk them into coming back to themselves and have a system set up where we can send them through one way and they come out the other way a whole different person. So if they so choose to do it. So that's the part, because we can't push nobody to do anything. They have to want to do it, and that's the unfortunate part. They don't see no profit in that. They see all the profit in the short-term attention that they're getting, but in the long run, they don't realize that they're going to put themselves in a situation where a man that really wants to spend his life with a woman is not going to want to do that with a woman that's been, flashing her cheeks everywhere, right? Making a stallion. But then they go, hey, well, I got money. Okay, well, you got money, but money don't buy happiness, as they say, right? All right, y'all. So let's move on, man. Let's move on. Okay, what we gonna do? We got one more thing to do, and then we gotta get right to the topic, y'all. Let's see. What we got? Oh, the Black History Minute. Gotta do the Black History Minute, y'all.
Well, hold on, Brother Clarence. I'm gonna have to step away for a minute, but I'll be back.
Go ahead, man. Come on back later. Okay.
So just take me down and I'll come back.
All right, brother. Appreciate you.
All right.
Let me pull him on down. He'll tell me when he comes back. All right, y'all. Let's do the Black History Minute, man. It's your Black History Minute. Let's look at the date. October 14th, which was yesterday. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. receives the Nobel Peace Prize on October 14, 1964. Reverend the good Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. became, at age 35, the youngest man to receive the Nobel Peace Prize award for his rights, leadership, and continual fight for achievement of racial justice through nonviolent means, right? Okay, so by the way, do you guys know who I think his name is Albert Nobel? Do you know what he did? If you know what the guy that the Nobel Peace Prize is named after, I think it's Albert Nobel. But if you know what he invented, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. I'm gonna call you out. But Clarence, we all got Google. Okay, we'll Google the man, find out what he did, and we will discuss it after I get done with this. Anyway, Reverend King was one of America's great leaders and who served as a minister, pastor, and civil rights leader. He was a G too, man. Dude was a G. I mean, which one of y'all would have took Molotov cocktails to the window of your house and continued on working at the same job? I don't think anybody would have did. Most of us wouldn't have did that. The life and death of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was motivator for positive change with African Americans. Not only African Americans, don't say that. He inspired change with white people, black people, green people, yellow people, whoever, right? Don't reduce him to just working with just African. We were at the top of the list, but definitely we weren't the only ones on the list. His principle of nonviolent protest was a stimulus for promoting the need for proper civil rights of African Americans, right? Well, he had the nonviolent protest, right? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we agree with that, we didn't, but ultimately the guy had a good heart, man. His heart was in the right place. Maybe he could have did some things a little differently, but he did the best he could, man, under the circumstances, right? Shout out to him. Anybody could have did better, everybody would have been there, right? America was ill-equipped to stop the changes that Reverend King was creating throughout the country. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee on Thursday, April 4th, 1968. He was shot at the Lorraine Motel and declared dead at 7:05 p.m. that night. A bullet stopped his life on April 4th, but not his dream. The life of Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. illustrates without question that one person can make a difference in this world. Now that's true, y'all. We can make a difference. This is him and his wife, Coretta Scott King. Shout out to them. All of the sacrifices they did and everything they went through and she went through. Oh my God, man, she went through, man, because you know, Martin Luther King, you know, even though he was a good dude, you know, he wasn't no saint, right? We all know that, man. The FBI brought that out. He wasn't no saint, but still, the dude had a good heart, and he was trying to make things work, man. He was trying to make things better for us as a people, right? Okay, so that is your Black History Minute, man. Let's see. October 14th, 1964, Dr. King receives the Nobel Peace Prize. All right, shout out to y'all, man. Don't just take our word for it. Dig that. You go check it out for yourself, man. We ain't telling you nothing that ain't for real, for real. And by the way, you can check this all out at blackhistory.today.com, I believe. And you go check them out, man. They got all kind of different information over there about Black history. So shout out to them. All right, let's see let's see if somebody got it, man. Let's see if somebody got it, man. Let's see if somebody got it. Let's see. Shout out to Brother Anderson, another tourist. Shout out to you, brother. It says it infuriates me as a man to know that the most peaceful man to walk American soil suffered the most violent death, shot and allegedly strangled. Makes me ashamed of America every day. Not only was he shot and strangled, but he was also stabbed at one time, man. I mean, dude, dude went through a lot, man. House firebombed, right? He's old school, man, and but still stuck with it, right? Still stuck with it. But shout out to the Seds, man. Shout out to them. Who else in the building? Was it Brother Anderson said? Alfred Nobel is best known for his invention of dynamite. Shout out to Brother Anderson, man. Shout out to Brother Anderson, man. Shout out to Brother Anderson. Yeah, Alfred Nobel invented dynamite, man. And without dynamite, man, we wouldn't be able to have the roads you on now. You wouldn't be able to have none of that stuff, man, because he was the one that invented all of made the railroads able to blow through these mountains and all of that. So he invented that, man. So shout out to Alfred Nobel. And shout out to Brother Anderson, man. He got the question of the day. Shout out to you, man. He said Alfred Nobel is best known for his invention of the dynamite and an explosive device called a blasting cap, which inaugurated the modern use of high explosives, right? Hey, Brian says, Google is great. Yeah, I know it. I just want to see who actually was going to go do it, right, Brother Anderson? But I'm glad you did, man. Thank you, brother. We appreciate you, right? See, you're going to learn stuff here, man. We ain't just out here talking and crocking crazy and stuff. You're going to learn some stuff here, man. You're going to learn. If you stick with us, you're going to learn something, man. Even in the chat, even on the panel, you're going to learn something. You're going to learn something. All right, y'all, let's get moving, man. We here. We finally here, man. It took us what? An hour and a half to get here, but we here, right? Now we don't talk about the situation where Target is leaving the Black community, man. Now, why is Target leaving the Black community, man? They're leaving the community in Chicago. They're leaving the Black community in New York. They're leaving the Black community in New Jersey. And they're leaving the Black community over here on the West Coast as well, in Seattle, in San Francisco. What's going on? What's going on with Target, man? What's happening? Let's take a look. Let's see if we can find out what's going on. What is going on, y'all? Let's see. Let's see the opening thing we did this in the opening, right?
Stores, including the one on 117th Street in Harlem. The stores will shutter for good on October 21st.
And as Fox 5's Arthur Chan reports, Target's blaming the closures on ongoing problems with theft and violence.
I just come out of there. I got me some eggs, some bananas, some avocados.
Anthony uses it for his groceries, and David is here for a birthday present.
I just bought a little something for my son, whose birthday today.
Countless residents in East Harlem rely on this Target on East 117th Street, but now Target says it's closing this store in a matter of weeks, citing rampant shoplifting that threatens the safety of employees and customers.
They come here, they steal, and I told them, they're hurting the neighborhood.
This woman has worked at this Target location since it opened in 2010. She asked not to be identified, but shared with us her frustration with shoplifters who often come in mobs emptying shelves.
They thought they was being smart and everything, running in, running out. Just disrespectful to this store. You understand what I'm saying? They just disrespected the store to the tires. Now there's not going to be no more Target. Now what they're going to do? Now what's going to happen to this neighborhood?
Surveillance videos like these routinely show brazen levels of criminal activity. Shoplifting on a large scale has become a national crisis, costing retailers over $112 billion in losses last year, according to a National Retail Federation.
Ooh. Black folk, what you doing, black folk? Black folk, what you doing? Black folks, that five finger discount gonna get y'all gonna get into shopping deserts, right? That 5 finger discount gonna get you in the shopping desert. Now I'm gonna show you. I think this dude did a video kind of showing all of the, kind of describing the things and the effects that's gonna have on Target, on the community, surrounding the community. Because if you think about it, man, if all these Targets leave, where the people that work at these Targets gonna go? It's not like they're gonna move that store to another location. They closing that store. Besides, Amazon is killing Target. Amazon is killing Target, killing them. Target is they just cannot handle that. Amazon is like Amazon is like Mr. Pac-Man, and Target is like one of those little dots that they eat. Whip, 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 whip. Amazon is no match for Target. Target is no match for Amazon. Not even close. Not even close. Walmart at least has a strong online presence. But Target, they got to pay too much for they have to pay too much for their product to make a serious profit. Whereas Amazon can buy in such bulk, they can get the price so low, they can still make money. Same thing with Walmart. They got money they got this money to throw at this thing, man. Target ain't got that kind of money. They got money. Don't get me wrong. Target ain't broke. I'm not saying they broke, but they ain't got the kind of money that Amazon got. They ain't got the kind of money that Walmart got. Billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars. They ain't got that kind of money. But Target, see, one of the main things that Target is going to try to stop is, the violence. See, when you get all this theft, the violence comes with the theft, right? And so who they going to sue? They're going to sue Target, right? These people running through the store, when they run over somebody and somebody fall down, guess who they're going to sue? Target. They're not going to sue the person that was running out of the store with the TV and hit them and knocked them over. They're going to sue Target. Target's like, we ain't doing that. They're like, nah, we ain't doing that. But let me let y'all see this video I saw, man. It really inspired me to do this because we want to talk about this, man. What's the impact going to be, man? What is the impact going to be? What's the impact going to be on the local communities, right? Let's look at this thing, man. All right, so let's watch this young man. He did this video on Target leaving NYC.
This was the first Target to open in New York City, and it's closing permanently.
Target announced that it will close 9 of its stores, including the one on 117th Street.
It is a body blow to this community.
The issue? Theft. The retailer saying it's not only hurting business, but has compromised the safety of employees.
I see people walking through the exit door with stuff inside their hands.
It's sad. City Hall says stores were hit more than 22,000 times by shoplifters last year.
They come here, they steal, they steal, they steal.
So,
wait, let's look back at that. Whoa, let's look back at that. Our store saw 183% 120% increase in theft. 120%. 120% increase in theft. How can you stay in business like that? But of course, the people will say, hey, Target's leaving because we black, right? How do you expect the store to stay in business? If they have to put that much with crime increasing like that, they're going to have to focus more of their profits into crime prevention than actually running their operation. That's going to kill them in terms of profits and in terms of shareholders, right? Oh boy. All right, let's continue, y'all.
So the Target that's closing, it's right here in a massive shopping complex with a whole bunch of other stores, Costco, Burlington, Aldi. None of the other stores are closing, only Target. Why is that?
This was the first Target branch to open in Manhattan back in 2009 as part of a larger development aimed at bringing retail to an underserved community. Target says the store will close for good in less than a month.
This is the East River Plaza. 12 stores, 4 anchor stores, and this was a really big deal for this area of town. We're on 117th Street. Before this place opened, none of these stores had a presence up here in this part of town. And for the first time ever, people that lived around here had access to stores like this without having to travel to some faraway location, downtown, uptown, or the Bronx. Look at all the different levels here. This is a massive complex. And if the stores that are here start vacating, the residents that rely on them aren't going to have any other options. And not only is Target the first store here to pack it up and call it quits, it's also one of the 4 anchor stores in this location, and that's a big deal.
As Fox 5's Arthur Chan reports, Target's blaming the closures on ongoing problems with theft and violence.
Anthony uses it for his groceries, and David is here for a birthday party.
So in about 2 weeks, this store is going to be closed. This is what it's like in here right now. Most of the store shelves are full. I spoke to somebody that works here, and they said that most of the inventory is out on the floor, but the stock rooms in the back are pretty much empty at this point. And that makes sense. Most of the large display sections like this are full, but the side aisles that don't take up a prominent position, those are pretty much empty. The entire detergent aisle is walled off with gated glass. I think this was a button that you would ring for an associate. Either way, everything's locked up here. Detergents are a popular target for those who want to take them without paying. They are doing a good job making it look relatively presentable while it's in its final days. On a lot of the shelves, the inventory is only like 1 item deep. There's nothing behind it, but all things considered, they're doing the best they can with this situation. And if you know where to look, entire sections are empty. At some point, they'll probably stop stocking this, however. Interesting, the milk that's here has the same expiration date as the store's closing date. And look at this, they are fully stocked on Halloween candy. And that makes it seem like the decision to close is relatively sudden. It's weird that a store would stock up on season.
All right, y'all. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Why is Target closing all these stores? Well, obviously they're closing them because they're losing money. They're losing money, and then eventually they're looking down the line and saying, "Hey, man, these people that's going to get knocked down because people are running out of the store, they're not going to sue the person that ran out the store. They're going to sue Target, and Target's going to get hit with all these lawsuits, and they don't want to do that." Brother Vaughn.
Yes, sir.
Man, we just talking about Target, man, that they're closing most of their stores in the black community or close to the black community, right?
Yeah, listen, we can't keep anything, man.
Yeah,
you know, It's crazy. And was that the soap detergent that was locked up?
Yes.
I mean,
That's
wow,
the
they got to
washing
lock up
clothes.
the soap detergent, the washing detergent. They have to lock it up.
Yeah. Because people just grab and walk out. They had to lock it up, boy.
Just messing it up for everybody, man. Just
yes. But see,
that's
I don't think they
crazy.
even realize what they're doing, right? Because most of this, I would say most of the people that do this smashing and grabbing, they live at home with their parents. They're not really out here really having to put it together. Because if you look at it community wise, if Target closes all these stores, if we just think it out, what's going to happen? What's going to happen in the Black community? That's a lot of jobs, right? There's 2 Targets by me, right? If they close both those Targets, that's probably what, 300 or 400 jobs gone, right? And then
I don't believe that they understand the long-term effects, of what it is that they're doing. And they don't care. You're right. They don't care. But it seems to me that these young people are meeting up on social media or in some type of chat room so that they can all converge and meet at the same time to commit these acts, because it looks like they planned it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're gonna get 50 of us and we're gonna bum rush the store and we're gonna come out with some stuff.
Yeah, we showed them, but now they're closing the Target, right?
Yeah, see?
We showed
And just
them.
think of,
Now
and
you got
think
to
of
drive
all of
50
those
miles to
people
go
that
get some potato chips, right?
right. And think of all of those people that lived in that community.
Oh man,
that worked there.
Yeah.
That needed those jobs.
Yeah.
Just to provide for their families.
Yeah. Management,
Oh
supervision.
man, come on.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate, man. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah. And so like we were saying, saying you're gonna have to drive 50 miles to go get some potato chips or go get some underwear, right? And eventually, in my opinion, this is what's gonna make the chip come in. This is where the chip is gonna come in, right? The doors won't even open for you unless you got the chip in you, right? This is where the chip is gonna come in, right? And ultimately, the chip is gonna work its way down even to the liquor stores, where you won't even be able to come in.
Now, what kind of chip is this, Brother Clarence? What kind of chip are you talking about?
The chip they're talking about that either goes in your forehead or in your arm, or somewhere where it has all your financial information, all your identifications information on this chip, just like the chips they put in dogs, right?
Yeah, I won't be getting that. I won't be. I'm
get
not gonna. I'm not
Vaughn,
gonna.
Vaughn, how you gonna get your potato chips?
I'll figure something out.
You gonna send somebody else in who got a chip?
Yeah, somebody else who got a chip here. Let me give you $10 extra. Going up in there and get me some paprika or whatever I need.
Vaughn, you gonna have to Vaughn. You gotta get your own seasoned salt, Vaughn. Vaughn, you gotta get your own seasoned salt.
I don't know about that, Brother Clarence. Listen, that sounds real devilish right there.
Well,
it seems like that chip. It seems like that chip would be setting us up for something else.
Yes,
coming down the line. So I don't know, man.
Yes, it's gonna set you up for a bunch of different stuff down the line. But right now, Costco started it off. See, Costco started it off by just the card, right? That is going to get transferred into the chip, in my opinion. It's going to eventually, they're going to say, you know what? You just got to go get the chip. You don't need a card. And the chip is going to be good for Costco, Target, all your major retailers. The chip is going to be good for it, right? You can get in. You'll be allowed in. If you don't have the chip, you're going to have to wait outside, right?
Yeah, listen, I'd be the one waiting outside.
You be waiting outside?
I'll give you an extra $50 if you just, go in there and get my wife some things that she needs.
You be out there with an extra 50 and a list? Here's my list.
Listen,
go in there.
There you go. It's my list. You bring it back. I'll give you the 50.
And then you won't even be able to work at Instacart without the chip, right? Because chip, when you work at Instacart and what's that other food one, Vaughn? What's the other one that they'll shop for you? It's
Amazon.
Instacart, something
Amazon.
else.
Well,
Huh?
Amazon does it too, right? Amazon.
I think you're right. I think Amazon does do it too. But there's another one I'm thinking of, man. I can't think of the name. Anyway, those places where they actually do shopping for you, you're gonna have to have the chip to get in. Right?
Yeah, but Brother Clarence, what could be put in place? What could be put in place in some of these establishments that would prevent these 10 individuals coming in the store and ransacking it? It's got to be something that could be done.
I think that they have to either have somebody prepared to close the store and shut it down, but that could potentially be a safety hazard for the people already in the store.
That could create a hostage situation
Yes.
too.
So that to me is the only thing that you could really do. You can't really do anything else other than have, serious security there, but that's going to cost some serious money. If you put serious security,
and people should be able to come in and just shop freely.
They should, man.
They shouldn't have to have all of these restrictions.
They should, but our people are so out of their minds, man, that they just feel like, it's a good thing to do this kind of stuff, man. As long as there ain't nobody doing it to them, they got the mentality like, I'm gonna get you before you get me. You know what I mean? And so they don't have this. They don't look at us as a community, right? Until one of their kids gets shot. Then we're a community. Oh, we want everybody to come together and see what's going on, right? Shout out to Bolo.
I mean, it's just crazy, man. Just to know that, and these young people were cutting up in Chicago too. A whole bunch of them got together.
Yeah, man. I think they
near
shut like
Magnificent Mile, and just start cutting up. You know what I'm saying?
I think they shut like 4 Targets down in Chicago.
Man, listen, these young people are running amok.
Yeah.
And
why is that, Vaughn? Why is that?
Because they have no home training.
Oh, there you go.
They ain't got no good home training.
There you go.
You see what I'm saying? Because I can tell you for sure, mine wouldn't be out there doing that.
Right. But why not yours? Because you are, in my opinion, because you're there, right? And you're gonna tell them right from wrong, right?
Yeah, from the womb to the tomb. Yeah, exactly.
But some of these people, man, because of the single parent epidemic we got going on in the Black community, there's nobody there to tell them what not to do, right? Because the people are the mothers, in particularly the single moms, but the single dads too. A lot of them, they're in survival mode, right? And when you're trying to survive, morality is not exactly at the top of the list of how we should move, right? And when you surviving, morality falls way down on the list of things we're going to address, right? So that's the problem that we have, especially in the single, because in a 2-parent home, it's a lot less stress on one person to try to teach all these lessons. But now we in this situation, man, where we got all these women and all these men that's trying to have all this sex, and they just want to have sex. And having children, right? Which is an epidemic. Children are having children, and they don't even know what the hell they supposed to be doing. How they gonna teach a baby that they got squatted up to them?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That I think is the deeper issue to this problem, is that we don't the nuclear family is just not thought of as something that we should do and to have our children in a safe, a good environment, right?
Wow. Well, look, Brother Clarence, why don't you drop the link so that some of the other individuals that may want to tap in on this topic, as to give a solution as to what can be done. What are we going to do with our youth? How are we going to get them in line? What are we going to do, man?
Y'all know I listen to Vaughn most of the time, right? So I'm gonna drop the link right there.
It's a suggestion now. I'm not trying to bend your hand, just a suggestion.
I try to drop the link, man. If you guys got a question, if you guys got a comment, You want to come up here and just, man, just shoot the breeze with us and give us your analysis of the situation? Because, me and Vaughn just talking, man, we seen when people had a lot more respect for the store, a lot more respect for the community, and they just didn't do this, man. And now, unfortunately, we at a point where we were told it was coming, in all our major books of scripture, we were told that a time like this was going to come where they weren't even going to revere God. God was not even going to be looked at as something to even,
That's
look
right.
at, man.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So, unfortunately, that's kind of where we are now. Now, Vaughn raised a good question. How do we stop this? Let's look at that.
What could we put in place? What can we do? Especially what if they start moving the grocery stores in some of our communities? Now we got to drive 50 miles out just to get groceries.
You got to drive to get those potato chips, Vaughn, and then you have to send Diamond X in there. Diamond X gonna get that chip, man. You gonna send him in there and say, Diamond, okay, here's my list.
I ain't getting no chip. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Hey, let me make a comment about this real quick.
Diamond, you ain't gonna get the chip, man?
I'll jump in the river first.
Me and Diamond gonna be outside the store saying, hey, look.
So when I pull up to the Target 50 miles away from LA, I'm out there at Riverside or something, I pull up, I'm gonna see you and Vaughn out there trying to get somebody going with y'all list.
Hopefully we'll have our own store by then. But I wanted to say something about this real quick.
Okay.
I think, what I said before is a solution, that the black race is going to have to separate itself. Because some of our people are just no good. We're going to have to create a brand new black community. Because right now, there's no such thing in most parts as a black community. A black ghetto does not count. If the Arabs, the Chinese, people from India, Saudi Arabians own the stores in the neighborhood, that's not a community. That's the first thing we got to do. The first thing we have to understand is that we're dependent upon Target, Walmart to get food, but we don't have no community. Hold on real quick. And a lot of people don't want to deal with that part. We got some hard realities we have to deal with. And a lot of people just are not ready for it, because some black people are never going to change, and they're going to have to be cut off, because if we let this continue like we have since the 1970s, it's just only going to get worse and worse by the moment. Because this is the first generation where people could say, you know what, your mama and your daddy ain't nothing, your uncles are losers, your aunts are sluts, and now it's getting to the point where you can say even my grandma was a hoe. That's what it's getting to now. My grandma got kids by 5 different dudes. Now that's how it's starting to get.
Oh boy.
See, when I was young, when I was young, a lot of people, not a lot, but some people's parents were on drugs, but at least their grandparents had been married for a while, had been married for a long time. And now, now grandma got like 3 different baby daddies.
That's right.
Grandpa, who knows where he's at.
That's right.
And now mama's got like, and daddy's got 10 kids. That's how it is now, in the black, so that's why I said, but we don't have no community. We got to stop using that word. We need to use black ghettos or black areas, because when you say black community, that's a false sense of hope. It really is. If we're dependent upon Walmart, that's not a community. I think we shouldn't use that word, because the community means you have to have your own grocery store, bank, hospital, and school, and other institutions. But those are the main ones. You need black-owned bank, black-owned hospital, black-owned school, and black-owned grocery store. If we don't have that, then we shouldn't even use the word community. That's what the community consists of, not just a bunch of ignorant Negroes living together that want to hurt each other. That's not a community.
But there's such a distrust between all of us. You see what I'm saying? We don't trust each other. So even if we open up a bank, I don't trust you with my money. See what I'm saying?
That comes down to character. Vaughn, you're right. Because a lot of our people don't have any character. See, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to start from scratch. The whole race is going to take a whole overhaul. The whole race.
Diamond.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. How do you
Yes,
propose
sir.
to make this happen? I mean, how do you propose that this is going to happen? I mean, it's nice to say and it sounds good, but how do you propose to actually pragmatically actually make this happen? Like, what do you think what's going to have to happen to
Okay,
make
it's a good question. If I was in charge, what I would do is all of those who want to do what's right, we're going to separate from those who don't. And when we start building ourselves up, the people who don't, some of them are going to come over to our side and we can integrate them in. That's the only way you can do it. There's no other way to go about it. So that means if your son is one of these people breaking in the stores.
What does that look like realistically? Okay.
Oh, realistically, that looks like something like we're gonna have to find a way to zone off certain neighborhoods and be like, you got to be on the list to live here.
You're not making. Okay, I hear what you're saying with that, but realistically, how are you going to do that? How are you going to zone off neighborhoods? How
we're going to well, that's a good question. I don't have all the answers, but what I would say is we have to look at lobbying with, look at talking to politicians and figuring this. There's a way to do it where you can zone off not a whole neighborhood or part of a neighborhood and be like, okay, if we don't like you, you can't live here. We decide who lives here. We decide who doesn't live here. That's the only way that's the only way you're going to do it, because some of our people are just no good. They're not going to listen. They're not going to change.
You're right. Some of them they're just not going to listen to the right guidance. I get that, but if you're going to say this is what we need to do, then I think that you should also follow it up with, okay, these are some of the steps that we need to make it happen. The politicians are not going to do it. You know that they're not going to do it.
No. I'm saying you get politicians who support that idea.
Why would they support that idea?
Well, then that means you're going to run for office, Clarence. But I don't know the exact ways, but there are ways. But there are ways to zone off certain. There are ways to zone off certain areas where only certain people can live there. There are ways to do that. I apologize. I don't have all the information about how to go about doing that, but I need to spend some time studying that. Yes. But I'm proposing that's the only way to hold on to any sense of Black community, because we're not the same people that we were back in the 60s and 50s. We're not the same people.
Agreed.
We're not the same people.
Agreed.
We're not. And the hard thing about it is a lot of us are related to someone that's no good, and we don't want to let them go. We want to keep trying to work with them, even though they prove over and over again that they don't want to change.
Diamond, there's no other option. You have to do
No, there is other options. There is other options. The other option is listen, man. First of all, we have to break free from this idea of family, because family is probably one of the most destructive things that Black people can ever believe in. Because we don't understand what family is. Family are people who treat you right.
I might have to disagree with that one, because
that's okay. Nothing wrong with that, Vaughn.
Listen, the reason why we don't have communities now is because of the disbursement of the family unit. Do you see what I'm saying? And so I believe when we get back to the family unit, then we can create a community. You see, because the family unit is what makes the community. Do you see what I'm saying? But it has been dysfunctional. It has been severed. There's a separation that has happened.
Right. But here's the thing about that, Vaughn.
That's in the position that we're in now. Go ahead. I'm listening.
You know what you're saying is right. But the reason why I'm saying that right now, family is one of the most destructive things for most of our people, because most people are related to people that are just no good. We're related to people that are just pure evil, and they have no good intentions. So those people have to be cut off, and we have to create new families of dealing with people based upon principle, not blood relation.
Okay.
Because that's going to right now. Because here's the thing: if your dad, if your father or your son or whoever's on crack, they got to go. There's no point in trying to work with them unless they want to do the work. Now they're saying, okay, I'm gonna go to rehab. I'm gonna go get clean. But if you say, look, and I got a bed for you right now, they're like, well, you see, it makes them because okay, we're done. Our relationship is over until you get clean.
Diamond,
and until yes, sir.
Diamond, how do you propose to do this? See, you have some of the suggestions you make are great. They're great, but the problem is how are we actually going to do it? It's like saying there's gold on Pluto. See, I'm gonna be rich because I could. If we just need to figure out. We just need to get to Pluto. We just need to get the gold off of Pluto. There's a way we can do it. But if you don't have a realistic way of how we can do it,
that drone going to go to Pluto, man.
Are we doing this jaw jacking?
Well, no. What I'm saying is we
start somewhere, though, Brother Clarence. We have to start. If we're trying to create a solution or come up with one, we have to start somewhere.
I agree. We got to start somewhere. So that's why I'm asking him.
Well, exactly.
Well, the first step is like, you first of all, you have these conversations, and here's the thing: Black people are moving in that direction because a dude did a video talking about what's going on in Atlanta. Because in Atlanta, it's a good example. There are Black-owned businesses down there by the truckload. It's actually a Black Mecca. I like going down there. Huh?
I was saying thank you, Mr. He said, because he put in the chat, communities consist of families and families consist of fathers. And I agree with that. But I don't want to I'm sorry to interrupt you, Diamond.
No, it's okay. It's okay, brother. It is fine. It is just fine, my brother.
Finish your thought. Because we just sharpening each other up here. We just sharpening each other up here. So finish your thought and then I'm gonna let Bolo come in. So go ahead.
Okay. So the point that I'm trying to get at is we have to have the mentality. It first starts with cutting people off because one guy told me in the 60s that if they found out that someone was selling drugs, the family would just throw you out until you got your stuff together. If they found out you were doing something you weren't supposed to be doing, they would warn you, but then they would tell you, hey, if you're gonna live like that, you got to go. You know what I mean? And a lot of times we're not doing that. So that's step number one. Okay. Step number two is if you have people that are related to you, we have to learn the difference between relatives and family. Just because someone's related to you does not make them family. That just means they're a relative. The people who treat you the best is family. So we're going to have to, but people keep holding on to relatives thinking that they're family. It's like, no, you don't need listen, if your brothers are no good, you don't need to deal with them. You can say hi and bye to them, but you need to deal with people who are good, that have the same principles and the same code that you have, or at least similar to, and then you move in that direction. And also we're going to have to look at building organizations like the Panthers and rebuilding stuff like that, in order to have a framework to go on so we can begin to do this, because we can't save people who don't want to be saved, because most of our people do not want to be saved. It's just not worth it. And here's the problem, because you're from Los Angeles, so you know the problem, because let's just say someone was in the Hoosiers. If they want to leave the gang, then their life is at risk. We got to have a place for them to go where they can be safe, so they can detox from all the negativity. But we got no way to protect these people. So we have to create all these things and stop thinking that everything's going to work itself out on its own, and stop thinking that God's going to fix it, because that's not going to happen. Okay. We're going to have to get out here and change the way that we think completely about everything that we're doing. And we're talking about building families and family units. I believe in that. That's why the one episode I was talking about younger people, getting married and stuff like that, because I believe in the family. You know what I mean? I believe in the family because I understand that teenagers may end up being sexually active. So I would like to try to get them in an environment where they can at least take a shot at being married instead of going from person to person to person. And by the time they're 25, they're already ran through. It's not how I want people to be. I want people to at least try that. So that's why I suggested that idea. But I'm just saying that
the ideas are bad. No, I'm just saying, where do we start? Because we need to start somewhere so that we can, and at the same time we have to look at the whole thing and say, okay, at every point there has to be a motivation to do it. And so if we're going to go to the politicians, I don't think they're going to be motivated to help us down here at a certain level. I think we're going to have to be motivated ourselves to motivate them to help us. I think we're going to have to put them in a position like Dr. King did, where they have no other alternatives than to try to be helping us. They have to try at least to push this program. But Diamond, I'm gonna get back to you. I want Bolo to come in and kind of put some issue out here, because I got to ask Bolo a question. Bolo, are you there?
I'm here, brother. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you, brother. Bolo.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Salutations, guys.
These two
Never
brothers
read
right
it.
here said that they're gonna be sitting outside a Target or whatever Costco because they won't get the chip, and they're gonna be trying to send somebody in to go get their stuff for them, right? Bro,
Right.
you got enough sense to get the chip, man. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You can go into Costco, you'll be able to get your toilet paper, you'll be able to get your water, you'll be able to get all your stuff. All you gotta do is get the chip. Are you
No,
gonna
I'm good.
are you gonna be sitting out there with Vaughn and Diamond out there sitting out there with no chip?
Yeah. It'll be us three. It'll be us three. No chips. Around the corner though. We can't be right in front of Costco. We got to be around the corner.
Exactly. Look, we gonna all be out there with our list. We all gonna have a list, right?
Right. Yeah. Nah,
Man, why, Bolo?
yes, sir.
If you get the chip, you can
Yeah.
walk right in and go get you some potato chips. You can get you a nice
Right.
orange soda. You
Right.
know, everything,
Yeah, but
everything will be
they're
so
not
much
telling
easier.
you. They're not telling you. It's like when they pass these laws, right? They'll pass one law, but then all of the other amendments to the law that they pass with it, they don't tell you that. They don't highlight that. So yeah, you're gonna get the chip, but they're not telling you what else comes with that chip, what other things they can download into your psyche and things of that nature, what they can release. So no, I'm good. Thank you, though. I appreciate it, but no, I'm good. The Father to take care of me. He's been doing it all my life. He won't stop. So I'm good.
You mean
Me,
you gonna trust-
Diamond,
wait.
me,
I
Diamond
don't know if
Vaughn,
I'm hearing you right,
and the
brother.
Father.
I don't know if I'm hearing you right, Bolo. You
Talk
mean
to
to tell me you're gonna trust in the God of the universe instead of these scientists that got this chip? What's the matter with you, man?
I don't, I don't deal with I don't deal with the information of the world. They've been lying to me all my life. They're not going to start telling me the truth now.
Especially when it conflict with the God of the universe. Oh man, we really gonna push you
Absolutely.
to the side.
So it's going to be me, Diamond, and Ron Bryant. We're going to be around the corner.
hey,
Waiting for
brother.
that.
So y'all gonna be like them gentlemen that's at Home Depot, right? Hey, brother. I got that money
Yeah,
for you.
man.
I mean, but y'all gonna be paying people to go in, right?
Oh, no doubt. No. They're going to have to buy it first, and then we give them the bread. We ain't going to give them the bread first.
Exactly.
We
See,
can rob.
that's how that works.
So we go.
That's right. And I'm
You
gonna
go.
be, I'm gonna be a little more discreet about mine. I'm gonna be a
And
little
I'm
more
sure
discreet.
I'm sure someone's going to work around like a bootleg chip where you can just hold it in your pocket or something. I'm sure they're going to do something.
Well, I mean,
There's always might be a workaround.
Well, that's our thing, man. Because we saying, well, the whole point of the show was that Target is closing all these stores in the Black community, right, all over the country, right. They hit Chicago, they hit Jersey, they hit LA, not LA. They hit Frisco, they hit Seattle, they hit now they hit New York. They're closing them all up, right? And so and it's all over these smash and grab robberies, right?
Right.
And so we're saying that Vaughn was asking a good question. What
Well,
can
they're
we do to
using
mitigate? What
they're
can we do to
using the smash. They're using the smash and grab robberies as the answer. The question, they already had the answer. They had to formulate the question, right?
Okay.
Everything is going towards this digital age. Everything being in your hand or on your forehead or whatever the hell they're going to implant it. They already have the answers. They just got to formulate the questions. They just got to formulate the situations that will cause them to make you want them to do something better. You want this better? We got to close down these stores. We have to do this. It's the same way when people say, we want the government to get involved. Well, the government comes and says, well, if you want us to get involved, we got to take certain freedoms away from you. Are you willing to do that? Yes. Cool. You don't get those back. So this is where everything is going. Everything is going digital. So they make it poor for them to do the things. And they say, look, we have to do this because look at what's happening in these different areas. Look at this. Look at that. When you look at these cities, they don't grow nothing. Everything is trucked in. Everything is. All they need to do is shut down a tunnel or shut down a bridge, and you have pandemonium, especially in New York. You have pandemonium. You know what I'm saying? And this is not nothing that we haven't said on your channel or mine. This is going to happen soon. The system is going to shut down. It will not continue to go on like this. It will shut down. Martial law will happen.
Okay.
But getting back to the point that you guys was talking about, there was a few things that I wanted to touch on what Mr. He said. It was very important. He said that communities consist of families and families consist of fathers. Fathers are the nucleus of the community.
Correct.
So when you take the nucleus out of something, then everything else breaks down.
Correct.
There's no one to keep order. There's no one to be the example. There's no one to teach integrity, character, to instill these things, right? Because you're not instilling God. You got these young kids fitting for themselves. The streets are becoming their fathers. Their mothers are becoming their fathers. Or, and you have women that are just doing the best that they can do in the situation that they're in, right? So,
Agreed.
We have to instill God into these people, our people, because that teaches value. I want to read something, into what my man Diamond was saying. That would be an optimal thing to do, to separate and do all those things. That's not going to happen. And the reason why that's not going to happen is because if they separate, then you have a cure to the cancer. And we know how the doctors work in America, right? They only deal with the symptoms. They don't deal with the sickness. You come in with a headache is a symptom of a bigger problem. Here's a pill for your headache. This is Matthew chapter 13 and 30. It says, let both grow together until the harvest. In the time of the harvest, I will say to the reapers, first gather the tares and bind them up in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn. This is what's going to be done. God's done it. He's repetitive. He's not doing that. He's going to continue to let you rock how you want to rock. He's going to be available because that's what he's always been. And when you choose, or if you choose to go left, that's cool. You can do that. You can go left. Then you're going to deal with what left gets you. You know what I'm saying? Because we have to understand these young men and these young girls have hurt. They have trauma. They have triggers. These are all these things that we have to get in there. Community, root word, common. For us to have a community, there has to be something that we have in common, a goal that we're going towards. Right? So we have to start someplace, right? Because again, we don't know the wheat from the tares. We don't know. We can sit here and say the worst of the worst, that can turn out to be the best of the best. We don't know. So we have to take in all. We have to take in cool. We have to take in all. And what I mean by take in all, I'm talking about give the gospel. Give them integrity. Teach them a direction. Give them hope.
Right.
I'm saying, because I can't sit here and say that kid ain't going to be the kid to cure cancer, because right now he's doing a 20-year bid. You know what I'm saying? I can't say that kid. I don't know. Because guess what? All of us at one point was one of those kids.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? And someone saw something in us and continued it to deal. So, I get the point that Diamond is saying, and I understand it, but it's highly improbable that the government's going to get involved. They're the one that set up the situation. I don't see them
getting involved at all.
They're the ones that set up the situation. You know what I'm saying? I can't get upset if I leave Von Bryant in charge of a zoo. It's my zoo, and I leave him in charge of the zoo for 3 months, and he doesn't take care of the animals. He doesn't clean the cages. He doesn't do anything. The animals are going to adapt to their environment. They're going to adapt. You dig what I'm saying? So when I come back, the person that I'm going to deal with first is Vaughn.
Right.
That's who I'm going to deal with first. So we're talking about a system that has been created by the enemy that pushes this issue. This is a world thing. It's not just in America. It's just that America is the beautification of the world, right? It's that chick that you take, that beautiful chick that you take to the prom. Everyone else is not that beautiful, but don't get it twisted. They're in on it too. When you look at the acronym USA, it means under Satan's authority. You got to understand that they push this agenda. This is something that has been written and it's going to continue to go down this route. We got to understand that this cannot be cured by man. That's our problem. Our problem is we think man can cure this. No, our Father has to cure it. Now, what does that mean? Does it mean that I just get on my knees and pray? No, it doesn't just mean that. That means that I have a relationship with him and he puts me in a direction and I move in that direction, which means being that example, which means being that father in the community that Mr. Heath had said. So it's very important that we start with the fundamentals before we start going into, global things. We got to start with one person by one person, changing the world one person at a time.
All right, right on, man.
I want to make a comment. Me personally, I'm not too dependent on no God or anything like that. I think that's Black people's problems, because when they, the way they take the belief in God, they think God's going to do everything for them, and they don't want to do anything. They don't want to pick up a shovel. They don't want to roll up their sleeve. They don't want to do absolutely nothing because they believe that God is going to take care of us. So I don't see that, as the way to really go about this. I think what it's going to take is I thought about the question that Clarence is asking me about, how would you go about doing it? I think it starts first with, letting people know that this is actually an option. And we're not talking about separating people based upon their income. We're talking about separating people based upon their character. And it's not asking the government to separate them for us. It's saying that, we're going to organize ourselves and we're going to say we want to zone off this community, and anybody undesirable is immediately thrown out. And I mean, this sounds kind of cold, but I believe that at some point we're going to have to take all the gang members and put them in one neighborhood in every major city and just let them kill each other, because that's what they want to do anyways. They don't want to change in most cases. We need to put all the Crips, Bloods, and Disciples in one city and just let them kill each other instead of them end up killing us, because that's what's going to happen. Because we have to understand that there are some Black people that are hell-bent on destroying the race. They live to destroy other Black people. And we have to understand that spirit and that energy exists, and no God or nobody's going to stop them. So we just need to get them out of our way, and we need to let them do what they're going to do. And when we try to build, we don't need to bring them around, because all they're going to do is destroy what we're building. Because I live in Pittsburgh, right? A Black guy tried to open up a grocery store in a certain neighborhood, and I heard he got shot in the head. Somebody killed him. So, and I've noticed that when Black people try to open up businesses, we're more likely to rob them than we are to rob the Arabs, to rob the Chinese, to rob the Indians. So we have to deal with that reality that there are Black people who just want to destroy other Black people. That's just what it is. And a lot of people can't deal with that. So I don't see no united Black race. I see a few people that are worthwhile, and I see a lot of people that are just pure evil from what I'm seeing and what I've experienced. And what other people are seeing and what they're experiencing, they're starting to see that. Because the one dude did a video in Atlanta, he's like, it's time to separate from these people, because they're no good. Because what's happening is there are Black people trying to open up different things, and then there's shootings happening. So imagine if you put your hard-earned cash and you opened up a mall and a bunch of low-life niggas come in there and start shooting at each other. That falls on you. If some low-life, trashy piece of crap Negro gets murdered in your mall, even though he had it coming, it just happened at your mall, that falls on you. So you want to get to the point where you don't even want them coming to your mall. You don't want them to be anywhere near you. So if they go ahead and die, let them kill each other in the Arab store or in front of the Arab store. Let them kill each other in front of the Chinese store. And also something else, those people are not going to shop Black. Niggas don't shop Black. That's another thing. That's why I'm saying that we don't need to try to hold on to these people or try to figure out and say all this stuff about, the guy who murdered like 5 people and essayed 5 women is going to be a surgeon one day, or he's going to be a scientist one day. Maybe so, but probably not. If you don't amount to nothing by the time you get 25, you're probably never going to amount to anything. You just need to be thrown to the side. And if you become worthwhile, then you can talk. But if you don't, stay where you're at. And I think that's the mentality we need to have. And I think we're just too.
About that one, Diamond.
Brother Clarence, can I respond to that? Can I respond to that?
Of course.
Okay. First off, I never said that you just pray to God and on your knees. You didn't. I don't think you heard me.
I heard you, but you don't think that. But a lot of people do think that. I'm not saying you do, Bolo. I just want to be clear about that. I'm sorry.
Those that do think that way, you know, faith is dead without works. Okay, faith is dead without works. So those that do move that way, you mark them and you continue pushing on, right? We have a man named Paul. He was a murderer. He wound up being one of the greatest prophets in the scriptures. Later, I would assume than 25. See, we don't know what the end results. When we read, you know, Ecclesiastes 7 and 8 says the beginning of it's the ending of a thing that matters, not the beginning. A lot of us started off rough, man. A lot of us started off. I know I did. A lot of us started off rough. So when you're saying that at the age of 25, if he ain't make something of himself, the human brain doesn't finish to develop until 26, 27. You dig what I'm saying? So, and then you have to put in everything. There's a lot of plates that we're spinning in the air. You know, there's a lot of moving parts to this. You know, it's not that simple just to say him go there. Then you know different than Hitler, bro. You know different than Hitler. Hitler was like, you know what? The undesirables would I deem. Who's gonna sit there and pick the undesirables? Who picks them? Who picks them? Because I've been on panels when black people can't on a panel. 9 black people on a panel can't get it together. 9. So you're talking about let's say out of the 35 million black people that are here, you think 1 million is gonna be able to get it together? If 9 can't get on a panel and get it together, who sets the tone for picking the undesirables? Who sets that tone?
That's a good question. Good question.
Clarence does. Clarence is nicer than me. So Clarence don't want you, then we know you got to go. But that's a good question. I'm glad you asked. And it's like this. You know, if you're going to be destructive to other black people, then you got to go. So it's not about if somebody smokes weed all the time, that's all they do. Or if someone just wants to work at Walgreens and that's all they do. If somebody, even if somebody's promiscuous, then, you know, that's one thing. But if you're sleeping with married men or married women, you got to go. If you're,
you shut the whole black community down, man. You just shut the whole black community down.
It is what it is then. I understand, but see, I don't believe in people. I believe in principle. Because when you believe in people, that's going to get you screwed. When you believe in principle, then we can go somewhere. Because here's the thing. Here's the trick.
The principle's thing if you don't instill it in the people.
But I'm not worried about that. My whole thing is if it's just me and Clarence hanging out, then I'm cool with that. Here's how I feel. Instead of living around a bunch of niggas, if it was just me, Clarence, my wife, and his wife, and that's all that was willing to listen, I'm fine with that. I don't need a bunch of people around me. I'm more concerned about what is right. I don't give a you know what about trying to convince anybody of anything. You can't force anybody to do anything. You can't. So I'm not trying to be like Hitler. I'm saying that. So here's something else. Here's something else real quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, because I'm losing my train of thought. What I was really trying to put down is just the idea. We need to begin to move in that direction. That's going to take a 20-year process before people have the guts to move in that direction. As far as who's desirable and who's not, we need to create a criteria and say, okay, if you're doing this, you got to go. If you okay. So the problem is like this, right? You know, people do destructive things, and it's kind of like that stops us from being able to build because we're never going to be able to build if every time Clarence puts a block on top of another block. If I come and take the blocks down, how is Clarence going to be able to build for our people? He's not. Hold on real quick. Let me one.
Okay, my thing, until he comes. Okay, here he is. My thing until he comes back is, if it's just Diamond, his wife, and Brother Clarence and his wife, and you're talking about separate and all that, So when these undesirables come to knock on your door and it's just you four, and there's 100 of them outside and they're coming to knock at your door, how do you stop them?
Well, you don't. I'm just going to go down with my pistol in my hand. I'm fine with that. 'Cause here's the thing that I'm saying to you. Here's what I'm saying to you. Because here's the thing. I would rather die doing what's right instead of live doing what's wrong. I would rather, because here's the thing. What's interesting is this is how I've been my whole life. Now, our people are like goofy. Our people are really dumb because they think Tupac and Malcolm X is on the same level. And it's like not even close. You know, Malcolm X was a person who was a criminal who changed and who kept developing. Tupac was contradictory. He was a contradiction. He was a phony.
But if I go off what you just said, Malcolm X didn't change at 25.
I got you, but he did eventually. But here's the thing: here's the thing, Bolo. I get you. If you change at 40, when we see you change, you can come on over. But you stay over there until you change. So I'm saying if you change at 80, come on over. But if you don't, then stay your old butt over there. So what I'm saying is I'm not worried about anybody's development who's not worried about it themselves. When they're ready, we'll talk. But before then, stay over there with the rest of the gangbangers. Just don't get shot. Just try not to get killed. We don't want to die either. So we'll leave you over there with them. You want to claim Crip? You want to claim blood? Go ahead and throw your C's up. Just stay away from us. So the point that I'm getting is when it came to Tupac, everybody was in love with him. Everybody thought he was this and that, and I knew he wasn't. I knew the truth, and I would go against everybody, and I didn't care who didn't, because people would be mad. People would want to fight me about that. And I'm like, first of all, if we're going to talk about rap, Biggie was always better. Nas was always better. Tupac is not the best rapper by far. He's mediocre at best. That's my opinion. And I'm not going to back up off of that. And I can actually prove that when I can quote certain rhymes from certain other rappers. Tupac is not that good to me. I never was really into him that much because I knew he was a phony. So the point that I'm getting at is what's right is what's right. And I'm not going to change that to impress someone or to get somebody to be part of what I'm doing or what I believe in. I'd rather be by myself doing what's right instead of, with others doing what's wrong. Just like if I hear someone is sleeping with someone who's married or in a relationship, I'm not going to deal with them. And I'm fine with being by myself. Because my whole thing is you're supposed to do what's right. When you're by yourself, do what's right versus trying to be with the people. Because if the people aren't right, you shouldn't be with them. That's just how I see it. And now if someone comes along,
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. The point that I'm making to you is it starts fundamentally with value, right? Because, if we don't have a fundamental understanding and a fundamental thing that we all can agree on, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be the same thing. That's why I gave you that example of 9 black people on a panel, and everyone has their own breakdown. Everyone has their own thought process of how they see things should work, right? So if it's myself, you, and Von Bryant and Brother Clarence, all of us have our own thought process of what we think is a little bit too much or what we may think is too bad. So there has to be something that we hold above us. Above us. There must be morality. This is what separates us from God, brother.
Good point.
Separates man from God is morality. The morality of God is look out for your brothers, protect them, protect your sisters. It's not just about you. It's about service as a husband to the family opposed to an entitlement. When you look at man and the enemy, it's about me. I do me. So when you hold it with man will always have an ego. I don't care how righteous you move. We will all fall. You look at the best of them, they fell. The best of them has fallen. It doesn't mean that they were wicked. It just meant that they were man. That's what it meant. You dig what I'm saying? And the same way you judge. Because if you're saying that if this dude does this and blah, 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 that means when you slip, and you will slip, we're going to take those same rules and use them against you.
Yeah.
That's the difference between the law of Moses and the covenant of Christ. The law of Moses was cold-hearted, stone cold. Christ gave you grace. Gave you second chances. So what I'm saying to you is how you see something, I may not see it that way. So henceforth, we have a problem now. Because you might be saying, yo, he got to exit the community. And I'm telling you, no, he shouldn't exit the community. Now there's 4 of us, myself and Vaughn, you and Brother Clarence. Now, you know, we're stuck. We're gridlocked because Brother Clarence agrees with you. Vaughn Brown agrees with me. What do we do?
Well, let me just say this.
Well, I'm just gonna beat all y'all up, and y'all gonna do what I say, man. But on the serious tip, but in the serious tip, man, I'm gonna tell you what, man.
We're
gonna call Patrice, and Patrice gonna make the final call.
Well, let me just say this, if I could, really quickly. Yeah, let me just say this. You know, the whole concept of this put people in concentration camps, you know, and lock them up there. I don't believe that that's a solvent to the situation. Do you see what I'm saying? And you know, we see what these concentration camps do. You know what I'm saying? And that's going to definitely lead to something else. If we can take all of the black brethren that are wayward and put them in concentration camps, see, come on. Now, what does that remind you of? So that right there,
I like that, boy. It don't sound too good, huh? Diamond's idea don't sound too good.
Yeah, exactly. I would definitely disagree with that as an answer. But hold on.
It's going to be like Schindler's List. But on the serious tip, it's like this.
Hold on a second. Let me just finish my thought real quick. But there is a solution to the problem, and the solution to the problem is what we've gotten away from. And I know it's not a popular topic with Brother Diamond, but actually it is definitely the truth. You see, because what we have done is we have moved away from morality. We have moved away from the principles and standards of the creatorial God.
Absolutely.
And so this is what causes us. See, listen, the way of a transgressor is definitely going to be hard. You see what I'm saying? So if my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, seek my face, turn from their evil and wicked doings, that's when I'll pay attention to you. That's when I'll come down and help you solve some of your issues. That's when I'll heal your land. But we refuse, God. We refuse the thing that could put us back on track. You know, and I know people say, well, no, that's a religious thing. That's a this thing. And no, but see, we've tried it your way. And we see how, you see where that has gotten us. You see.
Let me make a comment real quick.
Wait a minute, Diamond. I'm gonna let you comment. But I just want to. I'm gonna let you comment, and then after you, I'm going to play. Shout out to Sherelle. I'm gonna discuss this chip because I want to get back onto the actual. Because see, we're talking about they're closing all these stores in the black community. Just Target is just one of them. They're closing a lot of stores in the black community. And if they close all these stores in the black community, Vaughn asked a good question. What's going to happen to mitigate these things? Okay, well, in the upper areas, they may require you to have a radio frequency ID chip in your hand, your arm, your head, or whatever. Just like they have this in China, where they can check your bank. They can see if you got enough money in the bank to even come into the store, right? Just you swiping your hand over there, right? So this may be coming, and this is, so we want to talk. Well, are you going to be willing to do this? So we'll talk about that, but I want to get back to that. But Diamond, I'm going to let you. I'm going to let you explain the concentration camps and how that's going to work. I'm
like Stalin in the joint. You know what I'm saying? I'm like Stalin. But for real, it's like this, right? Take an area like take an area like Los Angeles, right? You got Watts, you got South Central, you got Compton, you got Englewood. And I'm saying that we're gonna take since Compton was a good community at one point, we're gonna take Compton.
Okay.
And we're gonna get in control. I'm saying that this is a long shot, but let me just explain what I'm saying. We're gonna take Compton. and that's going to be the safe zone. So if you want some Crip and Blood stuff, you got to go. Go ahead to South Central.
Like escape from New York, right? We're gonna put a big fence around Compton, right?
Yes, definitely.
In there, right?
Checkpoint. No. Hold on. That's not what I'm saying. No. Compton's going to be the safe it's going to be the safe zone where the good black people live at.
Oh, that's
then we're going to build our own businesses.
Okay.
We got our own businesses in order to go.
What are we going to do with the bad black people?
Oh yeah, we're going to tell them go to Watts, go to Englewood, and do your thing. But what I'm saying is the good black people from all over LA.
We're gonna put a big fence around Watts and Englewood, right?
No fence around Watts and Englewood. No. What I'm saying, we're gonna put a fence around Compton, and the good people are gonna live in Compton.
So we're gonna jail the good people, not the bad.
No, they're not jailed. They can leave. They can go back and forth whenever they want to. But if someone wants to come in, there's gonna be checkpoints. So it's not just anybody can get in.
I got you. Okay.
It's gonna be like a gated community for black people of all income levels. And as far as Watts and Compton, far as like Watts and South Central, let the niggas go there and let them do their thing. And then some of the people are gonna want to get up out of there, and they're gonna want to go. They're gonna want to come to Compton, huh?
I said Auschwitz was a gated community.
Well, I'm not trying to be like Auschwitz. No, that's what I'm not saying anybody should be in a concentration camp. Okay. I'm saying that we're gonna have to create communities where black people can actually thrive in peace without worrying about being murdered for just getting in the wrong guy's way or being robbed. So teenagers can actually study and do their work, because here's the thing: we're giving too much attention to those who are no good instead of paying attention to the people who are good, who could become, because those are the people that are more likely going to become the next scientists, the next inventors, the next business people. Not the gangbangers. 9 out of 10 gangbangers are not going to amount to SH. I ain't gonna say the rest of the word. Most of them are not. Some will, but most are not.
Let me say.
And what's interesting? Hold on, real quick. What's interesting is I talk to people that've been in prison, right? And they have, and these people in prison have chances to go to college. They have chances to learn a trade. And you know what most people will tell me? They'll tell me only 20 to 30% of them are even interested in doing that. So we got to take a reality.
Okay, this is what the point I was going to lead up to. And I'm sorry to cut you off, Polo, but this is the point I was going to lead up. This is the elephant in the room of what you're talking about. Okay, so what you're talking about is actually it's at the base of it. It's a good idea. Separate the two things from the one group from the other group, and that each group do their own thing, right? So that at the base of it, that's a good idea. The mechanics of what you're talking about is the issue where we having the issue at, because for that to happen, you have to motivate the people who are going to live by themselves to want to live by themselves, right? To throw their family members into the pit, right? And then the second thing, you have to have the people, you have to have a way to secure those people. Once you throw the bad people out, you have to be able to secure the people that's inside, right? And so those two things, I don't hear them being addressed.
Okay, that's a good question. I will address it. Everybody who's living in Compton is going to have to learn gun safety, military tactics, and military training, of course. And the area of Compton is going to be secured. There's going to be cops on the border 24/7. If you try to come in,
how are you
going to
get ended? How are you going to do that?
Well, we're going to figure out.
Compton barely has the money to pay the LA County sheriffs out there now.
Well, hold on. You're right. Okay, so the thing I'm saying, Clarence, is listen. I'm not saying this can be done tomorrow, but I'm saying this is in the direction that we need to move. And the people you throw into the pit, some of them are gonna say, you know what, that pit's too rough. I'm gonna come over there with y'all. Then you say, okay, if you come over here with us, this is how you're gonna move. Okay. If you don't, you go back to. So here's something else. Here's something else. When you put them into the so-called pit, when you tell them to do their own thing, right? Here's something else that's going to happen.
I don't know about this.
You make it harder for them to be gangbanging. Because here's the thing: a lot of people do criminal stuff, but then they go to a nice area, and it's too easy for them. So when you make it impossible for them to be part of that lifestyle, some people are going to drop out and say, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore because I see that it's getting too dangerous. So that's why you want to concentrate all the low lives together, because the best of them are going to get out. They're going to be forced to leave. So the problem is we're making it too soft for them to do it.
Brother
We're
Diamond,
making it
Brother
too
Diamond,
easy for them.
Brother Diamond, Brother
no
Diamond.
matter how you say it, no matter how you fluff it, no matter how you try to change it, at the end of the day, you're talking about separation. You're talking about camps. That's basically what it is. No matter how we try to fluff it, right? Let me read something to you. It's 1 Corinthians chapter 3. It says, "Let no man deceive himself. If anyone among you seems to be wise in his age, let him become a fool, that he may become wise. For the wisdom of the world is foolishness with God. For it is written, he catches the wise in their own craftiness." At the end of the day, it's still the ego of man that you're pushing. You're still pushing the ego of man and separating us from God. Again, it doesn't mean that we all sit around a circle and we wait for God to come down to earth to handle what we need handled. No, we move in the spirit of God. We move in the spirit of God. We move in the spirit of God. When we move in the ego of man, which you're saying,
and
that we're going to separate cats and put them here, we didn't figure out the legislation of what is right, what is moral, what is this, what is that. We haven't figured that out. We're still man, and man is fallible. And when you give power to man, man will take that power and it will corrupt them. Period. Who checks Brother Clarence if he's the head? Who checks him? If he's
That's a
the
good
head,
question.
See, but that's the point. The point.
There's no individual head. There's a group of people that come together and we check each other.
All right, but at the
So
end of the
there's not going to be one leader. There's going to be a group of leaders that can check everybody.
You know how Hitler became leader? Through snaking and conniving through years. Through snaking and conniving, moving a legislature so that all of that, where parliament and the military was separate, he waited to merge them and then ran for president.
Well, I'm not like Hitler. Like for real, I'm not like. Here's the thing.
I'm not saying you are. Hold on one second, Diamond. I'm not saying you are. What I'm saying is now, if you have us four as an example that are running things, and then my child happens to get shot by one of these undesirables that we thought changed and is in our community, that's going to jade me out. Now,
well,
I'm going to want things to be a whole lot. Hold on one second. Hold on, please. What I'm saying, we need to take the morality of man and put it to the side and deal with the morality of the Father. That's our problem. That's why the world is in the situation that it's in today, because we keep trying to figure it out. And then when you say separate people, that's the problem. It's easy just to leave the situation opposed to dealing with it. This is why a lot of our black men and black women are in the situations that they're in, because they don't get help for their trauma. They don't get help for their depression. They don't get help for their issues, because they would be demonized if they did. We're no different if we do that. Christ didn't leave the community. He dealt with it. He stayed in the community. He went to the quote and unquote undesirables. Those are the ones he came to see. We're not here to help the ones that already got it. We're here to help the ones that don't.
There you go, man.
It's a lost cause, my brother. Here's the thing. I understand what you're saying, but the way the black community, because the way you're saying is what black people have been trying to do, but it has not been successful. There's been all type of people trying to give these low lives chances, time after time, chance after chance, and they don't change. Okay, so what I'm saying, what you're saying, Bolo, I understand, I respect it, and I used to believe that, but it does not work. I have not seen it work one bit. It doesn't work when we try to work. Hold on.
Wait. You said you want to see how it worked in me.
It
worked.
Bolo, but you're an exception. You're an exception.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
You are.
I'm not.
You are.
Diamond, I promise you I'm not. Like any other, Diamond, I'm just like any other dude. It works.
No, you're not.
Hold
No,
on.
you're not.
So then Vaughn is the
hold on. Let
exception
him
too.
finish, and then you can respond, Diamond.
So Vaughn is the exception. Brother Clarence is the exception. You're the exception. Chef is the exception. We can name all these men, right? We can go through and we can name the women. So how many exceptions are there? Because
Well, put it like this: for each bolo out there, there's 20 low life niggas that are never going to amount to anything. That's the reality. Because hold on, if you weren't the exception, then most black communities would not be ghettos that are not safe for black people. So you're not. So you are the exception. You are not the average black person. And let me tell you something else. Hold on.
Diamond. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. You finish that, and then I got to address that.
Okay. Now here's the thing.
And then we have
I live in Pittsburgh, right? I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I can tell you what,
gentlemen,
I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, right?
For other people to speak, we have to leave room for other people that's on the panel to speak.
Sorry, my bad.
Let's have a conversation, but let's allow other people to speak as well. Let's do that.
My bad. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit passionate about this.
I appreciate the fact that you're passionate about your stance and your beliefs. I get it. But hear everyone else out as well. You see?
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I'm sorry. If I was disrespectful to anybody,
disrespectful. I think that you just have to be a little more considerate of the conversation. And
I apologize. I'm sorry.
And we all are guilty of that, brother. So don't feel bad. You see what I'm saying? I'm learning and practicing this as well.
Me too. Yeah.
You see? But in order for us to come together and speak about an issue, we need to have a balance, and we need to be able to hear each other. Because if we're only listening to you, then no one else is being heard.
All right, finish your thought, man.
Okay.
I want to respond.
Okay. I do understand what everybody is saying, and I'm cool with forgiveness for someone who is really trying. But for someone who doesn't want to try, then I don't think we should talk to them no more. We should let them do their thing, and when they're ready to come along, if they survive or don't get life in prison, then we're cool to work with them. I'm good with that. But I'm not going to sit here and allow us to exist the way that we exist, because the way that we exist is not working. Okay? Most of our people are suffering most black people are suffering because of other black people. So many black people that I know a couple of people personally that were murdered, who were innocent people who just didn't do anything wrong because some low life nigga was trying to rob them. And I've seen about people who got their sons murdered because they weren't in the gang, because the gang decided to just pick them out and kill them. We're talking about people who don't gangbang. They weren't rivals. You're not from the hood. Say your last words, and he's gone.
Let me just say this, Brother Diamond. Let me just say
I'm sick of that.
Okay, and I hear you, brother. But let me just say this. You're speaking as if black people are the only ones that commit crime in the United States of America. You see what I'm saying? Because as far as I understand, you have some white folks doing it. You have some Hispanic people doing it. So we're not the only people that are committing crimes. So basically, we should be trying to figure out how to solve crime, how to bring that level down. But if you're just starting with black folks, then what do we do with the rest of the crazy people? Because you got crazy white folks, you got crazy Hispanic people, you got crazy people.
You know what?
Listen, brother, you can't put everybody in a cage.
Well, before you get back on it, Diamond, let me say this. I hear you. You want this mass separation, right? So that that like as if that's going to solve the problem. But I don't think you listening to what Bolo's saying to you. The separation in itself is not going to solve the problem. I think there's some behaviors that we're going to start practicing, and where do you get these behaviors from? Well, you're either going to get them from a higher understanding than you currently have, which, if you don't believe in God or a higher power or whatever you would like to say, you have to get this morality from somewhere, right? We have to use morality with each other, right? And this morality has to start from somewhere, right? So most people get their morality from the teachings of God in some form or fashion, right? That's where the morality comes in. Hey, don't do this. This is wrong. This is wrong. Without those teachings, we don't have really the basis for what's right and what's wrong. Because this society says everything goes, right? Anything goes, right? And so, we got certain, but those of us that follow the teachings of the God of the universe, we got certain things we can't do. We're not supposed to be doing out here, right? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm trying to say is that, and also the thing about, we just have to throw these people away. We just have to close the door on them. Well, some of our people, man, we have to leave that door open because most won't come, but some will. And we have to leave the door open for the ones that will. Do you follow what I'm saying? Some that, even though, okay, we say, well, most of these people ain't never gonna listen to right guidance, but there are some that will, and there's some that we don't know which one will. That will be the one that say, you know what, I've invented this thing that will help the people, or I'm coming with a new knowledge, or God has inspired me to do X, Y, Z. We don't know who that person is, right? So therefore, because we was told that person can show up anytime, anywhere, right? so we have to leave the door open for that person to be able to come through, right? And so
I agree with that. I agree. I'm all for that, Clarence. Here's what I'm saying.
Okay.
If someone is 45 years old and they've been a piece of crap their whole life, and they say, you know what, Diamond, I want to get it together. Can we talk? Absolutely. Okay. But I'm not wasting time dealing with someone who doesn't. Because the point that I'm saying is the good black people suffer because we allow these low life niggas to hold our community hostage. The black community is being held hostage by gangs, drug dealers, criminals, by baby mamas. The black community is being held
hostage by immorality.
Well, you can say that, but what I'm saying is,
but you're not getting. Can I say this? Diamond, let me just interrupt you for 1 second. I'm sorry. What we're failing to understand, what you're failing to understand, Diamond, is how you feel affects how you see. If you don't hold something stronger than you, if you don't hold something above you, something can happen and change your thought process. There's been many of good men and many of good women where something has happened to them and it has changed their whole moral thought process and how they see things. So when you hold yourself under a certain morality that is above you, there's a certain humility that you have and a certain thought process that you move in. You're speaking straight through ego of man. That's what you're speaking from. And again, I just want to make it abundantly clear. We're not saying that, myself, Brother Clarence, and Vaughn, we're going to get into a circle and pray to God and wait till he brings us something to eat. No, we're going to pray to the Father that he gives us the guidance and the direction in which we should move, in the thought process that we should move, the patience that we should have, the stillness that we should have, the understanding that we should have one towards another. Because man's patience is short. I don't care how good they claim to be. Man's patience is off. It's off. You have to sit there and hold something higher than yourself. If you don't, you hold yourself as God.
I understand what you're saying. I just, I don't believe God has everybody's back, because if he did have everybody's back, then children would not be molested. So that's why I question the whole God thing, because there are teenage girls who are forced into sex trafficking, and the countries that this is happening in are corrupt and nothing gets done about it. These people never get arrested for doing this. So that's why I'm not into the whole God thing. I've seen too many people, especially in the black community, that were molested and no one did anything to help them. And actually, when they went and told the police, the family turned against them.
Okay,
so
hold
on. I'm not finished.
Hold on, let me throw this at you and then you can rock out. So let's take God out of the equation. So God doesn't exist. So you don't believe that there's a God because you see so much evil that's on the earth, which is cool. I got that. So if God doesn't exist, evil is still here. What's the reason for that?
If you're going to ask me, I just believe some people are good and some people are evil, and I don't think it has anything to do with good or bad. It's more like this: if I come in an essay the women in your family, it's up to you to take care of mine to make sure that never happens again. I don't believe God's going to help either one. It's about who's the better. God's on the side of the person who can fight better. So if two people get into a fight, God's going to be on the side of the person who can fight better. No, it's not about wrong or right. It's about having the power to enforce what's right. Because just because you're right does not mean that you're not going to get screwed. And I've seen too many people who were right get screwed. And I've seen too many people wrong get treated well. So that's why that God stuff doesn't faze me, because I've seen too many good people suffer. And we're talking about children. We're not talking about that my belief wasn't shook, because I used to go to church and all that. My belief wasn't shook until I started to hear about children that were molested for years, not just one time. I'm talking about for years and years and years. And they told their mama didn't believe them. The mama knew something happened. Sometimes the mama knew it happened and still left her alone with that man because she wanted to be with that man. And God didn't come and do anything to protect that little girl or the millions of people that this has happened to. So that's why I'm real shaky on this God stuff, because innocent people have lost their lives. God allowed the slave trade to happen. God allowed our people to be, God allowed our people to be enslaved. God allowed our women to be gang raped over and over and over again until they liked it. So that's why I don't get into that God stuff, because people cannot explain to me that if God is so good, then why would he allow innocent people to suffer? That's what I have a very hard time with the whole God thing, because innocent people who should not suffer. Innocent people should not suffer. We're talking about children. Here's the thing. If I miss the bus and get fired from my job because of what someone else did, that's one thing. But if a little girl is SA'd by her uncle and nobody stops it, and then when she finally says something, the family turns against her and makes her into an outcast, where is God then? Where was God when R. Kelly was doing what he was doing? When what was done to him as a child? That's all I'm asking. Where was God then? That's why the God stuff doesn't mean anything to me. I hate to say it that way, because I used to go to church. I thought about becoming a Muslim at one point.
Well, Diamond, are you going to let him answer? You asked him a bunch of good questions. Now you need to give him a few minutes, because he needs some time to answer all them questions that you asked him.
I'm just going to answer two, or try to attempt to answer two. The first thing is going to be, you see how you believed in God, and because of all of the things that you went through and you saw, it changed your thought process. Now, if we just deal with man, it's easier for that to happen. Easier. That's why I told you how you feel affects how you see. Now, when you're talking about all of this wicked stuff that's going on, all of this evil, that's the separation of what you get when you turn around or turn from God. Darkness exists because there's no light. When you remove light, you get darkness. When you remove righteousness, you get evil. There's your answer. The reason why these things happen on the earth is because of the morality that they decided to separate from the Father. That's why it happens, brother. That's why. Period.
But from what I understood about God, he had the power to stop these things from happening. And I'm saying if he could stop, because if I was God, I would stop it. If I was God,
it's not about him having power. I'll give you an example. Okay. You have any children, Diamond? Diamond, you have any children? Okay.
I apologize. No.
Do you have any nephews or nieces?
Yeah.
Okay. When your nephews and nieces, do you let them learn things on their own?
I don't really interact with them too much, but I try to teach what I can.
But you let them learn on their own, right? Because they have to quantify. They have to quantify what they've just been taught. Experience is the best teacher. The reason why our children are bugging out now is because you spoil them. You ever heard that saying, you spoil your child, you'll raise your grandchild? When you don't allow these children, these young adults, okay, to go out there and figure things out, we guide them, absolutely. But they have to understand, they have to learn. They have to gain some type of what's the word I'm looking for? Strength, wrong word, but strength in what they do.
Independence.
Independence, confidence in what they do. If you coddle them, they don't learn confidence at all. They are not confident. So the Father says to you, this is a choice, my G. You can choose to be with me or choose not to. It's on you. It's the same way as a parent. Listen, man, I'm not trying to shove nothing down no one's throat. When you're old enough to go out into the world and do you, it's up to you to maintain the relationship that you and I have. It's a two-way, it's a two-way road. So at the end of the day, you wonder, you say, why is there so much evil? Why is there? Because we've walked away from God. That's why. There's your answer. Darkness only exists because light has been removed. If there's light, there's no darkness. But if you choose to walk into darkness or you choose to turn around from light, then you got an issue. Don't blame the light. You walked away from it. You chose to walk away.
Well, ain't no 5-year-old girl who's
let me just say
walk away
this,
from
because
the
I
light.
would like
They're a
to add,
child. They're innocent.
let me just
I'm
add
saying
something
I
on to
don't.
that. Brother,
I'm saying that.
can I
Oh,
just
sorry.
add something on to that real quick? You know, as a young child, listen, you know, I was violated. You see what I'm saying? But I didn't blame that on God. That was the sick individual that chose to put their hands on me incorrectly. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm still here today standing and thanking God for the privilege to still be here, because a person could have been deviant enough to just delete me. Do you see what I'm saying? So I can't blame the sin of man on God. Are you kidding me? That just doesn't calculate well with me. Man
Yeah,
does
but
what he decides to do. Man does what
Okay.
he decides to do. That's why
Okay.
God gave us a free will.
Go. There you go.
I think at
So
some point
now
God should. I think at some point God should step in to protect innocent children, because most of the people that I know have been violated. They turn out to be very. They turn out to be very.
That's where you get mixed up, bro. You don't tell God what to do. He instructs you how to move and walk and be.
We'll just have to agree to disagree.
That's how we got it twisted, because we lean to our own understanding, but we don't acknowledge him in none of our ways, let alone all of our ways. And that's why the paths are not being directed, my brother, because we refuse God. And you think everything is going to turn out topsy-turvy. No, it's going to turn out topsy-turvy. It's going to be screwed up.
So
I can't talk you into God, but you definitely can't talk me out of him.
Okay,
I
Diamond
can't talk
Soul.
nobody out of nothing. I'm just saying that I'm not. You know, my opinions. I stand on that 10 toes down.
Okay,
I'm not going to put one. I'm not going to put any credence in the no God who allow children to be violated. It's like, what kind of God is that?
Let me ask you something. Why aren't you stopping these children from being violated?
Huh?
Why aren't you running around with a cape, stopping these children from being violated?
You know what? If I really knew how to do that, I would. I don't know how to stop that from happening, but if I had the answers, Clarence, I really would do something about it. I really would. If I could cast a spell to cause all child molesters to be deleted, I would. If I had that kind of power, I would do that. Now, if I was God, they would be eliminated.
I think that's the point that we're making, is that you don't have the answers. We just putting one answer in your head.
Exactly.
There's
And there's
a lot of answers out here.
There's
you
a
don't have
consequence.
like, and none of us do. None of us have all the answers. But what I'm saying to you is that you're blaming God for a world that he didn't set up. He set up a world that was perfect, right? He set it up perfect. Now you want him to do what you don't want to do. You want to throw everybody else out, right, out of the situation and say, hey, you ain't good enough, so we just gonna throw you out. Yet you want God, who didn't create the world that we're in, right? He created the world that was supposed to be, but now because of like a falling away or people trying to do their own thing, Now we got this situation where we got people that are so sick, they taking advantage of children, right? And so God didn't set this up, but he offers you protection if you follow his word and his teachings, right? There's your protection in there, because
there's not protection if you allow it to happen to children. That's not protection. There is no protection.
Diamond, let me finish. There is protection because you now have the knowledge. You have a knowledge of right and wrong. See, without a knowledge of right and wrong, they can tell you anything is right, anything is wrong, right? Without a knowledge of right and wrong, you can do whatever you want to do, and you're going to think you're right. But if you have a knowledge of right and wrong, I don't know, in the Nation of Islam, we were taught certain things we ain't supposed to eat because they just shaved, those things shaved years off your life. Well, we didn't know that before. We were eating them anyway. We didn't know. Now we were told, oh, now we know, okay, that's why grandma feet was all blown up all the time, because she ate a certain way. But that's why my, big auntie's, feet were all blown up or her teeth was out because she was eating a certain way. But she thought she was eating good. We all thought we was eating good. See, that's what I'm saying. When we come into a certain kind of knowledge, then we could take advantage of that knowledge to do better in our personal lives and in our community and so forth, and then permeate out. But I'm not saying that everybody has to accept God. We have to accept certain behaviors. I'm gonna stand on this and say that in my opinion, they all emulate. They all start from God. They all start from his teachings. And whoever wants to say, well, I came up with this and I came up with that. But if you go to the root of it, you're going to always find God at the root of it. Anything that you have where behavior is good and it brings good to the community, you're going to find God at the root of it. So all I'm saying to you is, brother, is that the situation is more, it has more circumstances than just, hey, we're just gonna throw these people over here and throw these people over here. I think there's gonna have to be a lot more to it than just that, because ultimately we're gonna need each other. We're gonna need those gangbangers you want to throw over there. Okay, when the white supremacist militia start running through, who got all the guns? Who got all the guns? Who ain't afraid to die? Them gangbangers you threw out there into no man's land, right? So that's what I'm saying. We're gonna have to work with each other to get each other in the, to a point where we are kind of on the same page, right? Because we're gonna need each other, whether we like it or not. We're gonna need each other. As many of us can stand up as possible. We're going to need each other, man, women, and child. We're going to need each other. And that's in my opinion, because this society is so wicked. It's so wicked, man, that there's nothing above what these people won't do to do evil. And it's so wicked, it could pull us in, right? We think we're doing a good thing. We're doing something good. And here when we find out that we're not doing something good, we too proud to just say, you know what? I better leave that alone. We too proud. We get on our pride. Now, I said all that to say that, Diamond, you have a response to any of us?
Yes, sir. I wanted to say that first of all, the gangbangers are not going to be the ones to protect us. They're going to be the ones that are trying to destroy us, and they're going to be the ones that are going to work with the militias to destroy us. They will. Okay. And the thing about that's so interesting is, the same people that everybody believes is tough guys, these guys are cowards. They're not tough guys. That's why they have guns in the first place. Secondly of all, with those people particularly, they're snitching at these people will snitch on their own mama. They'll put their own mama in prison. So if we're going to rely on people to protect us, we're going to learn how to do it ourselves.
I'm not saying we got to rely on them. I'm just saying
I know. I get it. I used to think the same thing, Clarence. I used to think that those low life niggas were going to be the ones to turn around and protect and like lead the way. But they're not, because when I started hanging with them, I'm saying that most of them are cowards. They're not tough guys. Half of them are on drugs. They're not who people think they are. They're faking a facade. We need to look at Black Army vets. Those are the people who have heart. Those are the people who have guts.
Agreed, they have heart.
Those are going to be the ones that are going to train us on how to defend ourselves. Those are going to be the ones. not a bunch of ignorant street niggas that don't even know how to shoot right. They shoot and kill an innocent kid and won't even care about killing that innocent kid. So that's another thing. That's why I don't want those people in my community.
Diamond, hold on. I want to let you finish. I want you to recognize we got a sister up here, right? So we're gonna watch how we move now.
Yes, sir. Okay? I apologize.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, man. Finish your statement.
We should do that.
Okay.
We should. You're right.
So you know what? I'm a like land my plane here. I understand what everybody's saying about God respectfully, but I guess we'll just have to respectfully agree to disagree, because I'm just not going to bank on. I'm not going to depend on someone who allows children to be molested when he has the power, or supposedly he has the power to stop it. Because at some point you have to step in. Now, if I steal something from a kid, a $20 bill, that's one thing. If I'm going to ruin this person's life, because most people who gets violated like that, they're never right again. I remember I dated a woman who told me, she told me that when she was 11 years old for her 11th birthday, some people said they went to hang with her.
By that statement, brother, you're a little off with that statement that you just made. You see what I'm saying? Because many of us have come through hard trial and tribulation and tough times. See, God delivered us out of all of them. So for you to sit and say that, that's a little disingenuous. I mean, I understand your opinion, and we all could have one at times.
That's what I saw.
You see what I'm saying? And I get it, man. You are entitled to your opinion and your belief. But at the same time, don't close your mind so much, brother. Because what you've done is locked your mind.
No, I haven't. I used to be a believer, Vaughn. I used to be a believer. I used to go to church, Vaughn.
Listen to me. You shut your mind so until even the very God that wants to bless you can't even get up in there.
Oh, God has not blessed me. He's not blessed me. I never got a chance to meet my father. I never got a chance to meet my father. What kind of God would allow a person not to meet his own father? My father got murdered. That ain't no blessing.
I could be a black man who is so angry at the white man because of everything that he's done to us as black people. And I could sit up here and cry and whine about it. See what I'm saying? But at the same time, look what we've been through and look where we've come from. So if you can't see that, if you can't see the progress, if you can't see the deliverance in it all, then yeah, that's just a sad position to be in. Now that's mine.
Well, Vaughn, the black race has fallen. We have not been delivered. We've become. We're in a worse position.
You can preach that sad story.
No, that's a fact.
That's not mine. That's not my story.
Vaughn, that's a fact.
Gentlemen,
that's a fact.
Okay, I respect that. Vaughn,
what's factual to you may not be factual to other people.
Okay, you're right.
But those are your facts.
Okay, we'll just have to. So one girl.
Gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Now we can get back to that because we've been dragged all the way off of what I really wanted to talk about to this. But Diamond asked some good questions that needed to be answered, and I thought the panel that we had up here, we could handle that. Now, of course, we got Sister Annie up here. Excuse me. So she is getting ready to address us. So we are going to show her that we know how to treat the sisters over here, right? So we're going to give her a chance to say, we're not going to interrupt her. We're going to let her say what she got to say. And then if anybody needs to respond to what she say, we'll let that happen. But of course, we're not going to respond to her like we've been responding to each other, right? We're the brotherhood. So we can take that. We can take a sword play, but we got one of our sisters here. So we're going to respond to her. We're going to watch the way we're moving around her. And I know we all know that.
Hold on. Pause. You got to pause.
We got to pause?
Yeah, never mind. Just keep going. Don't even go back to that. Go ahead.
Y'all know Paul ain't got no sense, right? Y'all know that.
Hey, y'all.
All right, Sister Annie, what you got?
What's going on, Nene?
Okay.
How you doing, sis?
So, I'm doing well, y'all. Hope y'all are doing great today. I
glad.
haven't been able to hear the whole stream just because I was with family, but I have heard quite a bit in the past, maybe 20, 30 minutes, I think. I want to make a couple of points. The first is, Diamond, you have a valid concern, and the thought process that you, or what you would consider to be the path to some solution, may not be the path that I would take. But in the same way that when people live in certain areas and they decide that because of either the crime or poor schooling, that they would move because it's not beneficial to their life, that they would need to move from that area. That concept is similar to the concept that you're talking about. You're just speaking on a larger scale. And I'm sure that there have been many of us, like I used to stay in the projects, and I didn't know it was the projects while I was in there. So if somebody told me I was in the projects, I would have never known it. I just knew that that's where I lived. Now, it may be seen that that place where I lived when I was in New York, that may have been an area that you may have deemed as being an area that encompassed a lot of people that may not have been worthy of being saved. I don't get to make that judgment for any person. I just pray for God for the discernment for where I'm supposed to be an instrument to help him and how he's trying to show his grace on other people, and for other people to also be willing to do that for me, because I have not always been and behaved in a way that's been pleasing to him. I can understand your thoughts also when you say, like when I feel very strongly about the innocence of children, and it pains me heavily when I hear of how children have been abused. That's a very, very hard pill for me to swallow. And I understand what you're saying when you say, wait, the God that you're saying could just come in and fix something in the time that it would seem that this is where he would come fix, he's not fixing it. And from what I know in my earthly mindset and my earthly eyes, that does not make sense. It doesn't. I read the scripture, I love God. It doesn't make sense to me. God understands that when I look at some things that only there's questions that people ask, I don't try to answer because I can't answer for him. And I don't want to answer a question that somebody has that could dishonor God or answer it all clumsily. So that's why, like, when you say something like that, I get what you're saying, because from what I can look at, it's jacked up. There's some conversations I have with God I could not have on this panel. I know God knows my heart, so I know I can sometimes speak a certain way. And I say to God sometimes, hey, why you let my dad go? Hey, why you let that happen to that child over there? If it's where, a person that doesn't believe in God or doing bad things, why it couldn't just happen to them? Self-inflicted harm. I can't answer that question. I know it's a question I ask God. I don't shy away from having conversations with God because I think, oh, well, I'm not supposed to say this. I say, God, humbly, I come to you. If this is me coming in arrogance, forgive me. I'm curious. I'm frustrated. I don't like seeing this. But the thing is that I know that that's where I'm supposed to go with the question. I can't ask man. Man didn't make this world. They didn't save my soul. So I'm going to keep going to him to ask the questions that I have, even when it's questions where I'm saying, hey, come on, I know you could have stepped in here. If that's disrespectful, that's a conversation I'm having with God, and I'm repenting for it afterwards. But he told me I can come to him with anything. So I'll come to him even when it to men may seem like I'm being disrespectful. But I'd rather be disrespectful to God and he showed me grace because he knew my heart than than talk to somebody that can't give me the answer. So it's hard to see. It's hard to see people go through certain things. It's hard to not have an answer. Sometimes we just won't have an answer, and that sucks. But even if you don't believe in God, so even if you don't believe that God exists because he allows these things to happen, somebody's letting this happen. It's happening some kind of way. Right? So even if we don't decide to allow or someone decides to not say that God is the source of allowing things or not allowing things to happen, something was. Are you equally mad at that source also? If a person says the universe, are you mad at the universe? Are we throwing the same kind of venom to the source that we say that we think is that we come from? So in the same way Like you say that with your father, that wasn't God, I believe, that had it so that your father wouldn't be there. That was the decision that maybe, listen, sometimes parents, they don't always get it right. We wish they would. We wish they would come in perfectly packaged, know how to feed their child, know how to discipline their child without putting their hands on them, know how to, educate them. That would be a perfect world if everybody just did it right. Sometimes people don't know how to nurture. Sometimes people don't know how to protect. Thank God for the people that surrounded you in his absence. Thank God for every male figure that was in your life that was able to nurture you. Thank God for the men on this panel who have embraced you right now with this conversation, that's sitting in this conversation. Thank God for that. My dad's been gone for a long time. Thank you to my brother. Thank you to my godfather. Thank you to the men that just sat there and just said, hey, listen, I see that you need a father figure. I see you need a man in your life. I thank God for the men that didn't try to abuse that. So while there may be a void somewhere, I got to be thankful to God for where he allowed somebody to fill the gap. So what I'm saying to you is, it's not wrong for you to feel a certain way. And it's not wrong for you to go to God and say, this doesn't make sense to me. Right? But you got to be ready to hear God when he talks back to you, or when he comes back and says, hey, listen, I know you don't understand, baby. I know you don't understand. I'm sorry it's paining you like this. I'm so sorry. I can't give you every answer that you want, because you got to be able to have faith in me even when you don't know, even when it doesn't feel good. When I think about Job, I'm like, man, I know that he had to be feeling a certain way. I'm trying to feel like what Job would feel like. I ain't doing nothing wrong. And you letting this joker that's just roaming all over the earth just come over here and bother me? Job didn't know it at the time. His friends didn't know it at the time. His wife didn't know it at the time. They're like, hey, you sure your God tripping? Right? We don't know. We don't know. We don't know what's happening above us. It doesn't make sense to what we can see right now. So I pray, I ask you to humble yourself. Not for, you don't even have to come back and tell anybody on this panel, because it's about your relationship with God. Just go to him and be honest with what you're saying here on this panel. God, I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you for allowing these things. I wish you would intercede. I know that you could do whatever it is that you want to do, but I wish you would intercede in stuff like this. Like, even when you think about, like, when they say, like, the rules of the street, that, like, you don't hit civilians. God, come on. You can't have the same kind of rules like they have. Don't touch the babies. It's okay to talk to God like that. And then tell him, hey, if this is disrespectful, allow my speech to do a little bit better when I'm talking to you, but I still have these questions. So I just want you to go to God. However he answers you, however he speaks to you. If you still have questions, he may not answer you. I've had to not get some answers. I'm like, hey, I know you heard me, God. Come on. I ain't whisper with that one. But I keep talking to him, because I know that's the only place I want an answer to come from. I want it to be where, when he uses somebody else, when he uses man to give me the answer to something, I want to have discernment and enough where I have studied his word, where I can hear him through somebody else. I could be speaking right now and your spirit saying, hey, she jacked up. Don't listen to her. Then don't listen to me. If the Holy Spirit speaking to you and say, hey, listen, she just said a whole bunch of Charlie Brown teacher, then don't listen to me. But the Holy Spirit say, hey, take something she just said. Take something that Vaughn said. Take something that Brother Clarence said. Take something that Bolo said. Take it. Take it. Okay? And I'm sorry that you didn't get to meet your father. I'm sorry for that. You will be an awesome father. I know that.
It ain't no big deal, man. But
you'll be an awesome father figure. It is a big deal. It is a big deal. You know what? Because sometimes
it doesn't matter, sister.
No, it does matter. No, wait, please don't. Because I want you to just for a second breathe, okay? It does matter, because the way that you speak sometimes, Diamond, and this is, I come to you humbly with this. Please, God, allow him to hear this. The way that you speak sometimes, it comes from that void. It comes from you not having. And the only thing that you have been conditioned to and learn is to let you're reactive. You're reactive. Even when you come on the panel, please receive this, Diamond. Even when you come on a panel, you don't even sometimes in the way that you are speaking, you just blurt out. You just blurt out what you're saying, right? You don't mute up, even when people are telling you to mute up, because you feel like what you have to say, it has to come out. That's either from a place of you not being heard or a place where that's the only way you know how to communicate, because you haven't been slowed down to say, hey, listen, that's actually a bit rude. You're actually speaking when you need to hear. Everything you say doesn't need to be said, or maybe it doesn't need to be said the way that you're saying it. And you're not slowing down enough where you can say, hey, you know what? I need to speak differently here. I know what I'm trying to say, but let me look at my audience. Let me see who I'm speaking to. I can't speak that way. I know I got a message. I have a right to express how I'm feeling, but I can't express it that way because maybe how I'm saying it is not being heard. And it's so much more important for you to say it than for you to be heard. We want to hear you. But sometimes you're speaking and even in like I'm saying mixed company, but like I don't curse. I know that sometimes I get on panels and sometimes people are cursing and I get that or whatever. I wouldn't openly just go into spaces where it's cursing because it doesn't work for me. But I'm saying even when there's like women on the panel, just slowing down enough to say, okay, wait a minute, I gotta shift just a little bit. But that comes from a void. And it's okay sometimes to acknowledge that you have that void. You don't want to accept it. It's one there. It's there. And it's playing into how you communicate. It's playing into how you will receive stuff from other people. That's why I'm saying go to God. I don't have the answer to you for this, but I know what I have asked for is for the Holy Spirit to allow me to feel what some people are feeling when I'm speaking to them. Because I want him to use me. And if he uses my words or he uses my silence, I want him to be able to use me. I'm just asking you to allow God to breathe in you. Remove the distractions of anger and frustration. Allow him to breathe in you. He's there for you. There's some things he will answer. There's some things he won't. Because honestly, he doesn't have to. Not just with you, with me either. But I keep asking. I keep asking until he puts it in my spirit to say, hey, listen, that's enough. That's enough. You got to take that as you won't get it. So I'm just asking you to sometimes in your quiet time, in the moment where you can just be with you and God, not you thinking about God and all the stuff, all the worldly stuff, just you and him. Let him remind you of what you feel so he can speak to that. He wants to speak to your heart, not your frustration, not your anger, your heart. He knows what you need. He knows how to give it to you. But he gotta make sure that you know it's him that's going to give you the answer. So, okay, sorry, y'all. Yeah, all right.
I'd like to respond to that real quick. I appreciate what you said, but
Diamond, you said real quick because I'm sure everybody else, and we got another sister that needs to.
Okay, yeah, okay, because I'm gonna mute up soon. I respectfully appreciate what everybody's saying. We'll just have to agree to disagree because the way I feel.
No, I'm not allowing you to do that right here. I'm not gonna let you do it. I'm not letting you do it. You're so ready to answer. You don't have to agree. Nobody asked you to agree or disagree. I didn't say, Diamond, when I say all of this stuff, I need you to say yay or nay. I'm not needing you to agree with me. Nobody's needing you to agree with them about you. That's why I said, see, sometimes we don't even take the time to did you breathe after that? You didn't even breathe. Sometimes we can just be silent. Sometimes we don't have to say something about what somebody said. What I'm saying is not for me. It's not for glory for me. That's why I said for you in your own quiet time. Because this is something where you and God got to do this on. It's just y'all two. This won't be handled on this panel. It won't. Nobody's going to give you an answer that's perfect for you. They won't.
God does not have my back. So that's the way I
Wait,
feel.
that's what
I
I'm
feel
saying.
if God
See,
cared,
you so ready to
if he
say
cared
that.
about
I'm not
me,
letting you do. I'm not letting you do it. No,
if he
I'm not
cared
letting you
about
do it.
me,
You done
I've
it.
been
No,
born into a middle
no,
class
you've done it
family.
on a lot of stream. I'm gonna please God, let this work. I'm
I'm
gonna
not
not
one of the
allow
chosen
you.
ones.
I'm not gonna allow. I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna allow you. You don't have to say something right now about that. You can, however you feel about God, in your silence right now, you can say that. We all have heard what you said about your relationship with God. We've all heard it. So from man's ears, we've heard it, right? I'm saying for you, just for a second, this is what I'm asking you. So I am asking you something. I'm asking you maybe for the next 5 minutes to just be silent. Just be silent. You don't have to say in your heart, God knows it.
You're
On
right.
this
I'm
panel,
gonna go ahead and and drop down and you're right. You're right. I'm gonna drop down.
Diamond, listen, listen, hold on, Diamond, listen, brother. Okay, what she's saying to you is to be still, bro, because you're operating from a place of hurt.
I'm gonna be.
Hold on, no, listen to what I'm saying. Just hear what here.
Nothing that anybody's gonna say is gonna change my mind. It's not.
No. It's not about changing your mind. That's the point that she's trying to say to you. You're too reactive. What she's saying is just hear her. And remember the statement I made to you, how you feel affects how you see, period. She's saying to you, just drop the guards down for 1 second. Hear what I'm saying. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. She's just saying, just take a breath. Just, you don't have to tense up right now, especially here. That's all she's saying. Sorry for interrupting you, Renee.
Oh no, that's and you Diamond, two things. One, if you want to drop, okay? Because that's gonna be in the line of what you do. You want to react right now. I wasn't saying that in disrespect. We've been on this panel a whole lot. This ain't about me. This ain't about me. I love you. This ain't about me. This about your soul. That's what this is. And I'm not trying to convince. I gotta love God. I got to answer for me. So you believing in God or not believing in God, that's going to do nothing for me with my soul. It's not. I got to answer for my actions. I got to be obedient to the Holy Spirit. That's why I got to speak. I don't normally cut across you like that. That was not, I don't do that to you. I've never done that to you. I needed you to be silent, not for me, for what the Holy Spirit said to me to say to you. You want to run. I'm saying if you need to run, then you run. Running away from something, trying to
I'm not
isolate
running.
yourself, trying to isolate yourself from people, wanting to separate people, that's not going to solve the problem. Because you know what may happen, Diamond, you know what could happen? You could be in that isolation place that you're talking about, that perfect city that you think it is. You know what could happen? You could shift. You could behave like some of these N words that you keep saying, you yourself, and you're going to need somebody to show you grace. Somebody may show you grace. You're going to need to show you grace. Somebody going to need to pray over you.
Don't need no grace. They should throw me out.
You
don't
need anything. Don't need money. Don't need anything. Don't need anything.
All right. How about this? Sis?
I'm sorry,
let me holler at him for just a second. Okay,
Diamond, I apologize for causing you trouble. I'm not gonna say nothing else. I apologize.
You're not causing us. You're not causing any of us trouble. And as a matter of fact, I've been where you've been, brother. I've been where you've been, and I understand. So that's why I say, if you feel more comfortable dropping, go ahead, man. It's not. We don't. I won't take it at any disrespect at all. I know whatever you've been doing has been working for you, and so that's probably why you feel more comfortable wherever you're doing. I think that I think based on what they're saying to you, you're probably under the misunderstanding that they're trying to win your soul or win you over, or I think that's. But in fact, they're just trying to get you to take it. You know, you got a Uzi and a 9, and they just trying to give you a tech, a tech 9. They just trying to give you another weapon to use out here in this world, this wicked world, man. So I'm because I've been there, brother. I've been there where I turned people off because I thought they was trying to pull me into some type of situation, and I'm cool where I'm at. You don't need to tell me nothing because I'm cool where I'm at. And it took me years later to figure out they wasn't trying to do something to me. They were trying to do something for me, but it took me a while to get that, man. So I'm not, I don't, everybody here, it's just only thing we trying to do is put some stuff out there to try to help you. And whatever you want to do, it's up to you, man. We appreciate your opinion because I like it when people don't agree with me. I just want you to be able to, establish why. And it's a good conversation for me. But ultimately, bruh, we're not trying to do nothing but help you, man. Even from the least of us to the all of us, man. We're just trying to help you, brother. And so, not to convince you, oh, you gotta understand, you gotta believe in God. No, just consider that. Just make that a consideration. Maybe this may play a part in it. But if not, cool. Do your thing, man. Do your thing, man. Ain't nobody trying to force you to do nothing, man. And if you feel like we're trying to force you to do something, hey, man, I understand, bro. So, ain't no love lost, man. We still all good, whatever you decide to do. But I would like you to do one last thing for us, man. If you're going to drive, I want you to listen to this other sister that we got up here, our resident sniper coming up here, man. She don't come up here too often. So you must be an important cat. So here she is. She's up here. Now let's let her see what she got to say about the situation. Risa, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hey, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everybody. Bolo, Vaughn, Annie, Diamond, Brother Clarence. Brother Diamond, I came up here because I want to tell you this. You and I, when it's all said and done, I know you don't believe, but we at the end, we have mastered the art of pain. My sister died 7 months ago on the 23rd of this month, and my dad will be gone 7 years on the 23rd of this month. I have no parents, no grandparents. What I have is something inside of me that tells me every day that I have to function, I have to get up, and I have to go to work. Don't get me wrong. I have laid in my bed and on my couch and prayed for God to come get me, for anybody to come get me, because the road is tough. I'm not here to discourage you. I'm not going to tell you anything that nobody else has already told you. But I will say this, my brother. Stand strong, 10 toes down, and you will make it through. But just like Annie said, it will not hurt for you to discuss. And you don't have to tell me or anybody else, because I also believe on that day when I go, that it's some stuff that me and God go discuss that nobody else knows anything about. Do you hear where I'm coming from, brother? You ain't got to say nothing. Just listen and receive it. So what you do within yourself and within the walls of your home, when you feeling like you feeling, let me tell you something. You can go to God mad. I went to him mad. I done went to him confused. I done went to him a lot of different ways that he has always received me. He might not answer me when I want him to. He might tell me yes, he might tell me no. He might tell me to sit fast, child, and wait till I get ready. And I've had to do that as well. But the relationship, you don't ever have to go inside of a church. You could praise the Lord at your house. You could praise whoever you want to at your house. Okay? We're not trying to change you. But what we are trying to say is, when you took that link that day to come up here with this family, because we are a family, you're going to have people that's praying with you, for you, and then none of us going to pray against you. But just know, my brother, when them days are down and you feeling like, man, how am I going to get through this? Just know, Annie, Vaughn, Bolo, Brother Clarence, Rico, Sister Patrice, and even little old Risa, we praying for you and we uplifting you. I love you, my brother. You have a good day.
Yes, Risa.
That's man. Oh man. Diamond.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Are you there? What do you think about that, man?
Assalamu
alaikum.
I respect what everybody says. I'm just, I just respectfully disagree. That's all. With all due respect, I just don't see it that way. 'Cause I used to be someone who believed in God, but then when I started thinking about all the stuff He allows to happen to innocent children, in my opinion, that cannot be a good God. And I'm not going to spend any time trying to talk to somebody who allows children to be molested. Because I know none of us, if we had the power to stop it, we would stop it. So I'm not trying to understand His complicated ways. I'm not going to do that. Now, what I think is really beyond us, I think it's a power that can be used for good or evil. So it's kind of like water. Like water can be used to drown somebody, or it can be used to save your life when you drink water. So I believe the power that goes beyond goes beyond us as humans can be used for good or for evil, and it depends on who knows how to use the power the best. And I don't believe that good is going to always triumph over evil. I believe that whoever is smarter, whoever is more powerful, will triumph whether they're good or evil. And what I would like to do is get the good people to be powerful to triumph over evil. And I'm not going to depend on any God who allows children to be molested for any help at all.
Okay,
not going to do that.
Diamond, without a higher power, how do you think the good people are going to be good? How are they going to rise above being just as bad as everybody else?
I believe, now one thing I do believe in, like, there is ways to do magic, there are ways to do spells, but those spells are like a sword. They can be
wait, hold on. You say you believe in magic?
Oh Lord.
No, I'm just trying to figure out what.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not necessarily into voodoo, but what it is when you talk about voodoo, I know some people who do believe in voodoo, and it can be used to hurt you or it can be used to help you. So I believe it's kind of like that. I don't believe it's one way or the other, Clarence. I believe the power. I believe that you can be.
You know, you're dealing with forces, though, right? You know when you're dealing.
No, I'm not dealing with me personally. I'm not dealing with that stuff. I'm saying that I believe
you. Listen, this is what I'm saying to you. I'm Haitian, brother. So what I'm saying to you is,
Boloman, let's hear him out, man.
He's Haitian. Okay.
Yeah, he's Haitian, man.
I really apologize for what I said, because I really didn't want this to happen, because I'm not trying to get into this conversation really. That's my bad. I shouldn't have said anything. I really apologize to everybody on the panel, because I don't want to cause any
apologize for nothing over here.
Problems. I'm just not going to depend on a God that would allow children to be molested. I'm not depending on a God that allows innocent people to suffer, that allows women to be assayed. I'm not doing it.
Diamond, we understand that. See, I'm not. When anybody trying to convince you to do that.
Okay.
I'm just trying to say, if you want this to be good, if there's going to be good people, where are these good people going to come from, and who's going to inspire them? Like, you can't say, in one breath, I don't want this God, but I want good people. How's that going to work? You know what I'm saying? You're going to have, for both situations to happen, you're going to have this superior being who has this understanding that will allow you to elevate from the wickedness that we living in, to elevate to this good person that you're talking about, so we can have these good people, right?
Well, I think no matter if you're like Muslim or, I think if you're Muslim, Christian, atheist, you can elevate, because something else that's a problem too is there are people in China who don't believe in Christianity, and we can't just say all of them are going to burn in brimstone because they don't believe, because there's Hindus, there's Muslims, and everybody thinks that their God is number one. So so that's why I'm saying the whole thing, to me, I'm not going to be down with something, because if everybody on this panel was Muslim, they'd be telling y'all be telling me to go to ask to seek Allah. So I don't. I really am sorry. We can move on. I'm really sorry.
I am Muslim, right? Brother just walked out of my office, another Muslim brother, right? You guys heard me telling him, assalamu alaikum. What? Okay, brother, I'm Muslim. Am I telling you to go seek Allah?
No, I'm not saying that you were, but I'm just saying that at this point, respectfully, we're not going to get anywhere, because everything that everybody said has been said to me by other people, and I thought about it for years.
I haven't ever heard anybody tell you to go seek Jesus.
No, I'm not saying they did, Clarence. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. We can move on. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry I said anything.
Diamond, let me say this to you, brother. Let me say this to you. Listen, everyone has their time. And the sad thing about what we do in a vocation that we choose is we may not get the answers that we in the time that we want it, and we may not get the answer that we want to hear. However, when you speak on voodoo and things of that nature, right? Not whether you do it or not. When you speak on voodoo and Santeria and things of that nature, you know that those are forces. Those are forces outside of you. And everything that you've been saying today, from what I understand, you've tried to regulate it in man. So even in your conversation that you have, you know, there's times when you refer to forces outside of man. And then there are times when you say man has to do this and man has to do that. And again, there are some things that, you know, look at the back chat. I put my number in the back chat. There are some things that we all had to work out, brother. And when I lost my son, I didn't want to hear anything from God, my G. For real. There's nothing he could tell me. Nothing that I would want to hear from you giving me a blessing and snatching it. Nothing. However, there's a reason why things happen. And if we choose to hold on to that burden and not learn from the grieving, then we continue to stay where we're at in that pain and in that hurt. And there's no growth in it at all. There's no growth in it. You know, a lot of us, you know, I found myself reasoning things outside of God, outside of a higher power. That what could I have done? Hell, I even got to the point where maybe it was my fault. Maybe I did something. All of these things happen. All of these things went through my mind. And I'm saying to you that I had to work through that pain. I had to go get help. I'm not ashamed to say it. I had to go get help. But however, the point that, you know, you have 3 brothers up here and 2 sisters, one just broke out, that it's not about us trying to convince you. What we're saying to you is be still. Allow yourself some time to heal, because from what I'm hearing, you haven't. And that's just my opinion, humbly. You haven't. You're operating out of being reactive, opposed to responding. And there is no cognitive thought to react into something. There is none. And that's what I'm picking up. And I could be wrong, bro. I could be wrong. But I'm open to the conversation. So please give me a call so we could talk about this offline and really go deep into it, if you choose to.
I apologize for any trouble that I caused. We can move on. We can move on.
Stop it, Diamond. You ain't caused no trouble. That's what we all here for. We all here to sharpen each other and help each other get to another place if we want to go there. So you haven't caused no trouble. You got me, Bolo, Vaughn, Risa, and Eni. We just doing our job. So you ain't caused no trouble here.
And I'm going to just say this. We could end the conversation all day. I'm going to pray over you all day. This panel don't stop me from praying over you.
Yes, Lord.
So you don't have to,
absolutely.
You don't have to, you know, I don't know why you keep apologizing. If you keep apologizing, I'm not quite sure for what. But something in you has this need right now to keep saying I apologize and y'all not going to change me. Something in you is saying that, because even though we've already said you don't have to, and that nobody's trying to persuade you. Of course, for me, I would not be the obedient servant that I try to be every day, with me not wanting to pray for you to go to God. So I'm going to let you know that I do pray for you to seek him. I do pray for that. But I'm not trying to bombard you, because the relationship has to be between you and God. You will go to him. That's what my prayer is. I'm interceding on your behalf. You will. I don't know when. And it's not for any glory for anybody on this panel. The reward is your soul. So however you have to connect with him, I'm just praying that connection gets there. That's it. And you don't have to apologize. Now we can switch the subject. You apologize one more time, I'm gonna fuss at you. And what I'm noticing is, I'm noticing that you're not reading the back chat, so you must not be able to see it. So now I'm back to regularly scheduled program. I'm gonna
Three
fuss at
people
you
you don't
because you
want
can use
fussing
the
at you.
N-word a lot.
You do not want Sister Annie fussing at you. You do not want Risa fussing at you, and you really don't want Patrice fussing at you. You don't want them three fussing at you, man.
Yeah,
You know,
and like Risa said, we're family. We just love you. We just all
You
this is coming out of love.
that's what
That's
happened
it.
to you, Diamond. You messed
Yep, you
around
messed
and
up.
messed up and got on a platform where people really care about other people, man. We are that platform that you've been talking about. We are that platform, and so we really care, man. And so you can't just say, "Well, I'm hurt by this issue," because we're gonna be like, "Well, we're gonna try to put a Band-Aid on it for you. We're gonna try to patch it up for you, help you patch it up." So you know what I mean? If you'll let us. So man, but it's no big deal, man. If you don't, what I'm saying, certain things you want to, kind of keep close to the vest. I understand that, man. But we always gonna be here. Now, none of us are gonna say to you, you gotta be with Jesus. You gotta be with Allah. Well, you gotta be with God or whatever. We're not. But if you got a question about it, if you got a question or concern, or you feel like, hey, man, you know what? I want to look more into that issue with you, Clarence. Okay, then you could ask me questions. You could ask any. You could ask Reese. You could ask Bolo. You could ask Ron. You could ask us, but we're not gonna force nothing down your throat. We're not here to do that. We just care about you, man. We just want you always coming over here giving us good takes, and so you done messed around and got yourself a family, an extra family. You didn't even know it, right?
Wait, I want to ask a question because I do want to kind of stay with something that Diamond was saying that I think that we have to at least give some little validity to.
Okay.
Like when he talks about, so like with the example that I was giving earlier, we all move out of different communities when they are not advantageous to us anymore. So to his point where he's talking about allowing or having people to move like-minded, is it so far-fetched? Maybe not in the way that he's saying, but like what part of what he's saying that actually is some valid points that we can grow some or nurture or have it to grow a little bit. He makes a valid point.
Well, in my opinion,
thank you, sister.
Well, in my opinion, and I've already said that I think that's probably how can I say, that's probably the feeling that most people have, and if we could do it, it would probably make sense to do it, right? You take the people that want to be in this community and you put them in this community. The people that don't want to be in that community, you put them in this community. That would probably make sense, right? But we wanted to talk about what's good, the good portion, or what's the part that can be further explored at this point. Okay, so with that mentality, that's why I say that's where the God thing comes in, because to have that separation, there's got to be a difference, right? There have to be a difference. When we subtract, that's called the difference, right? What's the difference between me and the people that we put in no man's land? Well, there's going to have to be a difference in mentality. There's going to have to be a difference in codes of conduct. There's going to have to be a difference in behavior. There's going to have to be a difference. Now, you can't see in my mind that I think different. So what's going to give you the evidence that I think different is my hands and my feet, how I move, and how, that's going to give you the idea. Okay, this dude is.
A man by his deeds, right, exactly. Clarence?
So that's what's going to separate us. But how am I going to get that? But I have to have the mentality to do that first. Where am I going to get that from? That comes, in my opinion, from the morality, and morality is rooted in pretty much God's words of wisdom, so inspired words of wisdom. So how can we have this how can we have this morality, but at the same time know God? That to me that didn't make any sense.
Let me explain. There's a lot of people who really believe in God, but they're trifling. Just because someone believes in God is not a guarantee that they're going to do the right thing. So it's not necessary. So I think it can be done with or without the belief in
A lot
God.
of people that
If
don't
you ask-
believe in God that are trifling too, right?
Yeah, yes. So I'm not. So here's the thing: if you really believe in God or Allah, but you're out there selling drugs, then you're out of here. But if you're an atheist and you're doing the right thing and you want to help other people, then you're in. So that's how I see it. I don't look at it like religion or belief in God or not. I look at it like I look at your character, your deeds, your action, behavior. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And see, here's the thing. The reason why I came to the conclusion of what I came to, because I spent years thinking about this and I couldn't figure out any other way to fix us. Because here's the deal. If I'm in a gang, right, and I want to leave that gang, if there's no place for me to go, then I put my own life on the line to leave that gang. So that means I have to leave my city in order to get away from that gang. And if it's something like the GDs, that's a nationwide thing. So how am I going to get away from that thing if it's going to be if they want to delete me if I want to leave? Okay, how am I going to get ahead if I'm being told you join this gang or you're going to be deleted or you're going to be beat up, you're going to be constantly harassed, constantly bullied? And I'm sick and tired of seeing our people suffer at the hands of other people that are in our race who are just no good. I'm tired of seeing our people suffer. That's why I came up with the solution that I came up with. Now, we can't do it tomorrow, but we can move in that direction. And I'm trying to inspire everybody that I talk to and meet to move in that direction. Because it's not about just turning away those who smoke too much chronic or those who may even get a little bit have a little bit of an alcoholism problem. It's about getting away from those who are pure evil and have bad intentions for other Black people, because we can't get out of each other's way. If Vaughn and Bolo are trying to build a building, but I come in and come in and break his building down, or I come in and intimidate I come in with my gang and I start to intimidate the workers and threaten them and try to extort them, he doesn't need to deal. Bolo and Vaughn don't need to deal with it. They need to be somewhere where they can build and they can do it in peace. And if someone's going to try to come in, there needs to be security, and those guys need to be put somewhere where they don't come back. So when
Diamond, here's the thing that when you say all that, right? When you say that you look at a person's works, their feet, to what Brother Clarence said, to how they move. Those men and women that claim to be believers but don't move as such, then they're not believers, brother. It's the same thing as with Brother Clarence. Those men and women that claim to be Muslim, if they don't move in such a way, then they're not Muslim. It's just something that they claim to be, but they don't show it in their morality, they don't show it, right? So when you're talking about separating, and again, it hurts me to see my people the same way, bro. Hurts me too, right? However, what you have to understand is the change comes from them seeing examples. The change comes from being grassroots. Now, I get it. There's going to be those that you just can't change because they just want to continue being the way they are. Agreed. I get it, my G. I get it. I understand it. However, we can't do it that way because there's too many loopholes into going it into that way. And the biggest loophole is the morality thing, the leadership thing. Because at the end of the day, there has to be something that we agree on. Wholeheartedly. There has to be something that we agree on. And if we go into this world, again, I'm just gonna, retort what you said. You believed in God at one time, and because of the things that happened to you in your life, it has changed your thought process to move a different way. What happens as one of the leaders? We have 6 leaders up here. 6 leaders. What if something happens?
You mean 5 leaders?
Okay.
Well, wait a second now.
Listen, I'm not.
Wait a second.
What you mean by that?
Don't tap into it. Don't tap in.
I'm out, man. I'm not gonna do it, man.
Listen.
Don't you run now.
But what I'm saying to you is something can happen to change. Something can happen to change the thought process. And that's the point. There has to be something bigger than you that grounds you. There has to be. There has to be something. If you have no hope, my G, if there is no hope bigger than me, we have a problem. We have an issue because man will fail you all the time. And it's not man's fault. Man is made fallible. We fall. So there has to be something bigger. There has to be. And that's the point. It would have been an easy thing for Christ just to say, I'm going to deal with the righteous and just deal with them. No, but that wasn't what he came down here for. He came to rock with the sick. So if we're choosing to say these guys are no good, these gals are no good, these guys, what standard are we holding them to? Whose standard? Whose standard? That's the problem. Then we go back to what Brother Clarence and Vaughn was saying. We go back to Auschwitz. We go back to the camps. It is what it is. You know, we like to mince and play with the words. That's what we do. That's why I hate this English language. Instead of just being straight talk, giving us straight understanding, we play with the words. When you separate and you take those that are the lowly, those that are the undesirable, just listen to the statements, listen to the words, the undesirables. The undesirables. When you look at one of the greatest men in the scriptures, he was once an undesirable, my G. Paul was once an undesirable. So when you're saying these things, when you exit God out, your limitation in your sight is so checker-like, opposed to playing chess. This is why we're in the situation we're in. For lack of understanding, because of our separation from the Father. This is why we're in the situation that we're in. And it's not about us waiting for him to make it happen. It's not about that. It's about the morality and the patience and the forgiveness and working through our hurt.
I want to respond real quick to that. I understand, Brother Bolo, but I think black people are too forgiving and too patient. We got to draw the line somewhere. And the thing about it is, someone doesn't become an undesirable because of their race or because of the way they look or because they're handicapped. They become an undesirable because of their actions. But when they're willing to change their actions, they are welcome to come back. I want them to come back. But the point being is those who are not, and I believe what really destroyed us is we've allowed people that should have been gone a long time ago to stay too long. We should have exited the crack dealers and the crackheads out of there. And then if they want to fix themselves, they can come back. You're willing to work, we're willing to work with you. But if you don't want to change, then we need to leave you where you're at. And if you don't make it, it's just too bad. We don't need to care about those who don't even care about themselves. So I understand, but I really do. I used to believe what you're saying, but when I started to think about it, people got no better. We haven't got any better. We've gotten worse.
Oh, but you're talking about as a whole.
Yes. So as a whole, I believe we need to do something different.
We're not looking at the whole. Everyone ain't gonna get saved, my G.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. We're saying the same thing.
All right. No, hold on. Here's where we separate. The wheat's gonna grow with the chaff, my G. It is what it is.
The weeds.
No. When you pull the weeds, you pull the wheat too. You pull the wheat too. There was something that Anae said to me. Sorry, Anae. There was something that she said to me, and it really hit home. When she said, listen, you got to understand something. A lot of the times we can deter people from coming in from them seeing how we act as believers. You said that you're not one, but I'm talking about as a believer. That can deter someone. So when that person that's a weed, a weed that we're pulling out, when that person that's a wheat see the way we're dealing with it, that can turn that person off and cause them to move. See, that's the point. So do you see how your heart has become cold? Do you see what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's the best way for me to be. That's because when my heart was warm, I got screwed every time.
Hold on. The problem was not that your heart was. The answer is not making your heart cold, because
yes,
that
it
door.
is.
Let me answer. That door that you shut down to love, also to hurt, also shuts the door down to love. Understand that. It doesn't. You can't have it both ways. You can't barricade yourself and say I'm going to be here and then think that you're going to have friends. It doesn't work that way. The reason why you feel the way you feel is because you've barricaded your heart. And I understand that you've gone through some things that has put you on that path. Again, my little experiences and my little years on this earth, that I have gone through things that have pivoted me to see things a certain way. I get it. I understand it. What I'm saying to you, my brother, is when you say you don't care about the one that is innocent looking at us dealing with the one that is raw, and it may affect that innocent one, when you say, well, it is what it is, that's a problem. That's what happens when we deal with the ego of man. So now you're saying, I don't care about the innocent, him seeing or her seeing me dealing with the one that's rough, and it may affect them. I don't care about that. It is what it is. That's a problem in itself.
I'll explain it to them later that dude was trifling. He had to go.
But at that point, they may be as cold as you. At that point,
here's the thing.
They may not want to hear.
That's too bad. Then I can't. At the end of the day, I do have the ability to love, but I'll be damned if I'm going to just love anybody just because they are who they are. That's a sucker move. So what I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying, but I'm cold for a reason, because there is something good about. There's a time to be cold and there's a time to be warm. And here's the thing: I love people, really do. But when it comes to the rules, I love the rules more than I love people. I love ethics and code more than I love people. And I'll never again sacrifice code and ethics for people, no matter who they are, no matter how close they are to me.
But see, you're doing again what you did before. No one has ever said to sacrifice code and ethic and integrity, character. No one's ever said that. You're throwing things into the conversation that no one has said to throw out. No one said that. I don't just give my heart to somebody that is not worthy of it. Absolutely not, my G. I'd be foolish if I did that. I'd be a fool. But you're speaking, again, from my position. And again, I've spoken on my channel. I've spoken to Brother Clarence. I've spoken to Vaughn. Hell, I've cried on my channel. So, I've been called a simp. It doesn't bother me. What I'm saying to you is you're speaking from a place of hurt, my G, mixed with ego. You're speaking from a place of hurt, and that's the worst place to speak from. Take it from a person that's been there. I've been there. Maybe not your situation, but I've been in a place where I speak from hurt. And I think I've become a better person or a better man. I haven't. It affected my family. It affected my friends. It affected who I am as a person. I was moving from a place of hurt opposed from moving from a place of optimism and faith. Now, again, that doesn't mean that I move blindly. Let me say that. That's why I keep saying these things to you and reiterating these things, because I don't want you to say, well, I don't want to just do. I don't move blindly, my G, at all. I don't open my heart to everybody. I promise you I don't. But there are some people I'm going to open my heart to. And you need to understand, coming from the place that you're coming from, you're closing your heart to a lot of people that need you as an example, that need you as far as a fatherly figure. And you're cutting yourself off from the Almighty. Most importantly.
Hold on, Bolo. Hey, Diamond.
Yes, sir.
You at the gas station or something, man? You getting
No.
air tires or something?
There's cars. I'm out at work. There's cars out here. But I want to respond to his comment.
Okay.
Now, me personally, unless I know someone for a long time, I would never fully open up my heart to anybody. It's not even fully open to my wife. So I would never fully open up 100% to anybody ever again. I don't even, and I'm gonna keep it 100 with you.
Okay.
It's 80% for my wife, but that can also close down if she makes mistakes. That'll close down. And also, I'm gonna tell you something right now. Like, I'm not even speaking. I'm never gonna speak to my mother again. You know what I mean? So So
See,
being cold has benefited. Being cold has benefited me. Being open and warm has not benefited me.
That's the point right there that I'm talking to you from. That's the difference between what Moses brought and what Christ brought. What Moses brought was just law. If you do something wrong, this is punishment to what you did. Christ came to bring mercy, grace, understanding, long suffering, stillness, patience. He brought all these things. Just from what you're saying right now, just from the statement that you made, you validate the statement that I made. When
Right.
you
You're right. I am cold to a certain extent.
Hold on, but listen to what I'm saying. If Brother Clarence makes a mistake, not an error, because an error is different than a mistake. An error can't be corrected. A mistake can. Okay? If he makes a mistake, you're telling me I'm cutting him off? You just said the most important decision that you're ever going to make in your life, aside from following God, is picking your mate. Picking the person that you choose to spend the rest of your life with. And you're saying that if she makes a mistake, it's a wrap?
Depends on what it is. Depends on what the mistake is.
That's anything, but that's with anybody. But for you to highlight that statement, that's with anyone.
I'm not going to tolerate any. I'm not going to be disrespected. That's all I'm saying.
But I understand that that's something that needs not to be said. You dig what I'm saying? That's something that needs not to be said. So when you blatantly take something that need not to be said and say it, that says a lot.
But wait, why was that something? I've heard people say, "Oh, if my spouse cheats, that's a wrap." Why
stuff like that? Definitely a wrap.
So it sounded like he was saying it's, or I think, and forgive me if I'm incorrect, Diamond. He was just saying he hasn't specified what thing that is, but his thing may be cheating. His thing may be that she, disrespects him. There's something that, in the same way that somebody else would say cheating, that he's saying if she does that thing, then it's a wrap. I don't know if I necessarily see anything wrong with that.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying.
Everything.
And here's the thing.
Hold on. Let me just respond to Annette. Let me respond to Annette. Everything that was wrapped around it, not just that. Everything that was wrapped around it. My wife has 80% of my heart. She make a mistake, it's a wrap. That's how he presented it.
Right, but when he was saying 80%, so from what he's talked about on this stream, like it sounds like there's his relationship with his mom and his dad is a little challenging. So he has what appears to be the two people that in life that you would think that would have unconditional love for you. His view, from his vantage point, he doesn't have the same luxury that we have.
I agree.
So so that 80% right now, his 80 is our 100. So if he can give her 80, I'm actually proud that he has the 80, because he comes from a place where it would be really challenging to even give 10%. You know what I'm saying? I think that so when him saying that 80%, and then him saying, hey, when I was open to giving the best of my 100 to this woman, if she does this thing, one of these things here that other people consider to be their deal breakers, if she does this, I'm good with saying I'll walk away. I'm proud of you, Diamond, for being able to have that high percentage, because you do come from a place that I don't know how that would feel. You know what I'm saying? I had the luxury of having my mom and dad in my life. I'm sorry that you didn't. I'm sorry that right now that your heart is not open to that. I would say to you right now, with how you are in your heart, I would not have a conversation with your, I wouldn't advise you to have a conversation with your mother and father, because it still is coming from a place where you still have this.
My father's dead.
And it may, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just want you to know that it's okay.
Okay. I'll tell my daddy to talk to your daddy. Okay. But I say that when and if you're ever in a place that you feel that you could have some conversation, even if it's just questions, that I would say I would challenge you to maybe see if you could have that conversation. But I get what you're saying, that you have this thing, and just your wording, it just sounds like you're just like, hey, if she she spilled the milk, I'm out. I know that it's something that's going to have to be huge in your eyes for you to walk away.
Now, if she spills the milk, it's okay, but if he spills the orange juice, then she's definitely gone. I mean, now milk is okay, but if she eats a bowl of cereal, listen, if she eats a bowl of cereal, then we're out. If she goes to Taco Bell and don't give me my tacos, then I'm putting her stuff out. But here's what I wanted to say. When it comes to my mother, I trusted her 100%, which was a big mistake because she did things that hurt me and she destroyed my self-confidence and belief in myself. And I'll be damned if I let anybody ever get into a position where they can do that to me. And I was supposed to be able to trust her, but I couldn't. And I've talked to her several times, sister, and she's never took responsibility or accountability for what she did. She tried to blame my grandma. And I just, at this point, when I think about everything that she's done to me, I just don't want to even deal with her ever again. And I don't want to deal with a couple other people who I thought I could trust that were family. I found I could not trust. And I found out that there were women that I dated. I found I could not trust them. I found out that there were people that I thought were my friends. I found I could not trust them. Okay. So the point that I'm getting at is, I just, it's not that I'm really cold. I do have the ability to still love, but I'm very cautious with loving anybody. And what's interesting is, this panel here is one of the coolest panels I've ever been on. And most of the panels I've been on TikTok or on YouTube, they've been very ignorant, very disrespectful. And some people, I will never go on their panel again. And certain people have made someone last night, I was on a panel, made a comment to me that was so disrespectful. I went clean off on them. But that particular person, I will never deal with them. I will never speak to them again for making that comment. I don't care if it's a mistake. I don't care if they were emotionally angry. Just like one time, someone made a comment to me about, you don't get any girls and you don't do this and do that when I never wanted to be a player. If I wanted to be, I could be, but I don't want to be. He kept going, and next time he saw me, he tried to speak. I'm like, no, I'm done with you. Say nothing else to me. We're done. We're done here. I'm just not going to tolerate the BS from people because I tried all that, and it does not work. It continues. So the thing about it is you have to cut things off at the root. And that's just what it is. Because what people are going to do, if you take crap off of them, they're going to give you some more crap. So it's not a situation that I want to be called. But in order to have any self-respect, you have to be called. You cannot afford it. A lot of black people cannot afford to trust their parents. You cannot afford to trust your siblings. The world we're living in is a real world out here. This is the world that you guys are coming from may be different, but the world that I live in and the people that I know cannot trust their parents. They cannot trust us. They cannot trust their siblings. Some people cannot even trust their children.
I got that little Shaft reference right there. Take more crap, we're gonna give you more crap. I got
you know that one, huh?
Okay, Clarence. Reference right there, brother. But let me say this. And Risa, were you about to speak, Risa? I guess Risa wasn't about to speak. She out there watching the chat, make sure nobody's saying that crazy. All right.
What was that there? What'd you say?
I was asking you, were you about to speak? I thought I heard you say something like you were about to speak. Were you?
Oh no, I was muted.
Okay. All right. So here's what I want to do, man. I want to just put this on you here. Just drop this on you, man. Just drop it on you. How long you been married, Diamond?
15 years.
Good, man. That's a long time. That's a good stretch. Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good, but yeah.
Okay. So what I want to put on your head, and I gotta let Dimitri, after I go, I gotta let Dimitri get in because he got to get some opening remarks in here, and then Marcus, and then we can go around for a minute, and then we got to start closing up. But this is what I want to drop on you. You had 15 years. That's a good punt. That's a good amount of time, right? So there's been some ups and been some downs, right? Right.
But of course, yeah.
Of course. So, and I'm trying to tell you is that I just, and not just you, because you just raised the question, but I'm just trying to tell everyone, if you're going to be in a long-term relationship or a marriage or something like that, you should expect that at some point the other person may disappoint you. Okay, they may not do something they told you, I'm going to do that before I go to bed, and then they don't do it, or I'm going to do this and they don't do it, or I'm going to pay that and they don't pay it, or something. something like that may happen. Because if you look at going to a marriage thinking that the other person is going to be perfect, they're not going to make any mistakes at all. That's unfair. That's that. People make mistakes. Sometimes they do it on purpose. Sometimes they do it out of just being tired. Sometimes they do it they unwittingly do it. So that's a lot of pressure to put on one person to say, well, if they make one mistake, I'm going. Now if they make a mistake where they are cognizant of disrespecting you, that's a whole nother issue. But there are going to be some mistakes. There are going to be some missteps in a marriage, right? There's going to be some, especially if you do over 10 years, it's going to be some things go on that you wasn't expecting, right? Right? What you mean we got a dog and you want it to be in the house, right? It's going to be some things that you didn't expect, right? So all I'm saying is, man, we got to have some mercy for our spouse, because that's a lot of we whether you want to say, I know you saying, well, I only trust her 80%. Well, you must trust her enough to crawl into bed with her every night, right? So that's a lot of trust, right? You gotta trust somebody to actually get in the bed.
You're making a point,
right? So because you could wake
trust
up
her
and
enough
have
to
an
sleep
issue in
next
your
to
head,
her.
right? So, but anyway, I just wanted to put that out there, not for you so much, Diamond, for you in particular. You raised a good point that I'm sure a lot of guys out there are thinking the same thing. Maybe they would see this on a replay and they would say, oh, it's a good question Diamond had. And so we want to just say, you're going to have to accept that they may disappoint you at some point. And so we have to understand that the world is so wicked, anybody could get caught up. You hear that song I play every time we start this show. It's called Relapse. Why? Because any one of us could relapse. I'm here today, right? I'm a totally different person than I was 10 years ago, 15 years ago, right? But I could relapse if I don't constantly remind myself that I've gotten mercy. I didn't do this for myself. I got mercy. I have to have the desire to want to be a better person, right? That's what you were talking about earlier, Diamond. I had to want to be that, but then I had to have a vehicle. Well, who gave me the vehicle? Well, in my case, it was the God of the universe, I believe, that gave me that vehicle, right? Gave me all the tools I needed to try to go on this road. And he never said, hey, man, once you follow this road, it's gonna be a nice, easy cake. It's gonna be easy road, ain't nothing. I buried my mama 3 years ago too. I mean, it has not been easy. It has not been easy at all. We've all had things happen to us, right? So, there's opportunities out here for us if we really want to do something and we want to change our situation. There's opportunities out there. Now, brother gave you his number, man. Don't take that lightly. You know how long it took me to get the brother's number, man? Brother, man, I had to work. And he finally gave me his number. He gave you his number on the first swing. So consider yourself a lucky man to have that number. Anybody who wants to get that, I'm sure he won't have a problem with anybody in the backstage that wants to get that number. He won't have a problem with that at all. I know the brother that well. All right, let me get over here to Dimitri and then Marcus. Dimitri, you have anything you want to talk about or anything you want to comment on about some of the things we might have said today?
My only comments on like the most recent exchange between you and I think the dude's name is Diamond or something.
Yeah, Diamond.
Okay, cool. So I think what you were getting at is basically there's a way to and a method to showing grace without looking like a complete, naive person. If you were to like just excommunicate everybody, if they're just like as soon as they mess up, I get what you're saying. You'd have no friends, no connections. Like you'd probably be alienated from your community, to be honest, because everybody makes mistakes. Unfortunately, if you think of yourself perfect, then I got another thing coming to you. But anyways, what was the original topic about black people stealing, right?
Yeah, the original topic, but we have moved on to how are we going to fix that, and how are stores going to probably move towards mitigating that? And one of the ways they have done it in China is somebody got an echo out there.
I think it's Brother
That's you,
Dimitri.
Dimitri. Anyway, one of the ways that they have done that in China is putting these chips in people's arms and foreheads that they can see how much money you got in the bank before you come to the store. So they can stop you from even coming into the store. They won't even allow you in the store. You know what I mean? And so are they going to do something like that with black people? Are they going to put a chip in there, and they're going to, because they're moving all the Targets out. Not only Target, everybody's moving out of the black community. About all of these major box stores are moving away from the black community because the crime is getting ridiculous. And so now you're going to have to drive 50 miles to get some potato chips and a loaf of bread, right? How are they going to mitigate you from going into the stores out here in Beverly Hills, right? They got the stores out here in Beverly Hills. Besides a security guard, how are they going to stop you from going in there? Well, they probably might go to the chip situation where the door won't even open unless you scan your chip. So these three brothers, Vaughn, Bolo, Diamond, they said they're going to sit outside Costco and try to get somebody to go in who got a chip in their hand. They're not taking that chip. What do you think about that situation? And how do you think that's even a viable way to mitigate the crime?
Okay, so here's the thing about that. When you get into situations like that, China is a socialist country, so their citizens don't necessarily have all of the same liberties that we have. But if that was to take place here, then they'd probably have to remove some things from the Constitution, to be real with you. Other than that, I've heard of this concept before. Go ahead.
What would they have to remove from the Constitution? If they're saying hey, look, we're gonna pull all these stores out of the black community, and you can't come in unless you got a chip. What are they going to?
Isn't there like something against discrimination based on socioeconomic status or something? Like you can't discriminate against poor people or something? Or they're trying to make that something?
And you as a store owner, you can refuse entry. You can refuse entry to.
Oh damn! I didn't know that. I really didn't know that.
Yeah, you can refuse entry. You can refuse entry to anyone. Now, if somebody buys something, you got to follow the state laws. But if as far as allowing people to come in, you can refuse entry to whoever you want to.
Damn. So, I mean, I've heard this idea before. Businesses, they started trying to do like up north in Wisconsin or something. Like they were trying this experimental project or something, like with their business associates, like putting a chip in their wrist or something, and like the door would open for them. But if you didn't have a chip in your wrist, the door wouldn't open for you or something.
I was going to read an article. In the article, it shows it was where, and Dimitri, you got to close the YouTube window. You on the StreamYard, so just use the StreamYard. Don't use the YouTube window. Close that YouTube window down. Anyway, I was going to read the article where they're selling it as all your health information is going to be on there. So say you pass out, I've fallen and I can't. Say you're Von Bryant, right? You're Von Bryant, you out, man, you dancing, you throwing the ones off the top of the ladies where the ladies assemble, right?
Hold on, Clarence. Hold on. That's a different show now. That's an entirely different show. Go ahead.
And then you throwing the ones you're making it rain, right? And then all of a sudden you look in your pocket, you spend all your rent money, all your mortgage money, all your all the money. You don't even have enough money to get gas to go home, right? And so as Von Bryant, you just grab your heart and you have one of those Fred Sanford's, Elizabeth, I'm coming to join you, honey, right? And you fall out on the floor, right? You fall out on the floor, right? And so they say, oh, okay, well, we got your, well, Vaughn, we can't treat you. If Vaughn, you wake up and you say, well, what do you mean you can't treat me? You don't have a chip. We don't know we don't know. We see that chip would tell us all the prescriptions you done had, everything, all your medical history. We can't treat you. So away we go, right? And now you sit up and now you don't have a heart attack, you mad, right? Because you can't get no treatment because you don't have a chip, right? So my point is this, like Diamond was talking about, a separation? Is this what they're going to use to separate us? Is this what they're going to use to separate you? You ain't got the chip, so you can't, right? Are white people going to do this? Not white people, excuse me. White supremacist white people, are they going to use this chip to separate themselves from us, right? Well, they have the approach like Diamond's quasi approach was like, hey, well, if you ain't bringing nothing to the table, we're going to push you out, right? Well, what if they going to use the chip to say, well, you ain't got the chip, we're going to push you out? How about Marcus?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Happy Sunday.
So far, so good, man.
All right, man. I've been listening for a while, and I like the conversation you guys were having about like communities and stuff like that. And you said a line where it said, if they don't fit into this community, go into another one, try it out, see if it works for you. Even if that doesn't even work out either, try building your own community if you want to try that. That's another option or alternative. But they got to understand too, like heavy lies the crown. So if you're going to try to build your own community, you got to make sure you take your own pros. But when you take the pros, you also got to make sure you take the cons with it too, because it's a lot of work, right, to provide and make your own community as an alternative option. Because I see a lot of issues in different communities, things that maybe a Hispanic or a Black person may not face, or a white person may not face, or Asian or Middle Eastern, Indian, stigmas and stereotypes, and then certain struggles. So when I see that, I hear that line, it's not that it's not that it makes me cringe, but it's just like there's more out there. It's just, I think that the issue too is when somebody joins in someone's clique or group, whatever it has to be, it doesn't have to be about culture or race. They kind of want to change certain things. And if I'm only using the analogy, for example, where a lot of things are happening here in America, for example, on one side, you would understand this, Brother Clarence, and as well as you and Vaughn and anybody else who's still listening. You would see that, the culture now, with the pendulum has swung. The young kids now, with everything's being posted on social media, in your era was way, way different compared to now. So I think that could be an alternative. If you don't like anything else, if you don't rock with any other community, and if you don't rock with even your own, try making your own. But you also got to put your money where your mouth is. So there is that. And then also about the whole Target thing. Target itself is an issue in itself because it's so damn expensive. A lot of people don't even like to go there because they rather just choose Walmart, or maybe if you can get Costco or Sam's Club, get that bang for your buck. And then people that are committing crimes, crime has no color, in my opinion. I think it's just, if you get caught, you get caught. Some people are slick at doing it or not, but of course cameras are going to catch it, but it's where they catch it quick enough or not. So that's going to be an issue. I know in the pandemic, when some of the riots and stuff started happening, that's when people took advantage of that, I think, in some regards. I know that it was a struggle in certain areas, especially more than others, but wrong is still wrong. There were still mom and pop shops that are also being attacked. Not even corporate funded or company funded. It was just, mom and pop shops. So those were attacked as well. So I thought that kind of set the statement, or set the pavement for things to be allowed to get away with. And living in California, it's, you see it yourself, Brother Clarence, and you Vaughn, you've seen it yourself. you know, in certain parts that you've been in as well, and anybody else on the panel and in the chat, you know, we live in some very crazy times right now where things are just off the rails, just off the rails. So I chimed in and I just wanted to like listen to what you guys are saying for a while, and I just wanted to give like a quick statement, not too long, you know, because I know you're shutting down real soon. That's about it. That's about it.
Clarence, I'll say one more thing and then I'll get off. All right.
Okay.
I think what'll happen eventually is a sort of like store elitism, and you already see it sort of happening with the topic of the stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think what eventually is going to happen is, how should I say this without being too hyperbolic?
Just tell the truth.
So I don't want to assume too much. I think more Black men are going to have to pour more into the community with what they have, and just pull their resources and then just get something going. Because nobody's gonna take care of Black people like Black people.
Agreed.
Go ahead.
Okay, I agree. I mean, I'm just saying. See, one of the problems that we have is that we as men, we can quasi live off of the crumbs off the white community, right? So therefore, and the agents can come in and support that by having all these businesses in the Black community. So really, we as Black men, there's not a rush for us to start these businesses to get our people working and all that stuff, because most of our people work for other people, right? So we've accepted that. We have accepted that for the most part. And so, because in other communities, hey, we got to start businesses because, you know, we're going to be employing people in the community, and the city hall is going to support us, and they're going to try to help us because we're going to be employing people and stuff. Not in the Black community, right? Not unless you're not Black, right? They willing to loan you all kind of money and start a business in the Black community if you're not Black. But if you're Black,
right, I get you.
So unfortunately, we've accepted this turn of events. So now
it's formed like a complacency. Yeah.
And there you go. It's a death march of complacency, right? Because we don't realize that we're walking we're marching ourselves into the grave because we don't control any industries or anything like that. So therefore, we can't have any political power because you don't have any industries behind you. We got to solely base our political power on the morality of the people running, right?
Which is horrible, which is exactly why I advocate for Black men to go into agribusiness.
Right?
Yeah.
American politics does not work off the run off of morality. It runs off of money.
Yeah, that's horrible.
You whoever gives the money, that's who the candidate is going to do what they say, right? You give $30 million to the campaign. Okay, what do you want? Okay, we want you to pass this law. Okay, when I get in office, if I get in office, I'm going to pass that law for you, right? See, that's how American politics works. But our people think that Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts are going up there, right? They got to be a Boy Scout or a Girl Scout. Well, most of our people, I know some of our people understand how politics really works. So all of this is driven off of our misunderstanding of so many different situations, one of which is the morality issue, right? We think, oh man, this is the right thing to do. So we're going to send Barack Obama up there to do the right thing. But he's not even equipped to do the right thing because the way the game.
Can't respond to that after you're done, Clarence.
Yes, the way the game is constructed, you want him to take his king and just put it on all the spaces, right? And you can't do that, right? There's a rules to how you can move the king, so you just can't do it, right? So it has to be supported by other people on the board, and so that's the way American politics works. All right, but before you get started, Diamond, we're going to start doing some closing remarks because we got to get out of here. We have 4 hours, 37 minutes. We got Sister Annie and Risa up here. They're going to both wring my neck if we keep going on and on and on and on and on. So we got to start wrapping up. All right. Now, so Diamond, I want you to make your comment about that, and then I want to get you give us some closing remarks.
Yes, sir. What you're saying about politics is 100% true. That's how we need to begin to think. We need to take our feelings and our emotions and all of this and all that out of it, and we need to look at things very. We need to look at things very analytical, very ruthless, and very straight to the point. Like what you said, no one cares if you're a good person. They care. Can we pay the bills? Can we finance those politicians? Because a politician, once you pay off the politician, they become your whore. So we have to look at it that way. We have to stop looking at politicians as people of power. We have to look at them as tools to be used to do what we want them to do. So I'm glad that you're bringing that understanding, because that's something I believe in. And I don't believe it's about, feeling good and all this nonsense. It's about what needs to be done in any scenario. We need to be hardcore. We need to be ruthless, and we need to be efficient in order to get something done. We don't need to take everybody's feelings into this or anything like that. And it's interesting what Bolo was saying about being the leaders. And we don't need one leader. We need a panel of leaders. And if one leader messes up, then he's gone. You know what I mean? You give him a chance to straighten up. If you don't, then he's no longer a leader. That's how we need to handle people. And it's kind of like we look at African villages. They have a council of elders. And if one elder goes wrong, the rest of the elders are going to check him in. So if I'm going crazy, the rest of the leaders should check me in to make sure I'm straight. And if that don't work, then get rid of me. People ask me, they say, what would you do if your wife betrayed the movement? And I always say that if I betray the movement, she better take care of me. That's what I always say, because my whole thing is I'm not above anybody else. If I betray them, if I get into a situation with y'all where we're in a serious movement and I betray it, y'all better take care of me. That's what y'all supposed to do. Don't talk about how much you like me and how good of friends we are. That means nothing. The code and the principles and the mission means everything. All this other stuff is secondary. We have to focus on the goals and objective in order to get things done. So I like the way you gave that breakdown about politics. It was very methodical. And in the closing remark, I want to say about Black-owned business. It's very important that we begin to focus on that as well, because that's where the political power is going to come from. People shopping Black.
Agreed.
That's the only place it's going to come from. And some people think it's going to come from, religion or something else. And religion can be used to galvanize people to shop Black if we know what we're doing. But the power comes from money and being able to defend what you have. So when you build something, you have to be able to defend it, because if you build up something and I can run you out of it, then it's mine. If I can take your possessions, then they're not yours. If you can't take it back from me or do something to me, then your possessions do not belong to you. And that's what we have to understand. We have to understand that is not about wrong or right. It's about who has the power. And God is on the side of the person who has the most power, whether he or she is wrong or right.
Okay, I agree with you up to a point. Definitely, you're gonna have to defend whatever you set up. You got to defend it, right? So I agree with that. However, we do need right and wrong, bro. We have to have that, because in a civilized society, we have to know when we're stepping over the line, right? And there has to be some consequences for people who habitually step over that line, right? And we have to have a place to put people when they just will not behave in a civilized manner. We have to be able to remove them from the general public, right?
Right, Clarence. You're talking like me now.
No, no. I agree with you. I agree with most of what you're saying. I just don't agree with the fact that we don't need religion, because I think in most cases it has been the religious doctrines, not the people that have been presenting that in most cases, but it's been the doctrine itself, the law of God itself, that has given us the framework to how to be a better person, how to be a good person, and how to treat each other in a civilized manner, right? Because if we have no religion which inspired the civilized codes of conduct, in my opinion, if we have none of that, then somebody see your wife, they just jump on her and it's okay. Nothing gonna happen to them, right? There is no right and wrong. It's just if you can't stop him, he could do it, right? Or vice versa. You jump on somebody's wife. If they can't stop you, then you can just do it, and that's not
Right.
what. So
Religion
here,
doesn't stop anybody from being screwed over.
this is where the concept, Jesus concept, comes in, where might does not make right. Just because you're stronger doesn't mean you're right. It just means you're stronger, and you can apply that in a certain situation and probably have a better outcome. But it doesn't mean overall you're right in a civilized society. Just because you're stronger, or just because you got more money than me, you're stronger. That's what I'm trying to get at, Diamond, is that we have to be inspired to be these good people that you're talking about, and that inspiration has to come from somewhere. Would you agree?
We have to be good people who have the power to stop anybody from going against us. Being good by itself means nothing. You have to be good, ruthless, and dangerous at the same time.
Well, you don't have to be ruthless. You can be good. You can be good, and you got to be dangerous. And you can have the law on your side, and you can say, okay, this is the line that we're drawing, and if you pass this line of errant behavior, this is the action we're gonna take against you. And that's not being ruthless. That's just saying, hey, look, man, you know what I'm saying? In the Muslim country, you steal something, ain't no arguing. Oh, well, I didn't. Let me tell you why I stole it. We don't care why you stole it. Put your arm on there. Put your arm right here on this thing, right? Whoop. That's it. Now you ain't stealing no more with that hand, right? You see somebody with no hands, you know what they've been doing, right? So my point is, you don't have, but I don't even consider them ruthless. I would just consider them, hey, look, they look at the law, and they try to follow the law as best as they understand it, right? That may be a little harsh example, but what I'm saying is, we can have laws where we can follow them. So I just want to make sure that we have to understand that these good laws are good morals that you are trying to say, well, these people have morals and they don't, so therefore they're okay. He fell off, right? Wife made him some popcorn or whatever. So these people have morals and these people don't have morals. The morals have to come from somewhere, right? Anyway, maybe he'll address us later. Let's go with Sister Risa. Sister Risa.
Yes, sir.
Got any final words for us?
Oh, we were everywhere today, weren't we? Poor Tarjay, I'm sorry they're closing. Perhaps if we had stiffer laws and if God would make people differently. I'm trying to tie everything together. And touched on a lot. I'm kind of drained. Just a great conversation overall. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. But back to what we were gonna talk about, or did talk about, the stealing. And you seen this happen, like it's been getting worse like everywhere. And it's like, it seems like any way they go, whether it's a smash and grab or either you go in there and just strong arms, just take something and run out, and you don't have a lot of people with you, it's still causing damage, and enough damage where stores are actually having to close. And that's like the bigger picture. And I know somebody had said earlier about going to such places like Target and Walmart to buy like your meat and your vegetables and stuff. I mean, but sometimes you have to understand, like, elderly people and people without cars, you have to go to the places that are there that you can go to. And that is, that's gonna, I'm country, so we can still go get meat cut, and we can go out and get our own. But that will kind of affect people because, as I said in the chat earlier, maybe in the future now we can get the government to stop messing with the farmers and the people who actually grow vegetables and do the agriculture and all that. Because they put limitations on them as well. They've been messing with them, the beef industry, for like the last 10, 15 years. So it's like a steady, decline. And then, a lot of plants, fell down, they were destroyed and stuff. A lot of processing plants, So it's like, it's becoming a big deal, like they started with the meat and now they're dwindling down to like the laundry detergent and stuff like that. And, it kind of is part of a bigger picture, but I guess that's like a different show, a different day. But it was a great show today. I think we did. I think I think we broke down a couple, borders. I'm not barriers. My bad. I'm not gonna say we got through or anything. It's not like it's an intervention or anything, but I kind of do see where he was coming from on some things.
Oh
But to
yeah, of
like
course.
trying to tie it together, it takes, you know, I have to sit and think about it. But yeah, I kind of agree with everybody. The stealing must stop. Maybe we do need stricter laws. I'm not down with any type of chips or anything like that. None of that, but I don't
Okay.
steal.
Oh God, here's another one. Now it's the three of y'all and Sister Risa out there in front of Costco because y'all won't get a chip. Trying to get somebody going in and buy y'all some groceries. Okay. All
That's
right,
all right.
Risa.
Misery
You
loves
gonna
company.
sit with the rest of them. Okay.
I
All
got
right.
that hot 52 bun and my list.
Is that your last word, Risa?
Let's see, y'all.
All right, love you, girl.
Great,
We're gonna pull you
great.
down here.
All right.
All right. Don't go nowhere, Risa, because I don't know what's happening. So don't
All
go
right.
nowhere. All right.
Okay.
All right, that was Risa Neal. That's our resident sniper.
Well, let me go.
Gladys, who is this person that shot me down? Wait a minute. Let me tell you my whole story, Gladys. Wait a minute. I wasn't trying to do, and then this person say, and then I called them bro, and I didn't know that they were a woman. Clarence, what's going on here? Do something, Clarence. Right. Oh, Clarence, you're not gonna listen to me? I'm gonna bring my case to the administrator. I'm going over your head, Clarence. I'm going to the administrator, Sister Hitty. Sister Hitty, I will call you. I will text you. I will email you, Sister Hitty. All right, Sister Hitty, let's go with you. What do you think, man? What do you think? How
I
the
think
show
Vaughn
go?
said he wanted to. Vaughn, did you?
Oh, Vaughn wanted to go. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, if I could,
Absolutely,
'cause
Vaughn.
I have some pressing things I need to get to. But
Okay, yes, sir.
yeah, man, listen, excellent show, man. I really appreciate, how spirit filled this whole panel was today. I was literally touched. I could feel the presence of God, and I just thank God for His Holy Spirit that sat on the panel with us today. And we can agree to disagree about a whole lot of things.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? And that's okay. It's nothing wrong with that. You speak your piece, I speak mine. You see, and I learn from you what I can, and possibly you can learn something from me as well. But I'm a firm believer that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And fast forward, then the Word became flesh and dwelled among us. You see what I'm saying? For God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever would believe in Him should not perish, but have everlasting life. You see what I'm saying? The wages of sin is death, but this wonderful gift of God is eternal life. And listen, we can always debate about it. We can always, see what I'm saying, go back and forth about it. But in the end, every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. And I stand on that and I believe it. I don't have to force it down your throat, but thank God for the opportunity of a platform and a space where I can freely share that.
Absolutely.
Everybody's opinion on the panel today was excellent. I appreciate the conversation today, and I'm just so it just did me so good to witness that, where there's two or three gathered in His name. See, He said, I'll be in the midst. God's presence will be in the midst. And I just thank God that I could feel His presence sitting on this panel with us today. You know what I'm saying? And I would be void. I would be void if I didn't feel that presence. I would be void without that presence of God.
I know I would.
And I just thank God that He thought enough of me to touch me. You see what I'm saying? Lean not to your own understanding, but acknowledge Him in all of your ways. What? Not some, all. You see what I'm saying? That means your deliberate ways. That means your messed up ways. That means your contentious ways. That means your crack ways. You see what I'm saying? That means your addictive ways. You got to acknowledge God in all of your ways. And then he can direct our path. And so I just thank God for his love today. And God bless you, my sister. God used you today.
Man.
And I love to be able to sit back. That's why I got quiet. Because when I see God moving, I like to get still and quiet. God, what are you about to do? What are you about to say? Are you going to speak to me? Are you going to address me? I'm open and I'm willing. I'm receivable. I want to receive whatever it is you have for me. And man, what a word that went forth today.
Man.
How effective this type of conversation was today. And for that, I'm grateful. And I don't want to keep going on and on and on because I could go on and on. Y'all just about had me speaking in tongues over here. You see what I'm saying? I couldn't do it on the mic because then your understanding would be unfruitful. But anyway, I thank God for his spirit. And I pray for everybody that was on the panel today, everybody that was in the chat, and all of the listeners, the people that were in the bushes, the people that were listening and spectating, behind the wall. You see what I'm saying? God bless you too. Because I know that the word of God will not leave from where he is and come down here and then return to him void, but it will accomplish what he sent it to do. And for that, I'm grateful. And I digress.
All right, Vaughn. Thank you, brother. We're going to pull you down, man. Vaughn.
Yeah, I'll stick around.
You stick around? Okay. Well, because I don't know what you guys want to do. So we all find out together what's going to happen on the back there. All right. Let's go with Brother Diamond and then Sister Annie.
At the end of the day, I've tried every method to think about how to fix the Black problem. And I believe that Black separatism is something I'm going to try to push everywhere that I go, no matter who I'm talking to, no matter who I'm dealing with, because I believe some Black people do not want to change. And I believe too many Black people are being destroyed by those who are not good. So I can't see any other way to fix the problem. And I don't believe trying to minister to people who do not want to listen is going to make a difference. All it's going to do is cause more innocent people to be taken advantage of and to be mistreated. Okay. I even believe so far that if your parents have a drinking problem, you should leave the house and let them do what they're going to do. Why should you suffer because they're suffering? You don't owe them anything special. You owe them absolutely nothing because you didn't have to be here. So, I'm looking at it from a viewpoint of, I believe those of us who are good need to be protected. Those of us who are not good deserve no protection until they start to become good, because you can't protect what's not worth to be protected. You can't allow those to come in who are going to destroy other people. Because what they say, one bad apple spoils a bunch. But what about millions of bad apples in the Black community that are just pure evil? And we just have to deal with that from that perspective. I can't see any other way to fix the problem. And I've thought about it ever since I was 15 years old, and now I am 45, and I'm like, damn, this is the only option that I can see that could work, even come close to working. That's why, after you had white flight, when the crack era came, you had black flight. Plenty of Black people moved out of those neighborhoods because they were no good, and they didn't want their kids to get caught up in that mess. So I can't blame them for doing that. I can't call them sellouts for doing that when those neighborhoods were bad neighborhoods to be in, and no one wanted to do anything to put these people who were causing the problems in their place. So in that case, I could see leaving. And here's the thing. There's a neighborhood in Pittsburgh called Homewood, and I wanted to live there. But the houses that were for sale in that neighborhood, there are people next door selling drugs. So every house that we looked at just about, there was no area to be in where there was not a potential problem that could develop. So imagine, these people are living next door to you, and they see you with nice stuff. Eventually, they're going to want to break in and rob your house, and that's what people do. So I just don't see a way that the Black community can continue to carry on the way it is carrying on, because we're in a very bad position. I think we're almost in a bad state. We're almost living under the same rule. We're almost as bad as what we were in Jim Crow. But we have to make a drastic change. Something has to give, or we're going to fold. Because one thing that's interesting is You know, in the past, you would never see too many sisters going out with white men. But, you know, I see more sisters, especially young sisters under the age of 30, with men of other races, especially white men in Pittsburgh. And it's like, wow. So the race is beginning to fall apart at the seams. So if we don't do something quickly, the race is going to separate from itself, and we're all going to be by ourselves doing our own thing if we don't create a core group of people to go to. Because, you know, a lot of Black people are just looking for a group of friends, and they can't find people that they can trust. So we're going to have to create that. I'll land my plane there.
All right, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for listening to us, old fogies, man. Except for Sister Annie and Risa, of course. The rest of us is old fogies, man. We trying to just give you some, you know, just a word to the wise, man. So, you know what I mean? Just extending that hand out there. You don't want it, that's cool, no problem. We still love you, brother. But you know, if we see you in trouble, we gonna try and help you. So that's all it was, and that wasn't nobody trying to make you feel a type of way or nothing like that. So, and I know you understand that. You smart enough to understand that. So thank you, brother, for coming up. I appreciate you. I'm gonna pull you down, man. All right, that was Diamond X, and we appreciate that, brother, for coming up. All right. Excuse me. Excuse me. Y'all talking about the Lord? I'm coming up there if y'all talking about the Lord. Bolo's here too. I'm coming up there.
This was powerful, Brother Clarence.
Definitely, yeah.
This was powerful.
Yeah.
First, you know, when with Diamond talking about like the separation, I don't know how that's supposed to look, but what I kept thinking about when he was talking was the movie Lean on Me with Joe Clark. And his thing was in his school, you know, he went in, it was rough.
Yeah.
You know, what he did know was that he needed to get his school safe, and he needed to get their test scores up. And he was willing to do some really extreme things.
Yes.
To make that happen. And he gave them a chance. But then when those that just were just going to be disruptive, you know, opportunities are out. Right. So that's why when he was thinking of that's what I was thinking of. Not when you're frustrated with what you see in the world, sometimes your creativity of how to fix it, sometimes it's, you know, it's extreme. You just got to kind of bring it back. You just got to have a strategy plan, have people at the table to kind of think it through. So that's what I would challenge. I would challenge Diamond and any and all people that think similar to what he's thinking is to, okay, we know the problem now. We know a lot of what the issues are. Let's start driving towards solutions. Because when you talk about the solution in itself brings some light into what the problem was. We don't have to keep talking about the problem. It slows us down from getting the solution. So whether it's businesses, it's safety factors, it's, you know, people stepping in when parents maybe are not, you know, on their best A game. We can say all day and all night that parents should do this, but every parent is not going to do it. I'm praying for men and women that are in Diamond's scope of influence, his elders, to step in and intercede for the mother and father that he missed out on. They can't replace them, but just step in, because regardless of how old you are, it's nothing like having that father figure and that mother figure, that love. And I'm telling you, Diamond, that we love you. I can fuss at you and still love you.
Yes, you
I'm gonna
can.
fuss at you.
I
I'm
can
gonna
attest
fuss
to
at
that.
you.
Yes. You can fuss at you and still love you, brother.
Yeah. And I pray that what was said tonight, that you receive that. God got the glory tonight. This was all
Absolutely.
him.
Always.
A seed is planted, not just for Diamond, for all of us. You know, you think about people stealing. My brother's a principal, and you know, his first couple of weeks in school, he got to be worried about gangs. You know, he's trying to get in there and change the school system around, and he got to address that first. A security system that I didn't know existed, and maybe y'all knew existed. There's a camera system that let's say if someone fights, they could take that person's picture, put it into this system, and it can tell you everywhere that person was that day.
Wow.
In the school.
Wow.
Now that's reactive, right? That's reactive. We need things that can help from a proactive perspective. So that's why I was saying, like with Diamond, these knee-jerk reactions, they may feel good in the moment, but they don't solve problems. You know what I'm saying? And just because I could have on some heels, a nice pair of pants, a nice blouse, my hair done, so I look cute. But what if I stink? So now I look good, right? But I look good, but I'm not, my scent is off, right? So just because somebody looks good, don't mean that they are good. What we
Okay.
have to watch is behaviors, right?
Okay.
What's the consistency of a person's behavior? If your behavior is not enlightening the group, okay, now we got to check some things out. You know, there's a lot of prisons out there for people that behaviors keep being the same thing.
Right.
So I agree that we got to watch behaviors and maybe that be the filter of certain things. You know, I don't know what the solution is, but I'm definitely glad that the conversation is out there because you can't, you know, when you're trying to grow a nice garden, you can't keep bringing weeds in there.
Yeah.
It's not going to grow well. So I pray that these conversations just keep growing. They keep getting more solution driven, more.
Sis, you there? Sis Annie? Oh, you went out, sis. Sis Annie, get out of McDonald's. You gotta run down to the library. They got free internet too.
Oh my gosh, I hit the mute button, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't even know when to stop being. Oh my gosh. I don't know what I said. But I just say that this was a spirit-filled stream. Like I said, I don't know where it stopped off, but I just hope that each of these conversations continue to grow and become more solution driven, where we're kind of grabbing and assigning and delegating and people doing things. Because if we can just help small and it just keeps expanding, if we can keep inspiring, I think that that's what's needed. But this conversation was good. And I want y'all to, I mean it. We praying over you, Diamond, and we're praying not just for Diamond. Risa, I'm so sorry that because I didn't know it when that was happening. I love you so much. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there, but I'm there for you if you ever need to talk or whatever. I know how I feel not having a dad, or not having my dad physically with me. You know, it's tough sometimes. It's just kind of tough sometimes. So if you ever need to talk, but I just pray that the family unit that we've created here, that we are there for each other, and that where we see that there's a gap, that we like that. I can hear how Diamond talks. You know, we got to pay attention to each other. We got to be able to notice that when somebody answers a certain way, when they use a certain word, it sounds this way here, but this is the way that they talk. And let me talk to him the way that he, that he talks or that she talks. So I absolutely love this family, and I thank y'all. I love y'all.
Love you, girl.
All righty.
Okay, look, I'm gonna pull you down. Okay.
Okay.
Don't go nowhere until you.
All right.
You guys,
Okay.
You guys talk back there and figure out what we're gonna do here. All right. I'm gonna pull you down. All right. That was Sister Annie, and then there was two.
Yo.
You here?
Yes, sir. I'm
Did
here.
you wake up? Are you? Did we wake you up, old man? Sorry, we wake you up.
I'm awake.
We'll wake you up. You awake? You sure?
I'm awake. I'm positive. I'm awake.
All right.
I'm awake.
All right, man. See, I've been letting you get away for a long time. I've been letting you get away for a long time. You see, Vaughn got the right idea. Vaughn said, man, ask this brother to pay for he leaves. See, I haven't even been doing that. I've been letting you slip out the back door. Oh, well, I got to go, y'all. I'll see you later. You know, I got my own live stream. Oh, okay. All right, bro. All right. We've been letting you get out the back door. We're not letting you get away today.
Okay. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that.
All right. So, brother, what do you think
Yes,
about
sir.
today's show? What do you think about how it went? Or what, do you have any comments or concerns about anything that we talked about today, man? You got any last words about it, man?
Yeah, I think today's show was awesome, powerful. It went the way it was supposed to go. You can look at this show from different perspectives, and I love that. We had different perspectives up here. We were patient. We were still, and we let the Father speak. So that most importantly, we let Him talk, and lack of judgment in the aspect of condemnation. Not trying to browbeat anybody, but understanding and stillness, and about being supportive again, and creating an environment of love. Right?
Right.
Truth given without love is a weapon. So, it was a beautiful thing, man. Thank you for your channel, and
Thank you, brother, for
thank you
stopping
for
by.
allowing me on your channel. Yeah, thank you for allowing me on the channel.
Man, we need you, man. We needed you, brother. I'm glad you came.
And we need you. So I guess I gotta say a prayer to bring us to close us out. Then
Absolutely, you're not going nowhere. We all of us will get on our backpacks and we will go walking right over there to the village, and we will knock on
absolutely,
the front. We will knock on the front door and say, "Hey, wait a minute, Bolo owes us a prayer over here." So don't go
absolutely.
nowhere without praying.
All right. So should I do it?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. All
Okay.
means.
Father God, we come humbly before you to give you thanks for this day. I thank you. We thank you for this channel, everyone on the panel and in the chat who shared their story, who shared their testimony, and who support this channel. Father, we thank you that you are our Father of love, grace, full of compassion and mercy. We love you for being our wonderful counselor. We ask you that you please forgive us of our sins, that you will open our hearts on this channel or wherever we are listening. Please help us all, those here, to rekindle relationships between our mothers, our fathers, our sisters, our brothers and sons, but most importantly, with you. We ask you that you help us spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Please break every generational curse that hinders us, break every stronghold, every chain, every plot to hold us captivity by the enemy. Open our eyes that we will have a fire and a hunger for you and only you. Send your angels to encamp around us and our families, our homes, our jobs, or wherever we plant our feet. Bless this channel. Bless our homes. Bless our families with good health from the crown of our heads to the soles of our feet. We ask that you shut the mouth of every high demon, every low demon, big or small, that you send back to sender, to Satan. We thank you in advance for all your blessings, for your knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, because you have established that you are our mighty Father. We ask you, Father, to please give us discernment and to be more loving one towards another, more patient one towards another. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen, my brother. Amen. All right, brother. I'm so glad that you came over here today, man.
I'm glad that you had me, brother. Glad that you had me.
Always, man. Remember, this is your home, man. You ain't
Thank
visiting. We gotta we got a seat at the table for you. When you not here, it's empty. But we waiting for you. Anytime you got the time to come over here and you're not spending with your family on your own channel and you got a little extra minute, you got a chair here sitting at the table, man. So you
Thank
ain't
you,
gotta say, hey, Bo C, can I come over? Can you come over? Get over here. What are you doing? Talking about, can you come over here? Get your butt on over here, man. Sit down. All right, man.
Thank you.
So when's the next time we can see you, brother? On your own channel.
Tomorrow morning, Eastern Standard Time at 7 a.m., we will be reading Ecclesiastes. So that's where you can find us.
All right. Ecclesiastics. Okay, y'all. So y'all want to get some more you want to get some more information on the reading on the book, go over to Bolo. You got a little echo going on, but go over to Bolo, the Bolo TV, the Village, Vaughn, or any one of you guys could put Bolo's channel out there again. I know you guys put it out there yesterday, Can you put it out there again for the people that's passing by or are watching this on the replay? They can go over to Bolo TV and they can go over there and check him out. And if they say, well, I got a question for you. I heard Diamond X talking to you, and I heard Diamond ask a good question, and you didn't get a chance to get to it because that silly old brother C kept interrupting you. I want to hear you for yourself, Bolo. You answer that question for yourself, right? So anybody, you guys want to go over there, get deep understanding for Bolo, go on over there and check him out. Plus, just a good vibe, nice group, man. It's very similar to over here. Very, very good people, man. It's a good vibe. That's kind of like we consider that our sister channel. Very good vibe. Very good. Go on over there if you just, man, when you get tired of the nonsense that's going on out here, you got a couple places you can go where, even though we talk about some tough things, but we do it in love, man. We ain't trying to, push, like you saw, we ain't trying to push nobody into doing nothing. We just trying to help them see that there are better ways to handle situations if they so choose to do it. Thank you, Juan. Appreciate you. All right. So anyway, that's Brother Bolo. You can check him out.
Before your headphones mess up, did you clean the belt?
What? You say something, man? Can't hear you because of the echo. I can't hear you because of the echo. I see, me and this brother, we talk all the time. See, I tried to tell him. I told him yesterday. Me and him was on the phone. I told him yesterday. I said, you know what? Mercy is good. Mercy, but it don't last forever. It don't last forever. We're gonna come to head again. Just like, remember that football game? Kaliko, head-to-head football? Right?
Yes.
We're gonna go head-to-head again.
Head-to-head,
it's gonna
baby.
be some mathematics. It's gonna
Mathematics.
be some physics. It's gonna be some philosophy. It ain't gonna be just singing, right? It ain't gonna be just all of that, right?
Listen, it was you that picked the topics. I don't understand why you make it sound like it was me.
Why are you bringing that up? I'm talking about what we're gonna be doing now.
Okay.
See, you want to bring all that up from the what we did in the past.
I apologize, brother.
Mercy entered into that situation.
Yes,
it may not enter into this next situation. So
wow.
It might be
Damn. Damn. Okay. You telling me
it might not enter into the situation there, so things might go another way.
Everybody wearing black,
Brother Bolo. It might go another way out here.
All right, Brother Clarence. I just asked one question. Did you clean the belt? That's all I asked.
That's what
I get all of it.
I can't give you an answer on that right now, man. Because man, the way my checking and my savings is set up, I can't answer that question right now. I can't answer that question right now.
It's not set up the way it's set up.
The way my checking and my savings is set up, I can't answer that, Brother Bolo. I can't answer that right now.
Listen, man, thank you for allowing me up here. These conversations are hard to have. They are, but they are a necessity. It's something that's needed, and thank you, bro. For allowing a place of hard conversation, but the atmosphere is a loving one. You know what I'm saying? So, thank you for allowing
me.
Do
it like you guys do it over there, man. I try to do it like you guys do it over there. Definitely.
Trying. I'm trying. So thank you so much, man. You have a blessed night. Bless everybody. Praying for Diamond. Praying for all you guys. Tomorrow morning, man. So, all right, brother, man. Love you.
I love you too, man. I'll see you later. All right, that's Brother Bolo. You can go check him out on Bolo TV, The Village, man. Go over there and check the brother out, man. It's a good-hearted brother, man. Is he mistake-free? No. Is Brother C mistake-free? No. We make mistakes. So one thing about he and I, we don't ever tout ourselves as these mistake-free people that run around here and we don't make no mistakes, right? we know we make mistakes, right? He'll tell me, man, hey man, I could have probably did this better. And I tell him the same thing. Yeah, I probably could have did this better, right? We that's what I like. He got the same kind of humble spirit as I do, man. So I love that brother, man. That's a good dude. Plus, his heart is in the right place. I can always dig a dude with their heart is in the right place. Like a cat like Diamond, heart is in the right place. Now, maybe we methodology wise, we don't agree. We may not agree on methodology, but I can always dig a dude where their heart is in the right place, man. They want to have a good heart on them, man. So shout out to that brother, man. Appreciate you, man. Pray for him and his family, man. Because when you out here doing this stuff that he and I, and the people that's over here and the people that's over there, what we do, see, we don't have a job to deal with, like, you know, all the good people come over here, right? And the good people, people like him and me and the people over here and the people over there in the village, our job is not to deal with the good people, right? The people that's already coming into the church, they're already sitting down in the pews, they're already coming in the mosque, they're already sitting down, they're already coming in the temple, they're sitting down, they doing what they're supposed to do, they're treating their wives right, they're treating their daughters right, they're treating their kids right, they you know, not spending their rent money out here on Figueroa Avenue. Those people are not our job. Our job is the people in the gutter, right? That's what I tell Bolo all the time. I tell him, man, I say, man, our job is not those people. Those people, they already covered. We've been sitting here. I know it would be much easier if we could just minister to the people that go to church all the time. That would be easier, but that's not our job. Our job is the people, the man lying in gutter in front of the church. That's our job. That's our job. Our job is the people that's out here, they running around, they think they know, but they don't know. And they can't figure out why they're getting such poor results in their life, because they think they understand what God is about. They think they understand. For example, the brother made a good point. He said, why does God allow babies to be, you know, essayed or this and this and this and this? And so the only way they can crunch it up, because their view is from the world they living in, the only way they can crunch it up is that God don't care. That's the only way they can crunch it up. So they don't have to see it from another perspective, whereas God gave you a good world. It's like when you give your son a practically a brand new car, and he crash it up, right? He crash it up, right? The people want to get at you, but I didn't crash this car. He's the one that's been running into all these parked cars, not me. I told him how to drive. I taught him how to drive, right? I gave him all the rules. I gave him everything he needed to drive this car in the proper way. He the one that want to drive fast, speed around the corners, beat the lights. He the one that want to do all this stuff, not me. So don't blame me that he's getting. So why are we blaming God for stuff for a world that he didn't create this? He created a world that was basically run itself, and it would be good if the laws that he gave us, you know, if we followed the what do they call that? The instructions or the operating directions, right? You get a new computer, and they have the instructions in there, right? This is how you operate this computer, right? Plug A into plug A, plug B into slot B, right? You follow, but if you plug B into slot A, it's not gonna work, right? Not gonna work. But you can't say, man, God gave you a bad computer, or I've not sold you a bad computer. Come on, God didn't create this world of wickedness. He created, and then he sent one man to check on the fruit. They beat that man. He sent another man to check on the fruit. They beat and just vilified, totally disrespected that man. He said, you know, I'm gonna send my son, right? This is my son. I'm gonna send my son, because my son ain't gonna be no dying of cancer, ain't gonna be no nothing if they listen to my son. If they listen to my son, he will help them with almost all of their problems. He will help them. We'll get this stuff straight. I mean, they just kill him, right? Well, the son was the one bringing the information to help the babies not be getting essayed. But the people won't listen. But if I already said, hey, I've already done the whole, I'm gonna level a whole city. I've already done that, and that's not what, I don't want to do that no more. I've already put my word out. I ain't gonna do nothing like that no more. Now where am I? I gotta follow my own word, where it said I ain't gonna do that. Now I gotta make sure that the people that want to do good and want to listen to what I say, I gotta give them an opportunity to hear my word. Some of these people ain't never heard my word. They gotta accidentally walk up on Bolo or accidentally walk up on Clarence or accidentally walk up on somebody else who had this information and listen to them and get inspired to get more information. Not that I got all the information, not that Bolo got all the information, but we can inspire you or give you some information that could inspire you to go further beyond what we telling you. You can go and look it up for yourself or go and get that information for yourself to have a better understanding. But most people are too lazy to do that. They want a quick and fast answer for everything. And everything is just not, life doesn't work that way. Most things in life are not quick and fast, especially the good things, right? You put a bean in the ground, takes time. You got to water it, sends the root down, shoot up. All of that happens. That takes time. That takes time. This ain't like Jack and the Magic Beanstalk. You throw the beans out the window, and the next morning it's a beanstalk up there to the Giants' house in the clouds, right? We're talking reality, right? Most things take time. Most things take time, right? So even for us to have a better understanding of what God's purpose is for us, that may take a lifetime to figure out. We have to trust the process. We have to trust the process. You have to look at somebody. Maybe, see, the problem is we put our trust, like Diamond said, we put our trust sometimes in people too much, right? It's good you can trust some people if they demonstrate that they're trustworthy. But you can never, in a wicked world like this, you can never say to yourself, oh, this person is too good to fall down. Any one of us could fall down, man. In a wicked world like this, I see it, man. Over here on Figueroa, man. Wife say, hey, man, we need some bread for the dinner table. Can you go get some bread? Dude just on his way to the store, he had good intentions on the way to the store, and he see one of them little girls out there on Figueroa, man. He said, you know what? Me and my wife didn't do nothing yesterday, and I'm feeling that itch right now. Let me just go ahead and let this little girl handle this. Get caught in the police thing. Here you go, man. You under arrest on a Sunday evening, right? Anybody can get caught up in a wicked world like this. That's why we got to stay with whatever. Okay, so you don't believe that there's a God okay, so whatever source you getting positive power from, you better stick with it. Better stick with it, right? Now, none of us ain't gonna push no religion. I'm not gonna push the religion on no one. I'm gonna say you should get a connection to God. Yeah, definitely. But I'm not gonna say, well, you should do this religion over that religion over this religion. That's your decision, right? Right? That's your decision. You got to decide, okay, what methodology makes sense with me based on my upbringing, based on my experiences in life. What connecting to God, how should I do that? That's your decision. We're not here to tell you, at least definitely Clarence ain't here to tell you, because that's not my place to tell you how you should connect to God. I just know you should. I know things would be better for you if you do. And the better you get a better understanding you get of how he's moving, you'll be able to understand certain things, certain questions that Diamond rose, which were good questions. They were good questions. And I don't blame him for asking those questions. So we got to have good answers for those. But that's a whole nother topic, right? That's a whole nother topic. Clarence, don't drag this out. I see people backstage, so we must have something to discuss. So let me shut this down. Let me shut this down. All right, y'all. Let me do the rundown, and then we're gonna be up out of here, man. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Appreciate you. If you watch this on the replay, we appreciate you. Please try to get as much out of it as you can. If you got to watch it a couple of different times, sometimes I got to watch a show 2 or 3 different times, man, just so I can get everything out of it, because everybody's dropping so much good things on it, man. It's hard to get it all in one scoop. I have to come back and watch it again. This is gonna be one of them 3 or 4 watcher shows, man, where I'll be watching the whole week and see, oh, okay, yeah, Vaughn said that, okay, Andy said that, oh, Risa said that, oh, Bolo said that, oh, Diamond said that, oh, okay, yeah. and get everything out of there. Anyway, let's do the rundown, y'all. The chat is where it's at. The chat is where it's at. The chat is always gonna be on point because you got we got our enforcer in there, man. And you know what, man? Let me tell you something, man. Your word is only as good as if you can enforce it, man. Your word is only as good as if you can if you can't enforce it. So that's how come our chat stays clear, because we got an enforcer down there. Yes, sir. Can I help you, sir? Can I help you? Brother Bolo.
I was hanging out in the back. I was hanging out in the back.
Hanging in the back. Okay. Why did I bring that brother up? Man? See, you know what would be nice? If Brother Bolo would communicate with me sometimes before he's gonna do something, right? He just communicate with me. Clarence, I'm coming back up but I'm just gonna sit in the back, right? He could even put that in the back chat, right? Oh no, Clarence. I want you to pull me up so you can look dumb. Okay, all right, man. All right. Anyway. Anyway. All right, but the chat is where it's at, man. You gotta have an enforcer. You gotta have somebody who's gonna enforce the rules that you are going to no, you don't. You always slip. No, I'm just that's my brother, man. No, man, he don't slip. He is tight. He is tight, man. So, man, very rarely does he have a faux pas, man. But I tease him all the time anyway, right? But anyway, man, we got Risa Neal in the chat, man. Shout out to her. She is like the rang leader, as my father used to say, the rang leader. He was from Texas. He used to say, that boy right there, he's the rang leader, right? So anyway, he's the rang leader. She's the rang leader. She's the one that's going to lead the charge. If anybody's going to be, put you out, it will be Risa Neal or M. Mills if she's over here. M. Mills as well. But shout out to Risa Neal. Keeps the chat nice and clean, man. And and I only had to hear her. I only got fussed at about Risa just this one time this month, right? It's been a while since I got fussed at about Risa, but I got fussed at yesterday. I just took it. Don't worry, Risa. I just took it, man. I ain't tripping. Clarence, what's going on, Clarence? Clarence? How can I? I just got thrown out, and I didn't know that person was running your chat. Okay, Pagoda. Okay. I just sat there like this. Okay. I said, well, she warned you. He said, no, but still, thought I was just. I said, well, she warned you, man. What more do you want? I said, man, a lot of people don't even get that warning from her. They don't even get a warning from her, man. Pushes poof. I said, she must like you because there's a lot of times she don't warn nobody. Just pow, you gone, right? But shout out to the chat, man. Everybody in the chat. I appreciate all of you guys in the chat, man. You guys always are very respectful. Even if you ask questions of the people on the panel, appreciate y'all. That's what makes it an environment that's good, where the people can come over here and they don't feel like it's a bad situation, even if you don't believe in God. Like most of us do, but even if you're not feeling that type of understanding, that's okay. We still gonna allow you to say whatever, as long as you're not being disrespectful to those of us that do, because we ain't gonna disrespect you if you don't. But so we just don't. Disrespect is not what we're gonna have. And so the chat is always, man. Our chat has been growing in just compatibility and people being real respectful. So we appreciate y'all for that. Thank you. And strong performance in the chat. Very solid. Y'all ask good questions, and y'all keep up with the program. Solid performance. I know. This show reminds me of the Village, man. Bolo in the Village, or Alonzo All-Star. Man, it should have 6,000 people in there, right? 10,000 people in there, and you turn around, you got 2 people, right? You're like, what the hell? Or you go over to the Village and it's like 11 people. You're like, what? This man should have it packed in here, right? But okay. All right, that's how it goes, man. But that's okay, man. Thank you, thank you, Vaughn, for putting that out there, man. Because that was what I was trying to say. Well, appreciate you, man. Vaughn can say things that I can't say sometimes because he's smart like that. All right, y'all. But very solid performance from the chat. Very solid, very strong. All right, who else is in the building? Who else was on the stage today? All right, let's go down the line, man. We're gonna go real fast because I got people backstage. Let's go. We got Sister Annie. Excuse me. Y'all talking about the Lord. I'm coming up there. Clarence, don't play no games, right? How y'all think Sister Annie did today? Very strong performance. Very strong performance, right? Did y'all see God moving in her? Y'all didn't see that? Y'all didn't see that? Those of y'all that had your eyes open, man, God's moving in that sister, man. That's why I just sat back and said, well, let me sit back. Me and Vaughn, I know how Vaughn think. Me and Vaughn did the same thing. We both sat back and said, oh, we see God moving. We ain't gonna interrupt him. I think Bolo had the same kind. I think it was probably me, Vaughn, and Bolo probably sat back and said, we know who's in the house right now. Let us sit back and let him work, right? I don't want to interrupt that flow, right? Yeah, man, but God was working with that sister, man. Thank God for that sister, man. I tell her, and I appreciate her that, man, her work, she doing her work, man. I don't know, man. Maybe she waited until right now, or maybe she been doing her work. I don't know, but I know she definitely doing it now by just doing a live on TikTok. No, I haven't thought about that, Diamond, but maybe you can tell me how to do that, man. Maybe you send me an email and tell me how to do that, because I really don't. I just do this like for you guys, man. I really, you know what I mean? I mean for myself too. I enjoy talking to everybody and getting together with all my people, man, all my friends. But, I really like, my main thing is try to get these books out to these young men. I'm trying to figure out how to do that. But anyway, but that's a good idea, Diamond. That's a good idea. I'm gonna consider that. But anyway, Sister Annie, what y'all think about that, man? Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Man, the Lord was trying to use her, man. And she was just like, she was a vessel at that time, man. She had such conviction, man. I was like, ooh, it's flowing through her, man. Me, Vaughn, and Bolo was like, oh, let's back up. Let's go. But shout out to Sister Annie, man. Very positive sister, man. And I'm glad, man, she's one of them people, man. You're glad you have them on your team, man, because you learn something about her every time, man. You see that God can really move her and use her. And we thank God for delivering her over here, man. I don't know what we did of good to have her to come over here, but if we can continue to do whatever we did to have that sister stay here, let us, please, God, let us do it. Let us do it, please, 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 please. But shout out to Sister Eddie, man. Very strong performance, very solid as always, as always. What about Von Bryant? That's another brother, man, right? Yeah, you see the Lord working through him sometimes, right? Usually, like, man, sometimes Von be like, and then sometimes Von be like, bam, bam, bam. You see the Lord working right, coming straight on and right out of him, right? And then sometimes Von would just be that person in the background that would just inspire other people to try to do things of good, man. So shout out to Von, man. Very strong dude. What do you think about his performance today? Very, very solid, very strong as always. Shout out to Von Bryant. What about Bolo TV? Yeah, man, Bolo TV is always strong, man. It always comes in and brings another element to the show. If we want to base stuff in scripture, or if we want to just base stuff in the way the Lord would handle something, we got Bolo right there sitting on the panel, and he can dive a little deeper into some of that issue. So I always feel good when he's here with us, because sometimes we need to go him, right? Because Diamond asked a good question. Why does the Lord allow these things to happen, right? And a lot of people ask that same question. So I ain't just putting it on Diamond, because that's a question that a lot of people ask, right? So we got somebody right here who can kind of dig a little deeper into it, and I appreciate that. And then not only that, reach out to the brother and say, hey, brother, if you want more information, here's my number, right? How many content creators you going to go on that's going to say, here's my number, call me? I see you got an issue, brother. If you so choose to want to discuss it, I'm here for you, and here's my number. When's the last time a content creator did that for you, right? Anyway, shout out to Brother Bolo. What do you think about his performance? Very solid, as always. Very, very solid. I got to start speeding it up. What about Diamond? Diamond came in, man. guns are blazing, right? I don't believe in none of y'all's goofy gods, right? I'm just gonna be a hard dude, right? I'm a hard G. I'm a hard G. Okay, bro, we believe you. We believe you. Whenever you're ready to take all that armor off, we here for you. We here for you, right? No disrespect. We here for you, brother, because we all had that armor on. I'm a G. You should have seen me before God got my head straight. I was a complete idiot out there, man. And I'm not saying you an idiot. I was way worse than you. You a lightweight compared to what I was. I was a fool, man. At least you paying your bills, man. I was just a fool out there, man. I was barely functional, man. When God sat me down, man, brought two dudes to me, and them two dudes put their foot on my feet, and they wouldn't let me do nothing else, man. They stopped me. But I had the same armor on with them dudes as you had on here, brother. So don't even get it. Don't even. I know you. I've been there, brother. So I respect that. So and one thing I know is when you finally get to a point where you want to explore something else, you'll let us know, and we'll be here for you, brother. We'll be here for you. We'll definitely be here for you. But anyway, what do you think about Diamond? I think he had some really poignant questions that other people, not only just him, but other people would ask. Those questions. I think they would. So I shout out to Diamond. I'm glad he brought those things up, man. Shout out to him, man. Y'all pray for him and his family, man. Hopefully, things will work in a way where he feels more comfortable, being able to reach out to his family members. Shout out to Diamond. Very solid performance, very strong as always. What about Risa? What about Risa Neal came up here? Risa Neal said, "I'm from the country, y'all. What y'all talking about?" Right? But she dropped some jewelry, man. Dropped some jewelry on us, right? Right? You had to stop and see. Another sister, man. God be working through these sisters, man. I be trying to tell these sisters, man. God working through y'all, man. They hear me, Bolo, and Vaughn, and they'll push back and kick back on us. But some kind of way, when y'all say stuff, it might land a different way. You know what I'm saying? It just might land a different way on some of these dudes, man. So shout out that we have sisters that can come in and see something and see. Like, I didn't have to tell Sister Annie to come in. I didn't tell Annie to come in. I had to tell Risa to come in. They see where they may be used, and they may be used in a positive way. They just gonna come in. That's the kind of people we trying to have over here, man. So if we only got 3 people, we only gotta have these 3 people. but at least if we got three good people, we good. We cool. We good. We good, man. We good. We good. We just keep inspiring ourselves to reach out to people, and maybe we get one here, one there, one here, one there. But eventually, man, we're gonna be a force to reckon with all this good. Us and Bolo TV in the Village. We're gonna be a force. We're gonna be forces to reckon with, man, because people gonna have to come through us to say they legit at some point, right? But that's a whole nother story. I'm gonna prep my team on that one. But anyway, shout out to Risa Neal, man. She came through as always, kept the chat clean as always, and also as well, she come on the stage. That's what I like about all the sisters here. They're very talented. They multitask. They can do a lot of different things. Patrice as well. They can come on here, man. Now don't get it twisted. They're all very smart and very intelligent sisters. But they can be silly when they want to be, right? They can be silly when they want to be, man, especially Patrice. She can be really silly when she want to be, right? But shout out to all of our beautiful sisters, man. But shout out to Risa Neal, man. We our sister, very strong performance, not only in the chat, but she gonna get 2 strong performances for a strong performance in the chat and a strong performance on the panel, man. So shout out to Risa, man. Got a double dose today. What about Patrice? Patrice came up here for a second, but she had to go, right? Patrice, I think it's a performing season for her. So she's back out negotiating deals, big deals, big business deals and stuff. But she came up here for a minute, man. Shout out to Patrice. Glad to have her on the stream as always, man. But she had to go. But anyway, man, very strong performance from Patrice as always. As always. What about Dimitri? Dimitri came through for a hot second, right? Strong performance as always, man. The young buck came through, man. To put his word down there. What about last but not least, Marcus? Marcus came through, right? Last but not least, man, put it down, man. Shout out to brother Marcus, right? Shout out to brother Marcus, right? Put his 2 cents down, man. One of the things I like about Marcus is Marcus, he feel like this is home too, man. This is he family here, right? So, he could say what he want, right? He ain't got to be feeling like, oh well, I better not say this, I better not say that. As long as he's saying what he's saying in love, hey man, you got it. You got a clean slate. Even if we don't agree with you, if you're being respectful, man, what can we do? We ain't gonna argue with you, man. If you telling the truth, as long as you ain't being disrespectful, we have to accept that, right? Found that out over there yesterday when we were talking to Pagoda, right? Sometimes, man, we're gonna say things to each other, man. It's gonna be true, but it might not be something we wanted to hear. But as long as you're not being disrespectful, I think we had a very respectful conversation yesterday, considering, right? Considering the man is actually in a war zone and he's talking about the people that's actually shooting rockets at him, right? Considering that, I think we had a pretty good conversation yesterday. But anyway, Marcus, shout out to Marcus. Very strong performance, very solid as always from Brother Marcus. Okay, y'all. So this is the deal. We're probably gonna come back next week. I don't know if it's gonna be Tuesday. Well, it probably won't be Tuesday. If we do anything, it'll probably be on Thursday. So look for us on Thursday. And y'all, man, go watch this thing again, man. Y'all see some things and pick some things out. And let me know in the comments something that I didn't mention, right? Something you saw that I didn't mention. Hey, Clarence, I saw this. I saw this working in this, and I saw you doing this, and I saw Bolo doing that. Well, you let us know in the comments, all right? All right, until then, y'all, go check out Bolo TV in the morning. He'll be on 7 o'clock Eastern time. That's 4 o'clock our time. It's on the Pacific Coast. And wherever you at in the middle, you find out where your time zone, where he's going to be at. And just go turn him on. Guarantee you, man, if the rooster's crowing, just turn on the TV, and he'll be there. All right? All right, y'all. I will see y'all in the next week or sometime. I know it'll at least be on Thursday, but I mean, at least on Sunday. But definitely, if we do something, probably be on Thursday. All right, y'all. Peace.